Illuminati backwards into Google, it's going to take you to the first website, and it's the NSA's website.
Why am I not surprised?
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
Did you know everything they filter everything? It's a giant dragnet. So like whatever we're doing here, whatever you do anywhere online gets filtered through their dragnet.
Yep. Totally.
But it's all one. It's like saying that the CIA or FBI or NSA, that they're different. Department of Homeland Security. Those guys are all one megalith. It's like one. They're not separate entities. They might have a different title, but they all work in conjunction.
100%.
Did you know that there was something in Michigan? Are we still offline?
No, I think. I just hit start, but I'm having some issues here.
Keep the mute button on for a minute. I think something just happened. Like I'm from Michigan.
Fuck it. Go ahead and say what you have on your mind, Ron.
I'm thinking they pulled a Sandy Hook up here in Michigan. They said there was a school shooting at a college.
Okay, well, never mind. I'll go ahead and
focus the sound.
I'm not sure if it's actually here.
Why is there no sound?
Because we're muted.
Fuck.
Am I muted? Did you hear what I said?
We heard you. Davey, you might have to go out and come back in.
I should be able to hear what Ron's saying.
Oh, I was going to say, I need to do some boots on the ground because that's not too far from me. And it's always the usual shit. It's an AR-15 or AK-47, school shooting. It's over and over and over, right? Parkland, Sandy Hook, now the one up in Oakland County. It's like rinse and repeat, the same fucking narrative. And guess what? The St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Like, oh, shit. It just keeps happening over and over.
We've had a lot of trains go down last week.
Would you call it stunts?
It really does go to NSA.
It's just like, if it wasn't so apparently tragic, would you call it a stunt?
It's you know what it is? It's propaganda to disarm the population, right? It's like right now it'd be very difficult to disarm. I'd say even with their propaganda, it's near impossible to peacefully disarm.
Well, it's impossible to prevent, predict, or after you only have the news tell you what happened after the fact. So it's a stunt.
It is. It's all like it's propaganda. It's weaponized media with their political. That's why, like, if you watch the propaganda box, it starts soaking in, and it starts absorbing, and you start breathing in their narratives, like calling the January 6th event, calling it an insurrection. Insurrection. Do you know what that even means? Overthrowing the government. It's like, wait a minute. First of all, there was nobody there that was not that they didn't do anything.
Wasn't there.
Right, but even if you were
there, that wasn't there, right?
If you were there, it doesn't even mean you broke any laws. Like that is a public building. You have every right. I did the same thing in Lansing. We had people went there to protest, and in the state capitol, people showed up open carried. They open carried their long guns, pistols, whatever.
And all the open carry people didn't fire a shot, did they?
Didn't fire a shot, and the state police were at the door. State police let them bring their firearms into the building. They didn't say shit because it didn't break any laws. And I'm glad they didn't pull a false flag. They could have.
The hell is this?
What about all those people who've been treated like crap? They were arrested and then they've been treated like crap since then.
That I don't know. That I think may be a fear tactic. Like, the guy's in prison. Trust us, he's still there. And it's always just a phone call. We don't know that there's someone sitting in a prison cell.
You hear me?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, Davey.
Okay.
People can hear you. Yes. Can you finish his sentence, or do you want?
I don't know about you.
Is what you're going to say more important than what Ron was saying?
Honestly, I can't stand it.
You can't stand what?
When I hear people use the word planet. I can't stand it.
Oh my God.
I really can't. I'm like, bro, you idiot.
Okay, but nobody said planet. And so you're just interrupting the entire conversation. Just say, I can't stand when people say planet.
There was no conversation. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there was actually.
Can you hear the words coming out of my mouth right now? Can you hear Ron's word? Ron, can you say hi to Davey, who interrupted you?
Where's the conversation, bro? I didn't hear anything.
Hey, Davey, can you hear Ron Shekelson talking right now? Go ahead, Ron.
We're just saying that they use the weaponized media.
Like, can you hear him, Dave?
No. Maybe you got me on mute. He might have me on mute.
I can hear you.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was just like, why can't you hear Ron? Why did you interrupt him when he was talking?
I can't. No, I can hear you.
All right, well, check Wolfgang Flat. It's Wolfgang Flat. Make sure you don't have him muted because you were talking. You were just dancing all over him while he was trying to explain shit. Don't.
My bad. Wolfgang Flat.
Yeah, make sure you don't have him muted.
Well, I see.
Yeah, it might be on mute. Because sometimes when I adjust people's volume, I put them on mute. I don't even know that I did that, and I'm like, wait, some people have.
No, it was him. He would have to have you on mute. Otherwise,
that's what I'm saying.
It happens to people accidentally too.
Yeah,
you may have to leave and come back in.
Talking, man.
Sure. Can you hear him now? No, because he's not talking.
I didn't say nothing, but I mean, maybe he can't. Anyway, all I'm saying is like these fear tactics. Hey, don't go to any protest of the government. You'll wind up in jail like this guy who's been rotting in jail for 2 years. That's what they put it out there so that good people are afraid to speak out.
And then they can make them disappear, as if they were.
Did you say Jeremy?
Yeah, now I can hear you, Wolfgang.
All right. Cool.
Well, that was
they can make them disappear as if there was a crime committed, or everybody forgets about it.
But how do you silence dissent? That's a good way to silence dissent. Now, all the good people who were dissenting the government, they've all been squashed. Nobody will go to a political. Nobody will go to a big rally like that to speak their piece.
It's propped up in the media. I mean, it's not really about what happened. It's about media.
But too, it's about having 50,000 people. Like the protest in Lansing. Guess what? We were flat smacking people. There was probably 10, 20,000 people, and we're going between cars, and we're giving them the red pill. Like, and some of them already knew it. The open carry guys, a lot of them didn't know it.
We already know there's a shitload of people in Michigan that know it.
Thank God. Thank God they do.
Any more.
Well, not just that, but all the bigger picture. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, the Coco-19 people, man, waking them up with that shit. So many people have woken up because of that.
Yep.
And the whole, you know what, too? They pushed too far, putting the mask on the children, and then come home, they couldn't breathe. They couldn't breathe with that wet rag. They say if you waterboard, it's torture. Well, guess what? If you got a wet rag on your face and you're like, 5, 6 years old, guess what it feels like? It feels like you're being waterboarded.
Hey, if you live in Michigan and you can't even drink the water, then
why? They fluoridate the water, and they got lead pipes up in like Lansing and shit. They had lead.
You guys, let me ask you guys. How many of you guys looked into what's going on with that train derailment over there in Ohio, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, where they did the controlled blasting the rest of the train.
Oh, everything's fucked up, man. The water, the air, the ground, the animals are dying, the fish. They set
but
this thing on fire.
Isn't that everywhere though?
Yeah, it is happening everywhere. You're right.
Yeah, the train derailed, and then it was full of
fuck. No matter what.
Yeah, it was full of something really toxic.
There was a nitric acid spill over here in Arizona. There was something over in Texas. Something blew up over there on another train, right? Derailment. Yeah, anyway, just a lot of shit going on out there with trains this last few days, anyway. It's bad. I know some people over there near Ohio, man. It's horrible.
What part of Ohio was it in? Was it near like Cleveland?
It's right near Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
on the border.
It might have been like Philadelphia. No, wait, you said Ohio near, so it's like Pittsburgh more. Philly's on the far side. That's on the East Coast.
Yeah,
my cousin is in Cleveland. My cousin's in Cleveland, so
it's on the east, man. Anyway, it's bad, man. A lot of dead animals and cattle, and chickens, and fish. Lots of fish.
Yo, but it's nice. It's definitely nice to be like talking to a bunch of people who believe that, you know, the same thing I do, you know, about the earth. You know, I can't stand people who still think we live on a spinning ball. It's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
It's so it's so ridiculous, man.
Yeah,
not only that, what conspiracies or so-called conspiracies did you discover before you fell down this rabbit hole? Did you start with like the fluoride in the water, the Federal Reserve, 9/11?
Federal Reserve.
Yeah, well, yeah, 9/11 was one of them. You know, yeah, everything, man.
Waco, Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, just everything.
Did you say Waco?
Yeah, Waco.
Well, yeah, Waco was bad.
Moon landing, especially. I mean,
what happened with Waco? I've always been so curious. Waco is not far from here, so.
Do you want to know something? You know, Waco.
If I can just before you give what you got on Waco is, it boils down to that he was going in and out of town. They could have taken him down in a much safer way, but they chose to do it the way they did.
Oh. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, he went into town like every day. Went and get supplies and groceries and shit and gas and fuel.
You do know it was a commune, right?
Yeah, I heard
that was a psyop. That whole thing.
I heard about how bloody the whole thing was and how horrendous and stuff, but I never heard any conspiratorial tune to it.
Well, good luck trying to have a commune. You know, people aren't going to try to do that now.
That was a psyop. That whole thing, David Koresh, was a total psyop. And the Oklahoma City, yeah, 100%. Oklahoma City was supposedly the retaliation. I can prove to you 100% that was not a truck bomb.
Well, wasn't Hillary Clinton involved in that or some shit? Didn't she?
Some papers or something in the building for Whitewater, I heard.
Didn't she? Wasn't she like behind all that?
Well, they said the federal building had papers to Whitewater or something like that. I don't know. And that was 9/11 too. Like one of the buildings destroyed was into the Clinton looking into their bullshit. That's a side story that they throw you a side story within the bigger thing. So you're constantly chasing all these side stories and you're not looking at what's right in front of your face. Like the big elephant taking a shit in the room, you're looking over here and over there. So they throw a bunch of little side trails in there, take you off the scent.
Right.
I gotta laugh. I've never heard that term. The big elephant taking a shit in the room.
Right?
Yeah, a big elephant that just ate some fucking Taco Bell. Yeah.
But I mean, what I'm saying is overlooking the obvious. There's the big elephant obvious, and then you're looking over here at the flea. There's a flea over here. Look there. Like they're playing the 3-card Monte thing, you know, and you don't look at the big obvious thing.
Yeah, they think they're smart. But little do they know.
They are fucking smart, dude. Look what they pulled off.
I think they're evil.
Man, motherfucker.
I don't think they're smart. I think they're just evil.
They are. Look at the percentage of people they fooled. I mean, they are. You have to hand it to them. They fooled 90% plus of the people. They are fucking clever. We are up against a clever enemy. They do make mistakes, but fucking A, dude, they fooled everybody.
Okay, in my opinion, Satan is the clever enemy. The rest of them are just pawns.
But not us.
Right, but they get marching orders. They get their marching orders from the big guy.
Yeah, That's right.
Even like people say Biden is a mouthpiece. He's a stupid mouthpiece, but he's just a mouthpiece. Here, this is what
blubbering, dude.
Yeah, he's
kind of entertaining.
When he shit his pants, did you see the poop stains? He had the shit stains on the back of his pants. It's like,
no, I didn't see that.
Hillary did too. I think she sharded. There was this greasy ass stain on the back of her dress. It's like,
maybe they think they're doing us a favor by giving us the side shit show with the big shit show.
Bro, what, I can't even imagine. She's definitely involved in pedophilia, bro. She was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, they all are, dude. It's all. If that whole Pizzagate thing came out, and then YouTube went on censorship ban, everything shut down.
It did.
That's right.
Maria Abramovich.
You know who was on? You know who was on Epstein's list? And it was a huge disappointment to me, but fucking.
Trump.
Well, besides that, fucking Eminem. Believe that?
Yeah, he was with that girl, the same girl that was with Prince Andrew. He was with her. There's a pic with him and her.
Well, he does talk a lot about being a monster, so I guess it's not that surprising.
My favorite rapper, down the drain.
Dude, he's a sellout. He's always been a sellout. You got to sell your soul to the devil.
He tells you in the songs that he did.
Fuck him. You know,
dude, he lives right by me. I'm in Detroit. Yeah, I know. I mean, I knew he was a fucking sellout, dude.
Did y'all hear about
Satan?
Did y'all hear about Justin Bieber?
He lives right by you.
Justin Bieber. They said that that they tried to get him to join the cult and rape and kill a little boy, but he refused.
When I was I grew up on his music, but I mean, now it's just this. The Satanism is so blatant. It's in your face. Is this guy serious?
That's what they do. What they're told to do. You know what I mean? That's.
I still like Star Wars and Star Trek. I don't think it means you have to not like stuff anymore.
All right, what I want to know is though, because people have told me it's true, but you think he's had to do gay shit to get to where he is?
Probably.
I mean, does it really matter at this point?
I don't force you to be gay if you don't want to. There are little girls that you can screw up as well.
But to get to the level of fame that he's at.
You mean their Illuminati ceremony, their ceremony? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't sat in, and I don't want to. But I've heard the same thing of the Skull and Bones guys, what they do in the coffin, and they masturbate, and it's just all this disgusting fucking thing.
Yeah,
they put just really disgusting shit.
Just be careful what you give your attention.
Man. And now he's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Are you kidding me? There's no way he didn't do gay shit. There's no way.
Davey, just be careful. Just be careful what you give your attention to. Yes, keep your head on a swivel and be vigilant, and don't be surprised. Just be careful what you pay attention to.
Yeah, don't idolize any Hollywood or music industry people. I don't know that there may be a few decent people in the industry, but I think most of them, if you're famous, maybe there's some good guys that don't make it, and those are the good guys. But everybody's big on there, Jason Aldean, right? He had a concert at that alleged shooting in Las Vegas. He had the A and the J, right, on his arm, the Ace of Spades, and you look at the Illuminati card game, it's the same fucking tat. He's got that tat on his arm, and he was
and Eminem, he used to wear that fucking Illuminati necklace with a symbol.
Dude, Jay-Z, they're all fucking sellouts.
Exactly. So, I mean,
they were in a group called Rockefeller Rough Riders. It's fucking Rockefeller, really? All these rappers, you're affiliated with that motherfucker?
Yeah.
It's best not to give too much power and attention to the evil shit that they do, because they're pushing that out right now, wanting people to fixate on it. So just like I said, be careful what you pay attention to.
It's good the black community is waking up, with the Kanye. You're a little bit low. I don't know who that was.
Showed up at the Grammys. Did you guys see that? All right.
Who is that? I got to turn your mic off.
Flat Earth dude.
Yeah, you might want to give attention to the flat earthers. Yeah, idolize those flat earthers that are doing all that good content. They're the ones you want to idolize. Fuck all the actors and musicians who are not really helping humanity. You know,
don't idolize anybody. Just be like, I wouldn't idolize anybody.
Yeah, that's true.
Idolize God.
Idolize yourself.
Idolize God.
And your family. And your family. Love your family and idolize them. Bring them up.
Yup, family and friends. That's it.
Yeah. Forget the musicians and all that crap.
Yeah. We don't need idols. We're fine.
The problem is...
Neither do I. But what I tend to do is if I'm going to... I've decided, and I decided about 8 years ago, to reduce my knowledge on the actors and actresses and increase my knowledge on the flat earthers, just so that I can spread the news around and link people to those who are doing good work, who are actually uplifting and helping humanity.
Yes, Jim, I agree. Yeah.
Where are you from?
There you go.
Japan.
Me? Oh, me. Sorry, yeah. I was born in London. I'm an African, really, because my parents are Africans. So I was African, but I was born in London, 1961. So that makes me 61 years old now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're about my mom.
But I'm talking to you from Japan.
As an example,
from Japan.
I love Japan.
Yeah, and Jen's been doing great work here. And speaking of the Hollywood shit that you guys were talking about, I mean, we need to get on and off it, as quick as possible. But this kind of reminds me of, who Sam Smith is, right?
The devil himself, apparently.
'Cause you're all I need.
Yeah, the outfit.
So, but the new video he came out is like he came out with a video like a month ago it's all trannies.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like friggin' 5 years ago. It was all stay with me. 'Cause you're all I need. And now it's just like videos with just trannies and him in old feather outfits and shit. It's like, what the entire fuck is that?
That's they're introducing that into the black culture too with these rappers. They're introducing like gayness, which it didn't used to be. Like it went from gangster rap to the skinny jeans and.
Well, that's because they want to promote black culture and gay culture at the same time, and there's a huge problem because black people, more so than the white people here, traditionally hate homosexuality. So they have to do some serious grounding.
Well, I wouldn't say traditionally, but I mean it's being promoted in a way that, because homosexuality has existed throughout cultures, through all humanity.
It's just,
but what they're saying, go ahead.
I'm from Detroit, okay, so I know black people, a lot of them, and they are openly anti-gay. It's like they have no shame. There is no homophobic thing. It means nothing.
But do you remember that?
Hold on. Song? I mean, and I'm from Little Rock, and a lot of the black gays are openly gay.
Now they are. Right. Now they are. Like,
no, I'm talking about in the 90s, they were.
Herschel Walker's son is like gay, right? And Herschel Walker, he's like an NFL, like, how do you have, like, that's your dad, and then you got a gay son? I mean, he can't control who his son is, but it's like, fuck. Like, all this.
Either way.
I think it's some of the chemicals.
No, it's not about being gay or straight.
Openly, what I'm saying, openly flamboyant, it goes against their culture. Like no one needs to know your personal shit, right? But you put it openly flamboyant. Now you're putting your shit in public when it doesn't need to be.
No one's saying that there were never black gay people. It's just that the majority of straight black people, especially men, really are known for being vocal about disagreeing with homosexuality.
Right, with no shame. That's what I mean. But and like, I don't even care. Like, that your preference is what I don't care. I'm more libertarian. I don't really care what you do, but just keep your shit private. Like, I don't need to hear and see, like, the gay pride stuff, public events. That shit is just
doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
Yeah,
I draw the line with children. Like, don't bring children into it. It just doesn't need to happen.
Exactly. Like, there's a big difference between being gay and then pushing it on children. Huge difference.
I know. We hide sex from children as long as we can. You know, we don't want to tell them about gay sex before we tell them about real sex. It just doesn't make sense.
They can't even think for themselves.
I mean, what is gay sex? What is that?
But dude, they started gayness and then like LGBTQ, and they're trying to add the P one.
QPQRS2VWXYZ.
The P is for the pedo. The thing is, even the gays and lesbians don't want them in their group. They're like, we don't want to be affiliated with these people.
Yeah, but then they dress up in dresses and dance in front of kids.
I know.
Ask kids to put their hands on their junk.
But that's the New World Order agenda because they're already doing it. If you looked into Pizzagate, they're trying to bring about normalizing it, even in their textbooks and shit.
Have you guys noticed that suddenly everyone's using the different words for the different ages of children you can be attracted to? I find that extremely disturbing.
What do you mean?
Like, instead of pedophilia, it's like elogophilia for 15 to 16-year-olds or something like that. It's just like they've got a different name.
Wait, did you say elogophilia?
I've never heard that.
No, I'm just throwing some similar syllables to what was in the actual word together. It's not the real word.
Oh, they changed the language. They do.
Yeah, they added new language for the different ranges of ages that people can be attracted to, and now people are using them like, oh, well, it's not pedophilia, it's this other thing that's kind of like it.
Well, hey, when a man or a woman notices and recognizes, beauty in a young or old woman, doesn't matter what your age is. I mean, if you try to put something on that, is that weird? I mean,
do what?
I'm talking about, like, I can recognize beauty in older or young. So
that's not what you're saying.
Beauty,
so it's not about. I mean, as far as sex goes or whatever, it's just like I'm gonna bang that, or whatever.
No, that's the difference. Like you say, oh, that's a beautiful baby you have, or beautiful child. But that's not what she's saying. This is more like someone saying, oh, I'd like to do something with that young person that's underage.
This is talking about literal sexual, like targeting. Like, this is your age group that you prefer.
Oh yeah, that's a different.
And they're trying to normalize it. Like, no, it's perfectly normal. What, you're bigoted against this? And it's like, this is their one thing that they can't break. Like, thank God there's some threshold where the fucking public will push back.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Because so far.
Morals are generally shared by the public unless they're traumatized or conditioned out of the public. And thankfully, it's really hard to get a public to accept pedophilia because it's literally our natural enemy.
Right. Everybody. See, liberal, conservative unite on that one issue.
Mm-hmm, exactly. Okay. Everyone can agree about that.
Pedophiles get killed in prison on the spot. So that just tells you.
Yeah, that kind of tells you.
Well, because those people got
like, they're
no good for society. Get rid of them.
They don't. In prison, they don't mess with rapists.
Can we change the subject? Is that okay, or should I can let you go?
Yeah, but what would you like to talk about?
Anything but abusing children.
All right, so
lots of fire under my ass. I want to go out and just, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Hey, did you guys hear that shit about their Chinese balloons by satellite? Like, I was saying early, like, we don't know if it's NASA's balloon. We don't know what the fuck it was, right? It's a propaganda piece we can use against them. Like, if China really had satellites in space, do they really need a fucking balloon satellite? Come on. What?
Oh, that's a good point.
Supposedly they had a wandering satellite that just happened to come above Utah and just lowered in altitude, and then F-16 shot it down. Is that what I heard?
There was one in Michigan. They said there was one in Michigan too. They shot down.
Do you think that maybe it lost its disguise? Like, because they've been disguising those ships, the airships.
It might have been intentional. Like it might have been intentional to put that out. You know what I mean? To put the thing out there that these things
suddenly
exist.
They're dropping a bunch like they're common. They're like pretending that it's always been happening.
Yeah, bro, it's the same thing with the LGBT shit. 2 years ago,
someone was saying they're going to try and introduce all this shit slowly and kind of wrap it up, and like the whole flat Earth,
satellite balloons everywhere.
It's going to kind of leak into the consciousness, like the whole flat Earth thing. It's like they're going to try and co-opt it somehow. I'm not sure how they're going to do it.
They're going to be like, "Hey, we told you that it was satellite balloons the whole time, not spaceships and floating satellites. The reason the satellites are floating is because of balloons. We've been telling you that whole time. I mean, this will be like 4 or 5 years down the road. It's like,
you know what they say too? Low Earth orbit, right? Low Earth orbit. It's not exterior; it's interior. It's inside. Right. It's orbit. It's just blowing around in the trade
because they're falling. They're falling. I mean, just like the stories they've been telling us about the ISS. Well, it's in low Earth orbit, so it has to project itself out to maintain, a certain orbit, and they use jets, whatever. They lie about that shit, and we call them out on that bullshit too, about how they're maintaining low Earth orbit.
Hey Helio, you worked on commercial jets, or not full size ones, but like more like a private jet, right? Downsized corporate jets.
Sure, yeah.
Now, what would your opinion be? I don't know if there's anybody in here that's looked at the jet fuel hoax, but what is your opinion? Do you think that there's fuel tanks in the wings?
No. The airplanes I worked on, I don't think they store the fuel on the wings. No.
Now, and on some of these planes, I looked at them in the assembly phase, like the SR-71. I got some screenshots of it from a video. The wings are absurdly thin, very thin, maybe 6 inches thick, and then they're all segmented. When
I was working on those planes, there were stickers on the planes, temporary stickers that said, "Don't walk here." They're very volatile, So if you were to work in that area, if you're a wing mechanic or whatever, you don't step in certain areas on the wings because they're very sensitive.
Now think about that. That's in the compression phase, right? You're stepping downward with a support member underneath the aluminum skin, right? You're stepping down, compression. The other way would be in tension force. You
can get on the wings in certain points.
Hold on, Helio. I'll make
stickers.
If the wings are pop riveted on, right? In tension, it's like you're pulling on the rivets, right? You're trying to pull the rivets away from the structural members, right? Pop rivets. There's tens of thousands of pounds of fuel pulling on those rivets. You can't even walk in the compression, downward on the wing. But yet, if there's tens of thousands of pounds pulling down, like trying to...
while it's flying. I mean, how's a fucking 200-pound person going to freaking affect the wing? And when it's taking, 450 pounds of pressure while it's flying through the air.
Do you even think the skin on an airplane could hold that amount of weight? It would rip off like paper.
Yeah.
But there's so many things wrong with the concept, and people just blindly believe it. It's like, just look at all the details. I went down the rabbit hole on that.
All the time I worked on the aircraft, I worked there for almost 10 years, and I never stepped foot on a wing, but I worked in the fuselage on the interior part of the aircraft. But yeah,
what's underneath in the luggage compartment on a jet like that? You got your cabin with the seats, but is the cargo area for the luggage and such? Right?
Cargo, is that just I worked on private jets. The cargo compartment is in the back.
What's underneath the seats, though? Isn't that storage? Don't they utilize?
They have some storage, but it's very limited because for the airplane to fly, you have to have it balanced. You wouldn't store anything heavy in the. It just depends. I mean, it's designed for for a certain weight and a certain amount of passengers. But the baggage compartment. See, the jets I worked on were for like they weren't for long
executives, like executives.
Yeah,
like
executives just flying from one city to another. Just gonna go.
They want to fly above first class, private jet for just 10, 20 people in a jet.
Yeah, that's the jets I worked on. They're only gonna fly for a few hours, and they don't take a lot of luggage, and they're not and there's not a lot of passengers.
You know who flies on them? The people that are New World Order type. Right, people that have high net worth.
Yeah, sure. We built a jet for the Queen of the Netherlands.
There you go.
Yeah, so
billionaire class.
There's only a few passengers. So I mean, it's not So you just want to make it. They only have a little bit of. They have already have everything they need where they're going, and they already have need from where they're coming. That only takes within a day, they already have what they need, where they're going, and where they're coming from.
If we could get our hands on one of those and fly over certain restricted areas like the North Pole, fly around Antarctica, like fly over.
You're not going to be able to store enough fuel to fly that far.
There ain't no fuel in that bitch. That's what I mean. There ain't no.
We'll see. I mean,
I don't think there is. Though.
You can guess.
I can guess, but I'm saying I know for certain that I looked at those wings. I looked at where they say they're getting.
Just like when I would walk between the hangars because I worked in the cabinet shop, interiors, but I would say a sort of a specialist because they would say, "Hey, there's something wrong here," just like a little small problem, and before the so-and-so comes and all the inspectors come and it's just like, fix that shit, make it look fucking badass so that they know. I mean, this is freaking $50 million, $60 million aircraft. And I'm like, all right. They're like sending me to different hangars across, of this. And sometimes I walk like 3 miles a day just between hangars. Just trying to make shit happen so that they can sell this fucking airplane, right? And when they sell an airplane, then we'd have a big ceremony where they have the owner show up. And now I didn't see the Queen of the Netherlands, but I did see what's his name? One of the Christian evangelist, what's his name? Jesse. Anyway, he walked through the cabinet shop one day and he's like, I want to see what the cabinets are going to look like on my airplane. He's one of the Christian evangelists freaking bought one of the airplanes. Anyway, so Jesse.
Can I ask, what do you guys think we would find if we went to the North Pole?
What you might or might not find if you could make it, and I guarantee you, if we took one of the airplanes that I built or that I used to work on to the North Pole, you wouldn't make it. But
I don't think that it's a survivable place, like too close to the wherever that, because it's.
And so what would you find if you could make it? How about
a vortex? Possibly a vortex from liquid helium.
Well, there's always the eye of the storm because you guys know there's a vortex over the center of the Earth, but there's always an eye of the storm. So perhaps it's not so snowy in the center.
Well, Get was talking about some properties of liquid helium and things like that. He really he's kind of a wealth of knowledge on this, like colloidal gold being in blood.
As far as the liquid helium goes, that can also apply in the upper atmosphere as well, because of the lack of pressure with the inducement of pressure.
Do you guys think we might find like Yggdrasil or something?
What is that?
Yggdrasil? Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? Why not?
What is that? What is that?
It's the
That's
world's
the tree of life. That's the tree of life.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that was cut down.
Well, we don't know.
No, I heard
It's
exactly
forbidden to
what
go
you
there.
said, and a lot of people disagree with me, but and whatever. But anyway, yeah, Yggdrasil. Yeah, so sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But it would
It's just
be-
interesting to me because I kind of thought that maybe I had just, found that in the depths of historical knowledge just for nothing. Like maybe it was just a myth. But I did find something.
Wait, did you find it yourself, or are you like just asking it? Just like, oh, Yggdrasil. Nobody just says Yggdrasil.
Well, it says there's a
willy-nilly.
standing sword,
Come
cherubim, right?
Well,
like guarding it.
I certainly looked into Yggdrasil. It was widespread pretty much across cultures, especially to the north.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely associated with the North. Yes.
And I actually found a passage in the Quran that might refer to it. It says, "A metaphor for his light is like a niche in which there is a lamp placed in a glass. The glass is like a shining star which is lit from a blessed olive tree that is neither eastern nor western. Its oil almost lights up even though it has not been touched by the fire. It is light upon light. God guides to his light whomever he wants."
I like it.
So I'm surprised to find it in yet another ancient text, especially the one that I prescribe to.
I like that. But when people come in here and say, hey, we can go north with an airplane and find that, I call bullshit. Now,
I wonder
maybe that exists in the north. Maybe it does. You're not going to find it on an airplane.
Can you find it with a balloon?
You're not going to find
You probably could. You know what would happen to the balloon would meet the fate. They would call, let's say we scraped up a bunch of money and we made our own balloon, our spy balloon. They would shoot our balloon down. The Chinese.
Yeah, it's just like, but there are some people that have claimed to found it by ship, but almost barely. I mean, what's that book, Ron? I can't even think of the name of the book. Where the guy is somebody from Northern Europe that. God dang! I think
I might know what you're talking about.
He went and then he said there was like a hole, and then he met some giants, and then went down in the hole, and they told him.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The Hollow
Earth fucking book. Yeah, it's like the Hollow Earth kind of shit, but I can't remember the name of the.
Admiral Byrd was talking about something in Antarctica like that too, where he went underground and talked to a race.
Yeah.
Like,
the underground, I thought he said he just kept flying and his instruments kind of malfunctioned and he landed somewhere with like grass.
Yeah, you reach a point where your instruments don't work anymore, and then you find yourself in the magic place.
They guided him, right. The plane, the controls didn't work, and they levitated him to the base.
And there was no constant light.
It's like, thank you for finding us. You know, here we are. Since you're here already, let me show you around.
I hear Robert Bassano
and since you guys did Atomic Bomb, we're going to make enemies.
It's not about what you know; it's about what you can prove, guys.
Yeah, that's right, Kim.
It's not Sunday.
But I'll tell you what, I mean, there are stories. I mean, how many stories do the Globies have? I mean, fucking A.
Yeah, really. Besides, we need something to keep our imaginations alive.
I mean, the Globies claim that 13.5 billion years ago, something exploding from nothing and created everything that we experience now. What a story! That's a fucking story. How about that? They have no evidence for that. They can't even go over there and look at it. They just made it up.
I know. I hate when they just say stuff like it's fact that they've never observed for themselves. Like, oh, well, all gems are made from the pit of the earth, and down to this depth that we've never been is where all diamonds are formed.
What they're saying in the Big Bang ideology is that the earth just is a happenstance. They have consciousness and ability to even contemplate this is because of the Big Bang Theory, and we're just an accident that from the Big Bang Theory, and we're just a small little portion of the universe. And I think that's fucking ridiculous.
Yes. Even when I was agnostic, I just couldn't agree with a Big Bang Theory. I mean, it was just always just so ridiculous.
And I don't understand everything, and what they call science can't prove all of that shit, and even our speculations about the North and the South, going down into the Earth or whatever, stories that have been told over the history of man. There are so many, because there are brilliant individuals that have consciousness that couldn't exist by accident. You can't just have a big bang and all of a sudden humans with consciousness exist. Is that your creation story? Okay. Mm-hmm. It's the same fucking creation story. All of a sudden, we all existed. Now, whether or not you believe a creator did it, or you believed anyone that believes it happened on accident is really out of their mind.
It helps sell the narrative that we're smarter than our ancestors.
Sure, and that's kind of what they go on. It's like, I'm smarter now, and I'm smarter now. But to be honest, like our ancestors were as smart, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I like the pictures that you put
as smart, or if not smarter. But these so-called scientific assholes are like suppressing the real scientific information about what humans are and how Earth.
Isn't it a bummer? We spend all this time studying, trying to become smarter and smarter people, and then we go and we find out that, like, we filled our minds with goop this whole time. Like, it just sucks.
Oh, it's worth it, because you have to understand both sides to really realize how they're manipulating us.
Oh, could I address this real quick? I posted some pictures.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, it was about the jet fuel thing. Okay, there's a guy standing. These are from videos. If you look on airplane refueling videos on YouTube, you can find this stuff. What I've done is I've looked at every one that I could find. There's no stains for oil. You can see that this is completely dry. There's no fuel residue. If you go to a diesel pump at a gas station, it's the filthiest place. The pavement is all full of oily residue with dirt stuck to it. Everything on this so-called fueling device, does this look like a pump at the gas station? There's not one drop of fuel residue on it, on any one of them that I could find. On the ground, on the pavement.
Well, let me tell you something from my experience working, between the different hangars at the airport where I was working. They had trucks, fuel trucks, and it was it was airplane fuel. They had an A on the side, right? Letter A. I don't know if there's a letter B, Maybe that's for longer flight or whatever.
Shit.
But every airplane had what's called an aux tank. It's like you can power up the entire plane with this auxiliary engine.
And the APU. That's what's called.
You had to have fuel, just like a car. You have to have fuel to power up your car, and that was you have to have fuel in there to power up the auxiliary.
I don't know about that one, but they call it the APE. They call it an APE. It's APE Auxiliary Power Unit, APU.
Yeah, and it's loud as fuck. It's loud as fuck when you're standing next to it. It's just you can't even talk to each other when you're standing next to it.
They divert the air pressure from that to there's a starter.
No, it's just it's an engine. It's an engine, but that's the auxiliary tank that powers the plane.
That same APU. That's how they start the big main engine. So basically, they have
they use it like a starter, right?
Well, it's like air, like an air tool, like a rotary air tool. It's a gear.
You can use diesel, which jet fuel is essentially
what I'm
kerosene.
Saying is when they wind it up. Okay, if it was kerosene, my point being, go look at how clean the pavement is around. Okay, you take a hose like that, and it's going to drip some residual fuel, right? Not only on
but that's not the way it worked where I worked though. What I'm trying to explain, they had a testing area to test the jet engines before they actually once. See, the company I worked for. The airplanes were built in France. And then they flew them to where I worked in Little Rock. And they had no paint. They had weights in the airplanes. They had temporary captain seats. They flew them to the Little Rock airport. And then we did everything else for the interior. Once the airplanes arrived, they built them in France, the outside structure, and for all the test flights, they were done many times. Unfortunately, I never got to go up in a test flight. I wanted to so bad, but I never did because they pay you double time. Like whatever amount per hour you make, if you go up on a test flight, they pay you double time. But I never got to go do that. I almost did one time, but.
All right, Helio, let him explain what he was trying to explain, please. Pretty please.
I know I'm being a dick. Go ahead. Just telling you, man. I mean, when they're burning the fuel, yes, you can smell it, and it smells like kerosene. Just telling you, I know what jet fuel smells like. And they test the jet engines. They anchor the planes to test the jet engines. I've been right there when they're doing it. I've even walked across the one runway when they're freaking testing the jet engines. You don't want to be behind one of those motherfuckers. And it smells like kerosene. Something is burning there. I don't know if I destroyed whatever Ron was trying to say, but at the very least, to get those engines started, they use kerosene.
So, want to know when I told my daughter, who's 7, about how we know that the Earth is flat?
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, yes. Let's hear.
I told her that if we were on a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, there's no way we could keep the air on us unless we had a bubble.
A bubble container. Yeah. And what was her reaction? Did she understand it?
Oh, yeah, she was really surprised. She goes, wow, no one ever told me the Earth had a lid.
That's right. Yeah, you see, they don't tell you that at school. They don't offer you any physical proof. They just tell you, and that's it. They don't give you any evidence at all. Zero.
He said, that's right, because you would need a bubble, whether it was flat or whether it was round.
A ball, yeah. Right.
I was like, that's exactly right. And they don't ever say that there's a bubble, so that's how you know.
Yeah,
So
they
what
never told us.
that Illuminati card means when it says that the flat earthers know something, even though we're laughed at or something? What do you think that means?
But because we do, because it should be obvious to everyone, but it's not. But that's okay.
Yeah, it straight up admits that we do know something. It never once implies that we don't. It says people laugh, but the flat earthers know something.
They put know something in italics on the card. Like, people laugh, but the flat earthers know something.
Mm-hmm. And it says it's an advantage for these Illuminati people because it says if you have control of them, then the flat earthers' weird alternate geology has led them to a gold strike, and you may draw as many plot cards as the number you rolled.
Oh, is that what it says on the card?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So is that another italics with the geology reference?
No more italics. It just says weird alternate geology.
Alternate geology. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what is geology?
It's the shape of the land.
No, it's study of Earth. Ology means study of.
Yeah.
Right. True.
Has nothing to do with shape. Study of Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're in a geology class, you're going to be studying.
So that phrase means flat earthers know something about the study of Earth.
Yep.
So what is the plot cards that they would be able to draw a bunch of in retaliation to this one?
I think there's a whole bunch.
I know, but it specifies that that's like the advantage by this card being played.
I don't know how many of these are plot cards, but I have a few saved right here that I can post.
Yeah, because it seems like the flat earthers card isn't a plot card.
My bad. I'll shut up. If I'm being disruptive, please let me know. I'm being a dick.
Well, going back to the jet fuel thing, a guy by the name of Bill Woods, who was a rocket propulsion engineer for NASA, stated that when in the video What Happened on the Moon, part 2 and 3, where they're looking at radiation and the rockets and the problem with rockets, he said when he looked at the Saturn V rocket as it took off, he said, looking at the exhaust plume, he knew that rocket wasn't going to the moon because the color of the exhaust was too rich. It was kerosene. It wasn't really the hypergolic fuels that they were supposed to have in there that spontaneously combust, right? It gives it a different color. So he said he knew that rocket wasn't going to the moon. And that was Bill Woods, friend to Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne.
Well, sure. I mean, and as far as what they say when they introduce rockets into space, how they're going to go to the moon after they breach, the atmosphere of Earth. I mean, how the fuck are they going to go to the moon? That's another question. That's right, Jedi.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm quite familiar with, different fuels in airplanes and shit. I worked on airplanes. I didn't work on airplane engines, but I worked with airplanes for 10 years. I know what the fuck they did. I was on this huge freaking. There was like 9 hangars of these big ass airplanes that I fucking worked on every single day for almost 10 years.
Right.
And I know what and I only saw these little fuel trucks and these big ass airplanes. And now, to be honest, I mean, the airplanes were in hangars, and I worked on the interior, and other people worked on the exterior. But when it was time for them to fly, there was a testing area. I wasn't involved in that, but I was close to it because of where I was in the field there. I was near the testing area. I'm like, and just like I said, I smelled the fuel. It's the same fuel. I mean, for the Ox engine, somebody brought up it was like, oh, there's 700 freaking whatever, in my opinion, they don't store the fuel in the wings. How could that work? When they bank, all the fuel would go one way, and then you bank the other way, and then the fuel the other way. I don't think that's how airplanes should fly or would fly if you designed it.
Yeah, there would be a stability problem for the pilot.
Yeah, it definitely would. Yeah. So I mean, for ignorant people, you wouldn't know that, but no, you're not going to store fuel in the wings. That would be the worst place to store it, in my opinion. Because I mean, working with those engineers on the airplanes and shit, from the interior to the exterior, the worst place to store fuel would be in the wings. And I know for a fact the airplanes I worked on, and these are freaking $60 million, $70 million, $80 million airplanes, they didn't put any fuel in those wings. But I wasn't working on commercial aircraft, but I could. I mean, it pretty much, to me, it seems like it would be the same thing. But because you have to have balance, you're not going to put fuel in the wings when you bank, and then all the fuel's going to fall one way or the other. I mean, dude, trying to travel through the air, and have to deal with like all the fuel moving one way or the other. I don't know. Maybe, hey, I'm not an engineer, but I just think that would be the wrong way to design a plane. You're just going to have a fuel tank like you have in a car. You're going to put your fucking fuel tank on top of the engine or some shit. Oh, gravity makes the fuel travel faster. I don't fucking know. I mean, as a matter of fact, I worked there for 10 years, and I worked with the engineers all the time, and they never brought up fuel because we were talking about the interior. Bro. I just don't
understand. Also, we have Bill Casey, who worked for the company commissioned to make those rockets for NASA, Rocketdyne. He said he witnessed a lot of explosions and engine failures. And he said the main problem is they had 2 types of engines. One was more powerful than the other. And the most powerful one that they wanted to use would vibrate as the fuel was going through the engine. the exhaust flow would be vibrating and setting off this kind of uneven flow, right? Which increased the instability of the engine, and then it would blow up, basically. Well, right? And he then did the maths.
I'm wondering, Jedi. I mean,
hang on a second. I'm nearly there. The possibility of sending a rocket to the moon, he said, was 0.014% of a chance. That was Bill Kaysing, who worked for Rocketdyne. What was his job? Bill Kaysing's job was to document. He was the technical reporter, and he had what was known as the Grey Pass that allowed him to visit every orifice of NASA. There was no door that was closed to this man, okay, Bill Kaysing. He worked for Rocketdyne, so he had every access to all of NASA with his Grey Pass, okay? And he said we never went to the moon. He wrote a book in that regard called We Never Went to the Moon, which you can read on PDF. And there's a video accompanying that as well. We Never Went to the Moon. Bill Kaysing, watch it. You'll learn a lot. And you'll see, you'll see a man.
I'm wondering if, like, the best option.
You'll see a man who just wants to tell the truth. I'm finished now.
No, that's good. And I'm wondering if when the engineers for commercial aircraft to be like, hey, all right, we've designed this huge aircraft and we're going to travel across the world. The best place we can store fuel, because we've run out of room in engineering, we're going to store the fuel in the fucking wings of the aircraft.
Yeah, and then you hear the guy explaining, right, that they put the fuel in the wings for the center of gravity, right? This is on YouTube. I just watched this guy explaining the idea. I didn't watch it to the end because I was just pissed off.
No, I haven't watched a video about it. It just doesn't make sense to me at all.
No,
even just as a sensible person, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it didn't make sense to me either. But I wanted to know why they say they put it in the wing. So you got this. There's a guy in the airline industry that is on YouTube, and he's the go-to. Right? I've forgotten his name now, but he's the go-to for all this explanation.
I mean, just for people traveling in commercial aircraft, they're going to travel for friggin' 14, 15 hours across the earth. It's like, we're good. Once we get up there, boom, we're good. I mean, I'm sure there could be a certain portion of the wings that could be
that's right.
utilized.
I was trying to get this point out, and that is his explanation is involving the center of gravity. Now, I thought if you're going to explain it, you don't need to bring the center of gravity at all. It's the center of balance or the center of mass, but not the center of gravity. It's got nothing to do with gravity. Balance has got nothing to do with gravity. So he shouldn't be using, we put it in the wings to keep the center of gravity of the plane. No, you don't. You put
maybe some are a little confused. Maybe there's a portion of the wings that are used to as storage that are close to the fuselage.
Correct.
For fuel.
Close, yeah. Again, that would be for the center.
I mean, you have to maintain center of gravity.
Not gravity. No, not gravity. Balance.
No. Center of gravity for purpose.
Center of balance, not gravity.
Yeah, center of balance. Same.
Gravity's got nothing to do with
thing.
it. Got nothing to do with gravity.
No.
That's what I'm saying. We're using words that have no meaning in the sentence, that keep us invested in the idea of gravity. The
center of balance. All right,
center of mass is more appropriate.
But you can't put fluid too far outside.
Because you're going to upset the balance of the vehicle. Right, and it's not the gravity. You're not upsetting the gravity.
All right, cool.
You're causing gravity.
Now we're talking about the same thing.
You could cause a gravity accident. A grave accident,
but it has to be in the design, and be tested multiple times before it actually works.
Yeah, just like when they say G-force. I don't use G-force. I stopped that back in 2015. No more G-force. It's acceleration force, lateral force, centrifugal force. I don't use G. The word G doesn't come into it. Got nothing to do with gravity. When you're in the, what they call that? You know, the G-force simulator to see how many G's a pilot can withstand. That would be lateral force.
Yeah, in the simulator, if you're going, that's centrifugal force, man.
Yeah,
if you're in the simulator,
it's not
G-force. That's you spinning around.
That's right. That's the spin centrifugal force, lateral force. Yeah, you see, so we got to be careful when they use these words. Got to pull them up every time. It's got nothing to do with gravity. Gravity doesn't exist, so don't use the word G.
No, I got you, brother. Yeah. No, I agree with you, but it's just, I just call it weight. It's weight. I don't use it. It's weight, and when you call something acceleration outwards, centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force.
Check this out. Somebody was talking about. I think earlier today or yesterday was talking about centripetal force.
Yes,
there's no such thing as that shit either.
No, that's right. Things going inwards. There's another magic word there.
Yeah, there's no magic force pulling you towards how you're moving.
No, it's always outwards. It's always outwards. Always outwards, yeah.
It's like when you're standing still, hey, no secret. When you're standing still, standing somewhere, and you're sitting in a chair or whatever, and you're not moving and you feel comfortable, here's the secret. You're not moving.
That's right. That's why you're comfortable.
What the fuck is gravity in fucking centrifugal force? Or centripetal force. I mean, I know what centripetal or centrifugal force is. I mean, that's you if you're moving, how you feel. I mean, I fucking love roller coasters. I'll ride a roller coaster all day. Merry-go-rounds kind of make me sick now. When I was a kid, I liked them. But if I'm just sitting there watching, sitting there in a chair, having a drink, smoke a cigarette, whatever, and I ain't moving, you know why? It's because I ain't fucking moving. And neither is the earth.
Yeah.
And if I'm sitting there for fucking 6 hours and I watch the sun move across the sky, am I moving or is the sun moving?
Yeah,
it's the sun that's moving.
Obviously.
Prove me I'm wrong. Prove I'm wrong that I see the sun moving across the sky.
Yeah.
Because in the heliocentric model, they say the only reason I observe that is because the sun is moving.
At 66,600 miles an hour, you're seeing the sun move. That's fast. While still spinning at 1,000.
Well, they also say it's relative, right?
Yeah.
Fuck that. Show me this globe. And, bro, how about you go tomorrow, sit on your back porch, cook a couple hot dogs, fucking sit on your back porch and watch the sun move across the sky and tell me you're moving.
Yeah.
And it's complicated, but it's that simple. It's like, is the sun moving or is the earth moving? Now, if the earth is moving, you sitting on the earth So you might as well be moving. If they claim that you're moving and the sun is stationary, you're moving. But when you watch the sun move across the sky, they claim, oh, well, it's the sun moving.
According to Einstein, there's no visible experiment that can show whether it's the sun or the earth moving.
Yeah. He said that in 1933, Kyoto.
Yeah, 100 fucking years ago.
Yeah, in Japan here. Kyoto University.
Yeah, I mean, did your freaking teachers tell you that Einstein said you can't tell the difference? Did your fucking teachers tell you that you can't tell the difference?
Never mentioned those words at all.
No, they didn't. They didn't tell me either. I had to fucking believe the Earth was a globe for, let's see, over 30 years when I finally figured out that it's not.
Yes. 53 years in my case. Or should I say 46 if I subtract the years that I wasn't at school.
Yeah, it was about 30. I can't remember the exact day.
Those years would be when I was
in the
born
mid-30s. I figured out this fucking shit was bullshit. I figured it out.
What up to the 87?
Doesn't matter when you figure it out. Once you figure it out, then you. It's just like, bro, Einstein fucking figured this shit out 100 years ago, and him and others had figured it out, even if Einstein was a real fucking character or whatever. It's just like, and all the weak arguments with the globe is like, oh, well, it's a globe because of this. No, this one that we just talked about, that's the proof. I mean, where's this curvature? Where's this freaking spin? Yeah, but it's not so hard, y'all. Not so hard. It's like, oh. A lot of the globies, I mean, in the YouTube chat, and like, oh, well, you, they know different about me, but they choose to not pay attention to me. But they're like, oh, your religious idea is about the flat because you believe it's religious. Every flat earther I know that's a real flat earther. That's just like, it's like ping, ping. It's like bulletproof armor. When you bring up some bullshit like that, all these globies that just fuck with people in the YouTube chat and shit. It's just like ding, ding, ding. It's just like, I mean, is this your chat or our chat? What the fuck are you doing? I mean, it's like, you think you're gonna change your mind? No, we're not here to change your mind. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing here then? Why don't you go somewhere else and freaking play around with with your globy believers? Like, because it's not as fun. And to be honest, I went through all that drama tonight. No, I just went all through that drama tonight. All the people in the live YouTube chat are just like, no, it's a lot more fun here because I know you guys all know that the Earth is flat, but and used to know that the Earth was a globe too. But when we talk to globies, they're boring. But I'd rather talk to you guys. Well, then fucking respect our chat, bro, because they otherwise get the fuck out. And I told them that, and I don't know. Sorry, I'm bloviating and venting because there was some drama going on in the YouTube chat earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a guy called Deck, wasn't he, from Australia, and he was just not playing ball. Wasn't being honest enough, I thought.
No, it wasn't just him. It's been going on for a few days. I'm dealing with it. Go ahead.
Oh, right. But yeah, wonder what happened to that Australian guy in the end.
Oh, in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, in the 24/7 chat yesterday or earlier on today.
What was his name?
Deck, DEC from Australia.
Oh, DEC. Let me check. Let me check on it. I'll check it. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was in here with GB Jedi. We had
so many assholes in there. I can't keep track.
Miggy as well, trying to get him on. Keep him on the honest side of things, keeping it all integral. But he didn't want to play ball that way. He was just a slippery bugger. He was the guy that said he couldn't tell if he was standing or not. Maybe a few days ago, or whatever. Couldn't tell if he was standing. And you guys clipped that comment that he made. He was asked, "Are you standing up? Are you sure?" And he started saying he couldn't be sure if he was standing on his own 2 feet.
Was he here in the server?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was there a few hours back. Maybe yesterday, your time, late or early, whatever.
Oh, I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, it's like people bitch about the, how I regulate the live stream and shit. I mean, live stream voice tags and stuff. It's just like, oh, I can't fucking be there all the time. That's why I have fucking moderators.
That's right. But yeah, it was funny though. The Australian, he was just obfuscating all this stuff. He really wasn't.
I fucking love the Aussies, bro.
Typical Glober. Just not wanting to concede, and people were saying we're not really moving forward with this conversation. We're not, because you got one party not being honest.
I don't see where Deck was actually banned from the server.
No, I didn't say he was banned.
All right, cool.
No,
He'll be back.
Yeah, I didn't say he was banned. I just wondered what happened. What was the end result of the discussion?
Last text I see from him was 3:15 yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say round about
hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Hey, Deck, thanks for your participation here. We are a bunch of assholes, but we're reasonable.
No, who's saying we're assholes? That's not us. We're not always.
Well, I am. I'm an asshole, but I'm reasonable.
Mate, yeah. I'm not.
I'm
not a hole of an ass ahead of a dick. That's for sure.
Yeah, Jen, you are really cool. I'm an asshole. I'll just say it. I'm an asshole when I need to be, but for the most part, I'm cool.
Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, yeah. When you gotta be, you gotta be.
So it's like if somebody triggers me around, just somebody stop me.
That's right.
Yeah, you don't want to meet the asshole.
Yes. Don't make him angry, because you won't like him when he's angry.
Like the Hulk. Yeah. It's just like it's kind of. I like the Avengers movie when they have the whole David Banner. He's like the peaceful scientist, and he's trying to all be like. It's like, can't we all just get along? And then when he turns into the Hulk, he's just like, motherfucker, I'm coming after you, bitch! I'm destroying the entire everything.
Yes.
That's me. Watch me. Don't fucking get me like that. I promise. Yeah, I'm David fucking Banner. He's my favorite character on the Avengers.
Yeah, no, Mr. Banner. Yeah.
It's like, I'm a peaceful genius till you piss me off. And then people are like, oh, I'm sorry I pissed you off either. No. Oh, nigga, you went too far. It's over.
Yeah, I've always liked Iron Man from the 70s.
Yeah, I like Iron Man too. Yeah, I mean,
I've always liked Iron Man from the 70s.
Well, Iron Man from the 70s, and just the character altogether.
That was when I was into it. Yeah, that was when I was into the Avengers and the Marvel comics. So I used to get the Iron Man one. I used to like that. I used to like watching the cartoons and reading the comics.
Yeah. Well, I didn't read the comics, but just the.
Yeah, I started reading the comics in Nigeria, by the way, not even in Britain. I'd watched the animation in Britain, but then when I got to Nigeria, there wasn't any cartoons, you see, on TV in Nigeria in the 70s that I could watch the Avengers or any of that stuff on. Not even Tom and Jerry. So I ended up buying the comics when I saw them. See? That's how I got into reading the Avengers. My first trip to Africa happened in 1969, 1970. And we went by plane. And I remember the flight very well. I remember the food. I remember two parts of the food I ate, and that was mashed potatoes, green peas. I don't remember the main course, funny enough.
Wait, let me ask you this. Did you ever have mashed potatoes before that?
Oh, yeah. I had it at school all the time. Loved mashed potatoes. My mum used to make them for us as well.
I was going to say, goddamn.
Yeah. So I remember that. I remember on the plane, because we left from England, yeah? So, I already was well accustomed to English food. But I just don't remember what the main course was. But I remember the green peas and mashed potatoes, funny enough. And I remember going through the scanners. So as they check you as you go through, I remember that. Turning right and getting on the plane. Okay, all right. And looking out the windows and then everything, the horizon was level, but I didn't clock that wasn't registering as, it's a leveled horizon. I didn't sit and say to myself as a kid, oh, the horizon is level. I didn't register that. But that's the image I carry. Yeah.
Flat globe, right?
Yeah, right. I didn't even think about globe. I wasn't even thinking of globe. But the memories are there. And when I look at the images, I can clearly see that the horizon is level. It wasn't curving at all above the clouds.
It's like,
great.
I'm going 500 miles over a curvature. Yeah.
It was a great experience to fly. And I knew I was in Africa because we could see lots of jungle. Lots of.
Where did you land in Africa?
Nigeria we went to.
In Nigeria. Is that, that's near the eastern coast, right?
Western coast, isn't it? Nigeria is west.
My bad.
West coast Africa.
Oh, is it south of Ethiopia?
Yeah. It's south, but it's west coast, isn't it? West coast, west side. It's where the P is, next to Morocco, below Morocco.
Forgive me. I don't have Africa.
Nigeria.
I know where everything is in America, but I don't know much about Africa.
Oh, yeah, I'm the same. I know some parts of the state. I don't know everywhere, but I know most of it.
Well, I'm just wondering. So Nigeria is south of Ethiopia. Now, where the Ethiopia?
Well, what it is, if you follow Africa from the west, it looks like a letter P, doesn't it? Right where that curve is, the P curve.
Sure, the P curve.
That's it. So right where it starts to drop down, that will be Nigeria right there. So you follow the P all the way around, and then you draw the line down straight where the line meets that semicircle. That right where it meets, that would be Nigeria.
All right, so it's nowhere near Ethiopia.
No.
Okay. I think I knew where Nigeria was, but I just wanted to make sure.
So, yeah. Never mind. But
I know what you're talking about.
When you fly over, you fly over Spain, some sea, and then you get to Africa, and then you know you're in Africa because it's dust, desert, and then jungle. Back then it was, anyway. It was good flight. Looking out the window, I had to crane my neck though because my younger brother was right by the window.
So when you got to Nigeria,
it was bloody hot.
It was fucking hot. And then I mean, you traveled there with your parents?
Yeah.
So what happened after that? So you were
after arriving in Nigeria, my uncles took us off in limousines to our cousin's house, my uncle's house.
What? Yeah. You had limousines waiting for you? You fucking captain of the world?
My dad.
Dude, all you guys are, I mean, you just like, all the Nigerians are just like, who's this fucking royalty?
Yeah, that's what it was like, because my dad ran an Opel / Volkswagen car company, you see, with his brother, my uncle. That was why we were going to Nigeria, to see that the business was running well, making sure everything was tickety-boo, and we were there. We had to go to school, of course, so it wasn't a holiday. So we were there for 1.5 years, living in Nigeria. It was good. So limousines, not those really super stretched limousines that you have in America, mediocre sized ones. Yeah. Remember, I'm a kid.
Oh,
so it's quite impressive.
It was my microphone. Last I heard, you said, it was my dad. He ran an
he ran a Volkswagen.
You know what's funny is I think
he ran a Volkswagen.
I have an electronical issue here, and I thought you were about to say he ran an opium bin.
No.
I'm just fucking with you, Ken.
Opel, which is like affiliated with GM. You know the Opel sign, the circle with the zigzag going through it. That would be Opel, a German company who are affiliated with GM Motors, by the way. Okay, Opel, GM, and Volkswagen. So that was the business that they were running.
I know what that's about.
Yeah, I thought you did. Yeah, I didn't learn that till later on in the 80s. But as a kid, I used to think...
Well, it might as well be an opium den, I guess.
So, it was good, man. And...
so you had fun when you went to...
we had brilliant fun in Nigeria, yeah. In fact, one time, right, when we were on our way back from school, an oil tanker knocked down an electron pylon and the cables hit the top of our car. Did you hear what I said? The electric cables was bouncing off the top of the roof of the car.
Mm-hmm. Pulled you up.
We were lucky. No damage. No damage to the car. It was by the roof.
Damage.
Yeah, but wow, that was amazing. I remember that accident. One of them Esso oil tanker trucks. You know the oil tanker trucks that deliver the fuel to the petrol station? Yeah? Well, it got the turning wrong. It couldn't make this right turn properly, and it had to reverse back. But unfortunately, it reversed back into an electric pylon, which then the cables landed on the car that we were in. Opel Record. Lovely car.
So it just shot fuel all over the car?
No. The fuel was all intact. The truck hit an electric pylon post with all the cables connected to it, and then it snapped all the cables off, and the cables were bouncing off different cars, including our car. Live electric.
Really? So it malfunctioned?
I don't know if it did, because I wasn't driving. I was in the passenger seat.
Well, I'm just wondering. I mean, it's supposed to be like a scheduled event. Yeah, apparently there was some type of malfunction. I was just wondering.
What it was the truck. The truck itself couldn't go around the corner properly. He got it wrong. The driver got it wrong. So he obviously had to reverse, right? And whilst he was trying to reverse, he knocked over an electric pylon post. Where you could... Yes, that's what he did, you see. And in doing so,
that's so your dad was really pissed at that point.
Right. And in doing that, he disconnected the cables, of course, from the post itself. And those live cables were bouncing off of cars, including our car. Right.
So everybody else was pissed off too.
Everybody was screaming. People were screaming, running for fear. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, man.
And you were just like laughing your ass off the whole time.
Well, actually, I was just watching in surprise and hoping we didn't go up in smoke. But
I hope I don't get in trouble for this. I was just hanging around.
Yeah, I was in the car, man, just fucking hoping we don't go.
Shit, that sounds like a disaster.
It was a disaster, man.
That sounds funny, man.
It was, because we were stuck there for a few minutes now, whilst it was all made safe and the truck managed to make the turn. It was a good 20 minutes.
20 minutes? I bet your dad was about to blow his fucking top.
Yeah, all the tailback of the traffic. It was a nightmare, man. We got home late.
That's funny.
Remember that? That was a late one, yeah. And we went straight into the prayer room because my
guys still talk about that now, dude.
Yeah,
that's so loud.
Yeah, I remember it well because we got back to my cousin's house. And my uncle said, right, let's get in the prayer room. We had to go and pray for that we were alive.
And all you talked about was that.
Yeah. We were talking about that for days. Honestly. Yeah, man.
Let's get in the prayer room.
Get in the prayer room, because it's we're a Muslim family. That was when prior to going to Nigeria, I'd never prayed in a prayer room because we lived in London. We never had one of those. But my cousin, my uncle, who was, a devout Muslim, he had the prayer room, he had all the rosary beads, everything, and we had to pray every day. It got me pissed off completely.
I know,
we had to pray every day, 5 times a day, every day.
You've talked about it many times, but I bet he couldn't wait to get you in there to talk about this with your dad.
Yeah, it was funny, that was. But we had to pray in the weekends. It was 5 times. During the weekdays, probably like 3 times. In the morning, coming back from school, you pray, and then before you go to bed. Weekends, it was 5 times a day because you get up early.
Was that while you were in London? You had to do that?
No, that was in Nigeria. I'd never done it in London before, you see.
Oh, okay.
So it was a bit of a shock to be praying, and you don't know what you're saying. You're just trying to mimic and copy what you hear.
Okay, uncle. Okay, cousin.
Yeah, okay, uncle. That's right. And then you have to, you just had to follow because I hadn't learned anything. You put all the robes on.
Your dad kind of knew, but didn't follow it.
Well, he was busy when he came to England. Now, after living in Nigeria for so many years, obviously he had picked up some of the Western ways, and he wasn't praying 5 times a day. No, he wasn't. Too busy. He was really busy. Studying, trying to run a business and get to work and make money. And we were moving all over the place. I remember that. Moving from place to place. So I can remember that clearly.
So he's going to hell and so are you. I'm just playing.
Yeah, it was good stuff though. It was good stuff.
There's nothing wrong with learning tradition and spirituality.
Yeah, but I did enjoy it.
It benefits your life. A lot of people just totally dismiss it, and I kind of relate to you because I grew up as a spiritual person, and I still am.
Yeah, but I'm not really spiritual. I'm not really that religious myself. I mean, I don't pray.
No, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm spiritual in that sense, in the sense that I know the essence of God is there through His creation. Definitely, yeah.
What are you hippies talking about?
The evil has nothing against me.
Yeah.
Come on, devil. What you got?
Yeah, bring it on. But I used to like watching Tom and Jerry, Scooby-Doo, Autocat and Automouse. Do you remember? I don't think you remember that one before your time. Autocat and Automouse. That was brilliant. That was
talking about. I was Scooby-Doo from the how. You're a little bit older. You're a little bit older than me. Well, you're in
and the wacky races. I used to love the wacky races.
You're like 10 years older than me.
And then Penelope Pit Stop and the Hooded Claw and all that stuff. That was good. Yes.
Yeah, but even
Hong Kong Phooey,
like 10 years behind, it was still good though.
Like, yeah, it was still on. Yeah,
because they still showed that shit on TV because there was a period where before the 70s when they just really didn't have anything better, so they just kept repeating the same shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
all the merry melodies, and the what's the other one? Merry Melodies and.
So I got to see a lot of really cool shit in the early 70s when I was a little kid. Boom.
Woody Woodpecker. That was a good one.
Yeah, dude.
Yes. Oh, that was it. Merry Melodies and Looney Tunes cartoons. They were brilliant. They were.
Yeah,
Roadrunner. Then there was Roadrunner. Yeah, Roadrunner. Wile E. Coyote.
Just because you're about 10 years older than me doesn't mean I ain't seen all that shit.
Yeah, dude, okay, yeah. I suppose you have. Yeah, but can't you see that we had a lot of American influence in England? A lot.
Yeah, American influence in England. And just like I was talking with Bong the other night, he's from American Samoa. I mean, look how far away that shit is, right?
Yeah, right. That's a lot.
He joined the American Navy.
Well, there you go.
For the most part, he's American, And I mean, you have the English accent, but he has an American accent.
That's right. Yes,
he lived on a fucking island that's way the fuck out there, and his accent is American.
Yeah, it's funny how after the war, the military thing was still around because I was born in 61. That would be 15, 16 years later, and then in the 70s, I ended up joining the Army Cadets. There you go. Look at that. Hey. So it was still a thing.
I thank the Lord, God being, that I never joined the military. But maybe it wasn't good for me. I don't think I should have. But hey, I'm glad that you did and that Bong did because
I enjoyed it.
And other people that I talked to that know shit about the military. Otherwise, I wouldn't fucking know.
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
They tell me all kinds of shit that I wouldn't know otherwise. So.
The food was most certainly excellent. Lovely food. Always looked forward to the meals. There wasn't one meal I didn't like, I'd have to say. When you work so hard, man, you'd eat a horse.
Yeah, you're a team. You're there together.
Yeah.
Who's better
one
than
meal that I can say was terrible.
Who's better than
even when we're in the bush. Even when we're in the bush, the food was good then as well. Because we'd be eating compo rations. So this stuff's coming out of cardboard boxes and cans, and then you're heating them up on the fire. It was really good. Chicken Supreme, I remember, was a really good one. Chicken Supreme, that was lovely. Oh, couldn't get enough of that stuff.
Hey.
And canned apple pie. Or apple strudel, that was good. Wow!
Yeah, I'll tell you, as far as my spirit goes, I knew I wasn't supposed to be military, but I do respect everyone that is.
Good stuff. So it was all good. I'll give it that. It was good. I can't say I hated the experience. I didn't like not being promoted though, but I was a bit insubordinate here and there. But there you are.
On you. Once you join, I mean that's everything. Once you say yes. Everything else is on you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's why I never said yes, because I wasn't built for it.
Yeah, I did it. I joined there with my friends. Did 3
years.
No,
I didn't say to hell with everybody. I'm just like, you have to know where you are when you...
Oh, yeah. I knew where I was, man. I was really, really good at map reading. Map reading extraordinaire, Tim, was... So we always won the competitions. We always came in first. And coming in first meant you get the lift back to camp, to HQ. Others had to.
You don't have to fucking carry.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't have to fucking point a gun and shoot somebody.
Yeah,
no, I'm just fucking with you.
You know, it's not just about the military.
You might have to. You might have to. You never
it's
know.
not just about having been in the military or not. There's also the infantry and support, you know.
Yeah.
Even non-military, you might have to fucking point a gun at somebody and shoot them.
I'm just saying there's a whole nother level or another layer to that dimension, you know.
That's right. You're right there, Smurf. Nice to hear your voice.
What's up, buddy? Oh, yeah, dude. I'm just up in the middle of the night here.
Right on.
It's a beautiful day over there, yeah?
Yeah, it is, yeah. We've had a lovely day, yeah.
Hey,
nice,
don't
mild.
mind me. I just wake up, and it's inspiring to hear this, you know, I just hit the water pipe, man. It's a great place to be.
You know what's really interesting? It was a really nice day here in Central America.
Hell yeah.
How was the day? I mean, it was like 65, cloudy skies, but the sun was
full sunshine today.
Yeah, it was sunshine. It was just like.
But earlier on, it was like a -2 degrees Celsius.
What?
Why just thank God every day?
Cold as fucking England, but it was a.
No, this is Japan. This is Japan. -2.
Saying they tricked it. They call them the infantry. You know, the young people. They trick them, the teenagers, to go kill each other. But man, I just thank God every day for each day. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it because it broke up the lifestyle from being in the the estates we live on, playing football and that. But then you ended up shooting weapons, climbing, jumping out of planes. Fucking brilliant.
Forgetting that you're in fucking Japan, Jen, because you're. But I'm actually kind of upset because the weather is so general here. I actually want it to be cold so that shit can be normal because it's late February. It should be cold here.
Yeah, it's just gone past.
Not that I want it to be because shit. We had a nice storm a couple of weeks ago, and I couldn't go to work, and so I lost a week of work because I couldn't get there, and so I lost a whole paycheck.
Well, I just say every day is a good day. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Every day is a new day.
Even though it's the middle of the night here.
Jake!
It's actually 3 in the morning here, but yeah.
Granted, and I learned from my mistakes. Anyway, that's
we need to, we need to revolt. Revolution, that's the word.
What time is it in Japan, man?
Oh, it's 4:00. Oh.
Hey, he lives in the future. Don't listen to him. Don't listen.
Yeah, it's coming up. Sorry, I was just an hour out.
5:00. He lives in the future. Don't listen to a god.
He's from the future, dude.
Yeah,
4:50. He got a phone to the
coming
future.
up for 5 p.m. Just coming up for 5 p.m. India. So we're coming up to the 5 p.m. mark. So we're coming up for 3/4 of the day is already gone. 3/4 of Thursday's gone.
Man's from the future, dude.
Yeah, I'm approaching the last quarter.
You can actually talk to the future.
16 hours in the future. And he's just like we're not. I think you're about 16 hours, right, Jen? What time is it now?
It's coming up for 5 p.m. Okay.
5, and it's 2 here where I live in Central Time. So it's even more than 16 hours. You like figure 21 hours in the future.
21 hours, man.
Holy fucking shit!
Yes.
Wait, it's going to be 2 a.m. in 2 minutes, 1 minute, and it'll be 5 for you.
Yeah.
So you're 22 hours or 21 hours in the future.
Brilliant. Yeah. Rapidly. It's currently 6 degrees Celsius.
That's what I'm saying. You listen to him, but pay attention to what he's saying because he's 21 hours in the future.
Yeah, man. It's going to be -5 tonight. -5 in the evening.
Celsius.
-5 Celsius, yeah. That's cold. That's cold.
That's cold as fuck. Even in Fahrenheit, that's cold as fuck.
Yeah.
Well, how the fuck is it that cold when it's cold here too?
We're living in the northern hemisphere, man.
Oh, I thought Tokyo was in the southern.
Nah, we're in the northern hemisphere, man.
Okay, well, I thought you were nearer toward the quote unquote equator. So Tokyo is not near the equator?
No. Well, it's not. We're not near the equator. No, we're not near the equator. Japan is not.
Oh, you're probably about as far from.
We're up by Russia. We're up by Russia and China and that.
How far is? I mean, you live near Tokyo, right?
Well, I'm a good few hundred miles away from Tokyo.
North or south?
I'm in the sticks. I'm in the sticks, due north.
All right, cool. So how far is Tokyo from the so-called equator?
Oh, that's thousands of miles.
No, it's not.
It's got to be. Look, it's a few hours flight. Yeah, it's a number of hours flying. I mean, you got to get to near Malaysia and all that. Yeah, and that's a good 8-hour flight.
Right. How about this? Better question would be, what latitudinally? What is your latitude?
Yeah, I can never remember that.
Because I mean, when it comes to winter time and summertime,
what's the latitude?
We might experience the same type of. I mean, I don't know why, but I thought since you were in Japan, you're like. I know Australians. I talk to Australians, and they're like, "Oh, southern latitude. It's wintertime here, but it's summertime here when it's winter there." But I don't know why in my brain, all the people in Japan are experiencing fucking summer too, but you guys are in winter too. Is there any?
No, we're in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah. There's no portion of Japan that's below the fucking equator.
No, none. None at all. No. We've got 3,000 islands here. Yeah. Over 3,000 islands, and they're all in the northern hemisphere.
3,000 islands.
Wow.
All right. So never mind. You don't have to answer that question.
There's over 3,000 islands.
Well, but I'm still
that they let us know
about what latitude, because I don't even know what my fucking latitude is. I mean, I'm in the heart of America. I mean, I'm in Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's just like,
oh yeah, I know where Arkansas.
You put a line across North America. I'm right in the fucking middle of it.
Yeah, Arkansas. Bill Clinton country.
Yeah, you love Bill Clinton, don't you?
Yeah, I do, don't I?
I'm just fucking with you. No. Anywhere. I mean, it's just where. I mean, in the South, there's a lot of politicians that have come from Southern America.
Hey, it's like 3 a.m. here. I don't know about them politicians, but I love you guys. You guys are the truth,
Yeah,
I still
about them politicians.
Yeah, them politicians. Them just liars, man.
Yeah, I don't like them, man. But I like y'all. Y'all are the best.
I don't like them politicians either. You know what I'm saying?
It's 3 a.m. here, so I'm just. That sounds right.
No, I'm actually really curious about you don't have to tell us where you are, Jan, but where's Tokyo in the northern hemisphere as far as latitude?
No, I'm not able to give you that. I'm still looking. I asked for the question, and the answer hasn't come up yet. It's given me all the COVID cases and everything, but no longitude.
COVID cases?
Giving me COVID cases, but no longitude, latitude at all.
Shit. Now I'm going to have to look it up. I bet I can find it in 5 seconds.
Well, I'm looking now. I'm now looking in the Wikipedia bit. See if it's going to come up there.
Hey, that's so cool that it's like afternoon time in Japan.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. We got a man in the future.
Okay, so it's 35 degrees north, right? And latitude east, 139 degrees.
See, I knew you'd fucking look it up. And it's about the same where I'm at. Yeah.
Hey, didn't they make money in the past with talking across the ocean? In the past, like the 1800s.
I mean, where's the money at? Do they have a latitudinal line for the money?
That's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I was trying to figure out. Yeah,
it definitely is dominant in the northern hemisphere.
How does that work, dude?
There's a shitload more money when it comes to like information and sources in the northern hemisphere, but I think they exploit the South to create their money, but they don't even have to anymore, because guess what happened in early 1900s? They can make money up out of thin air.
Well, they do, don't they?
and you know what else? After that, in the past couple of years, they can make bitcoins and virtual coins out of thin air that are based on the same virtual money that doesn't fucking exist in the first place. So it's not based on oil or fucking natural resources. So fuck it. It's just money against money. Money makes money, right? Doesn't it?
Yeah. We're in the same place.
Trippy, dude.
Helio, we're in the same latitude line near enough, yeah?
Yeah, I think in Japan, maybe. I think you're a little bit.
I'm looking on the flat Earth map.
As far as latitude goes, but yeah. Essentially,
I'm looking on that. So we're in the same place. So we're getting the same weather. No wonder. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, did you have a warm day today? I mean, it was
it was 6 degrees today. 6 degrees. Tomorrow it's going to be 12.
They made money.
It's going to be.
Well, you said it was cold. I was just.
It was cold at night. At night
wasn't
time.
Cold today for me at all.
Today it was 6 degrees. Hang on. Today daytime it was 6 degrees. Tonight it's going to be -5. Tomorrow it's going to be 12 degrees
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius.
Yeah, what? I have to convert that.
Yeah, so we're going to be nice and warm tomorrow.
5 degrees Celsius would be, I think, approximately what? 30?
30 odd. 30 degrees.
30, 30, between 30. So it's cold as fuck.
Right, but 6 degrees. 6 degrees is mild. It's mild for us, really. That's okay. That's not really that cold with the sun. With the sun behind it, that's nice. It's tolerable. It's nice. It's at night. It's going to be minus.
Hold on.
The mercury's going to drop to -5
degrees. 5 degrees. Wear a jacket. You can stand it outside.
Yeah, I wear shorts. I've got shorts on.
Like I can be out there, take a walk.
I take a run.
I can pull my hood back, and I might even sweat a little bit. I'll take a walk. But anything below that, so, and you know what?
I don't care what the weather is, dude. I got all-wheel drive.
0 Celsius is 32 degrees for us. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 0 degrees Celsius is freezing point for us. So when it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit, that means everything starts freezing around us. And at 0 degrees where you are, things start freezing. That's centigrade, or what you call Celsius or centigrade. It essentially means
centigrade, Celsius. Yeah, same thing.
So what? So when you say it's 30, what degrees centigrade was it today?
Right, today in the daytime it was 6 degrees Celsius, 6 degrees centigrade. 6.
I'm
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Calculations so I can actually. I mean, once I memorize it and just calculate it, I'll just be able to pop, do it. All right, so 6 degrees Celsius.
What is 6 degrees Celsius in
which,
Fahrenheit?
I mean, have you converted to Fahrenheit? Taking the effort.
Okay, it's 42 degrees Fahrenheit.
It would be a little bit above freezing.
42 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Fahrenheit, okay?
42.
6 Celsius is 42.
That's chilly. That's chilly.
Right, good. And it's going to be minus.
It's like, that's jacket weather.
What is minus 5 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
That was in the morning.
So it's going to be 23 degrees Fahrenheit tonight. 23 degrees Fahrenheit tonight. Okay?
That's cold.
Yeah.
That's cold as fuck.
Yeah, that's going to be cold, isn't it? Right?
So,
minus 5 Celsius is 23 degrees
Turn your heater on, shut your windows.
Yeah. Bone shattering cold. That is bone shattering. Don't fall on the floor. Liable to crack your bones.
That ain't bone shattering cold. That's what we get all the time here. What the fuck you talking? 23 is just like, I don't know where. Well, I know where you live.
I got all-wheel drive, and I just don't care what the weather is, man.
I mean, as long as there's not a lot of ice, a lot of water on the ground. I mean, 23 is just. I mean, it's, it's just like, it's just cold, but it's not bone shattering cold. I don't know what you're talking.
I miss the mountains.
Well, minus 5. That's bone shattering cold, boy. That'll break your bones if you fall on the floor.
What, minus 5?
You'll crack like glass. So be careful.
Wait, minus 5 centigrade?
Yeah, 23 degrees Fahrenheit. 23 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, what it is?
23 degrees Fahrenheit. 23 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, you a goddamn lie. So, minus 5 centigrade is 23 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Oh, God, man. You're a pussy. If you think that's cold.
That's bone-shattering cold, that is.
What the fuck? I went through a week of that shit last week.
Yeah, so did I. In shorts and t-shirts. I went out for a run and I felt my body numb up. I was wearing shorts.
Hold on. Did you fall down because of the ice?
Are you saying
No,
I think we're getting our numbers discombobulated.
Are you saying that you like getting ice for health like it makes you feel better?
Well, yeah, exactly.
You actually get in ice once every so often.
That's right.
There can be air that can
appreciate the warmth. So that I can appreciate the warmth.
Oh, I just don't know anything about it. I was trying to.
Yeah, but the temperature can change.
Out of you, or conductive, being cold.
Yeah, what I do is I go out for a run or a walk in the cold weather, so that I drop my body core temperature right down, and then come back and then go through the sensation of thawing out and bringing the body temperature back up. Now that's good for your immune system.
Hey, I find this fascinating. And you do this, you say it strengthens your immune system.
Yeah.
And
convinced unless you show me.
So you make your body very cold and then
unless you show me it was that fucking cold where you live, I actually don't believe you.
No, you can look it up anyway. You can look it up. I mean,
so
I
can look it up. But you're gonna have to send me a link.
day to get very cold.
Yeah, I don't go out every day. I go like 4 or 5 times in the week. Every other day. I do.
It was that fucking cold where I am, but it wasn't that fucking.
There's a dude on YouTube that is some dude, and I'm skeptical all that stuff.
Could be, but
I'm saying there's a dude that's famous about being cold, freezing. He's famous for like being whatever.
I couldn't work for a week because
we'll call him Mr. Freeze. We'll call him Mr. Freeze for now. Yeah.
Sorry, man. I'm really stoned, but I heard it's really good for your health. Is what I'm trying to say. And so
yeah, it does. Yeah, it is good for your health. Yeah, because you bring your body temperature right down. All your muscles stiffen up, right, in your arms and that, and your fingers. It all stiffens up. Your forearms. You try and bend your forearms, and the muscles are stiff. Really weird sensation, right? And your kneecaps are frozen solid. All your kneecaps and that, and your shin bones. Yeah. And then you come back into the house, and even though the heating is off, yeah, you come in, but the house is warm. You'll notice that warmth as soon as you step in, even though the heating is off. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So you appreciate the warmth you have. That's the whole point of the exercise. Strengthen your immune system, sharpen up your senses. You know, most people
I'm curious about the whole point of why you lied about the temperature. That's what I'm curious about.
No, I'm not lying at all. I'm not lying.
Okay, sure you aren't.
No, because here in Japan, I mean, you can want me to send you an image? I'll send it to you, man. Fucking hell.
Well, fucking do it then.
I'm gonna do it. Don't worry. You seem to be stressing out.
The truth in what you're saying. I'm just trying to visualize.
He's stressing out.
Your exercises. I mean, I ain't totally fucked up about it, but whatever.
No, he's stressing out, man. He's stressing out, man.
Hey, Helium.
I can prove what temperature it was on the day that you're claiming the same temperature in Japan. I can fucking prove that shit all fucking day long. But anyway.
Well, I'm going to send you an image of my weather forecast here in Japan, and you can see.
Not the forecast, the precast. When you're saying it was the same fucking temperature.
I'm going to give you what I got right
in
now.
Arkansas as it was where you live in Japan.
Yeah,
send me the evidence.
Hang on, I'm going to give you what I've got.
You're not going to do it because it wasn't.
Since we've been talking, the weather forecast itself has updated itself. Yeah,
I told you, everybody, I'm an asshole.
I'll give you exactly what I got. Don't worry, man.
Yeah, you got.
I can take the arsehole behavior that you push out.
I'm not even angry. I just think you're full of shit.
I got no worries.
You said you got up the next morning, ran, and then you.
I got no worries. Look,
you're talking bullshit with it. You know?
There you go. Can you see it in the live stream voice text? That's currently the situation now. Currently.
Well, I thought you were going to send me the information that I was asking for, but now you're going to send me information that is right now.
Can you see it? Can you see what I've posted to you? Look, can you see it? It's got the numbers are there. All the numbers are there, yeah?
So it's 6 degrees Fahrenheit.
There you go.
I mean, Celsius.
Real feel. Can you see the real feel? It's going to be 7 degrees. It's going to be minus tonight. Tonight it's going to be minus. Tonight. So it's actually colder than what it states. Okay, boy? You got it? I don't bullshit you, man. There's no need for that. I don't do that shit, man. I'm not into all that nonsense. I'm a realist. You know that. I'm a real live wire, man.
No, that's why I'm here, man. I like talking to real people. I was just saying, I heard about cold weather is healthy. So I heard.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, getting outside in cold weather. Yeah,
I'm just trying to imagine. There's something about like.
And to be honest, Jen, I respect you. I'm really giving you a lot of shit because I don't.
Because you like doing it. I know.
I was watching these videos about water and how it's the energy, the memory, like water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Makes you wonder a lot about. You think about cold and warming up stuff. It's like memory. Everything has a memory, you know.
You know what? I think since we talked to people all over the world about centigrade and Celsius versus Fahrenheit, we should be able to convert it immediately. Shouldn't we?
Well, not really. No, not everybody.
No. I think we should. If we're gonna do this, we should do it. It's not even that fucking hard. It's just a simple conversion.
Celsius in Fahrenheit.
It's a simple conversion.
3.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
Now, tomorrow, the mercury is going to rise up to 53.6 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow for us in Japan. That'll be 12 degrees Celsius. Okay?
Yeah, don't babysit us on that shit. We should be able to do this as a very simple process. You know, a simple conversion.
Man,
we talk about math. It's like we're sitting here telling, flat earthers are so dumb and because of the math. But we can't even use a simple conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit. I mean, god damn. I mean, shouldn't we be able to do that as expert flat earthers?
Most Americans, dude, we only care about American measurements, dude.
Okay, well, we should actually. Of course, I mean it's the conversion rate is. I mean, not as far as inches and meters and all that. I can do that, but as far as like temperature, I haven't really perfected that one yet. I can do measurements, but I don't.
Here we go. What's this? At what temperature does water boil at in Fahrenheit?
100.
Oh, sorry, freeze.
Don't mind me. I'm just really.
I don't know. 212.
What is 100 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
100 degrees Celsius and 212 degrees.
Yeah, 212 degrees Fahrenheit.
And when it freezes, it's 0 degrees Celsius and 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The same thing, but so it's.
But what's
32 degrees Fahrenheit? Never mind. I'm fucking with you.
212 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 212 degrees Fahrenheit for boiling point, 0 degrees Celsius, and 100 degrees Celsius.
I'm just wondering how they got those numbers. Like, what does 0 Fahrenheit mean? Is that a point in, like, for Celsius, 0 means freezing point of water.
No, 0 is
in Celsius. That's right.
Below 32, right? So sure.
I don't know why they do that to confuse the world.
That's a really good question. If you're asking
they do that to confuse the world, so you can't unify.
And you don't know, then you don't fucking know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Talking about the conversion rate.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, they do that to confuse everyone. You know, they can't have a standard, can they? Can't have a standard voltage and a standard, of a scale, just so we can all unify on this. It has to be all separate, all confusing.
We don't have to know everything. Just like do you speak Spanish and English?
No, we don't. But we can feel the same temperatures, though, can't we?
Sure. And just like if I'm talking to someone that says, you want a fucking taco? I'm just like, see.
Yeah. That's about all I'd eat with Mexican.
How many fucking tacos do you want? Dos.
Dos. Two. 2 fingers up.
Yeah, but in American, 0 doesn't mean 0.
Yeah, I mean, that country.
You know what? No means the same thing in Spanish as in English.
No, senor. No, senor.
No, senor. Or no. You can just use your hands and be like, no. You can just wave your hand and they know that you're saying no. No.
No, senora. No, senorita. No, senor.
Or you can say, no, man. No. And you just wave your hand. No. They know exactly what the fuck you're saying. If you
Why are you so
no
passionate
means the
about
fucking
this,
same
Ray?
thing in Spanish as it does in English.
Just why?
Maybe we'll be able to answer.
Bocadillo di calamares propabare. Pronto rapido, eh?
All right. Well, God bless you.
La tierra es cubana. Yo prometo.
Mucho gracias. Gracias mucho.
De nada.
Same thing. I mean, it's like, thank you. Thank you very much. That's the muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
The food's great. Thanks.
I kind of know how to say.
De nada. De nada.
I know how to say the entire
That means you're welcome.
in Spanish, guys.
Very good. Very good. I like the Spanish language.
So I mean, it's just like, I know how to say dos cerveza por favor or 10 cerveza and then be like, party time.
Yes.
Well, yo prometo
cerveza, por favor, agua mineral, 2 sin gas, pronto rapido.
I have no idea what that means.
That was 2 beers, 2 mineral waters. Hurry up, please.
Well, you speak too many languages. Is that how do you speak?
That's not
how do you say that in Spanish?
You can't speak too many languages, Helio.
I know. I'm just fucking with him. I started this. It's my problem.
2 is many.
2.
No,
I didn't mean TWO. I meant 2 many.
He who has 2 has 1.
There you go. No, I already know.
Hey,
as far as languages go, Jim has us all beat. You know.
Oh, absolutely. I took Spanish 1 and 2 in high school, and the main thing is that they taught me that I remember to this day is how to say the American Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish.
What? You could say the whole thing?
Yo prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios indivisible con libertad y justicia para todos.
Check this out.
Congratulations. That was good. Now all you got to do is just burn the flag because it doesn't represent.
burn
the fucking flag in fire.
Don't do that, Kim. Don't do that. Don't listen to that fucking asshole.
It's just you want to have a backup of everything. 2 is 1 and 1 is not. That's what that means.
Yeah.
That's from the Navy SEAL team. That's a phrase they say, like common phrase they have.
Right. Yeah, don't listen to this asshole either, Kim.
Is it 2 is 1 and 1 is not? That's all I say.
Yeah,
2 is 1 and 1 is not.
Yeah.
You're pledging allegiance to your destruction. That's the
Kim, don't listen to that fucking asshole either.
Explain to me what it means is like have a backup, whatever it is, a backup radio, a backup tool, a gun, or whatever.
It's like one of us is probably gonna die, but you know.
I was just saying that's important to know. Like 1 is. I'm sorry, I just said it.
You just said it, but anyway.
No, he said it right. He said it right, man. You got to have a backup.
It's 3 a.m. here, but it's great to talk to somebody wide awake in Japan. That's super cool.
Yeah, thank you very much. Super cool talking to you.
You're cutting into his laundry time.
Not yet. No, that's not for a few more hours yet. No, that's,
okay, my bad, Jim.
That's another 9 hours, 10 hours away.
I love this place. You know, that's all I'm saying.
So that Tartaria,
y'all fucking into my. I actually shouldn't be awake right now. I should be going to sleep, and I'm going to.
I tried to say something earlier in that Tartaria server, and they just rumpus over everybody, especially Clay. He will monologue.
Over there?
Yeah, I went over there for a minute.
What was?
I came back here because at least I can talk here. Except when Helio's here, I can't really. I have to get in where I fit in.
Sorry,
just playing Helio.
Yeah, they go through a phase of rumpusing in the cosmology Tartaria server. Yeah, they are at the moment.
They had a global.
Do you really?
And they were trying to say that it was a religion, you know. And this guy was like, "It's not a religion," and he was so passionate about it not being a religion to believe in the heliocentric paradigm. And then he went on to say, like, do you believe in bunny rabbits? So if you see a bunny rabbit, do you believe in bunny rabbits? And like, he was like, well, you know, I don't know if I'm seeing a bunny rabbit. And I was like, he was like, I don't have.
That was funny.
He was like, I don't have. Yeah, he was like, I don't have the I don't know, some sort of he didn't have some the ability to be able to tell if he was actually seeing one.
Yeah,
and I was like,
when he says that, he just say non sequitur, you asshole. I thought you were asking me a real question.
How do we trust you on anything that you say if you don't even know if you're seeing a bunny rabbit that's in front of you?
Yeah. I mean, you can't trust that individual. You can't put him in a position.
Well, you don't have any merit.
He's at the back of the list.
To be telling anybody anything if you can't know when you're seeing a bunny rabbit if you're actually seeing it. Just get out of here with that. Man.
Silly, yeah. Put him at the back of the list. He's at the very back of the queue, right at the back. I don't want to see you.
I didn't get to say that though. They rumpused on and kept going, and nobody said anything about what he said.
Worse than all of us.
I wanted to be able. I had that problem yesterday. But I had to remind them that those who want to be religious about flat Earth, that's fine. If you're taking a biblical viewpoint of flat Earth, that's not a crime. That's fine. Good luck, no problem.
I heard the whole thing. I was ripping the water pipe. It was hilarious, but I don't think many people paid close attention. It was just really funny.
Hey, it's really cool. And I thought about what Smurf was saying right just now. He said, I listened to the whole thing and I was ripping the water pipe.
Yeah.
And,
but that's the truth is that it was funny. That dude, I'm trying to say that it wasn't really logical what the dude was saying.
Not logical and not fair,
I didn't bother paying close attention and it was funny. I'm just saying.
Ashley comes back here trying to tell us what she said, and then we're all ripping on. Not ripping, but just talking over it. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, basically.
Said that he lost all merit, everything he had said previously. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't have any merit then if you don't know if you're living in reality. And if you have that mindset of being a brain into that.
Flat Earthers as someone that actually has something to offer to the conversation. We're flat earthers, so we already are wrong. So they're right, and so they don't even have to prove anything. The flat earthers are dumb.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're going to have to own that shit, Kim. You're going to have to own it.
What was I supposed to do? Like, I don't even frequent that server, but
you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. You probably did it there. I didn't hear the conversation, and you probably owned it there. Dude, we own it.
I couldn't get a
just
word.
own that shit. If you own it, they know that about you. You own it. And it's just like, are you ever going to change my mind? They're going to change your mind. Like, motherfucker,
well, the reason why, but here's the thing. The reason why I couldn't get a word in is because not even a Glober, it was Clay under seal, was monologuing the whole time.
Yeah, he can be a bitch sometimes. Hey, Clay under seal, if you're listening, shut the fuck up, asshole.
I tried to tell him, I was like, Clay, please stop monologuing, please.
Yeah, he can do that sometimes.
He does that here too. But
yeah,
we get on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's why I can say that because. But yeah, I mean, if Kim wants to say something, let her fucking say it. You don't have to fucking. I mean, the whole world doesn't sit on your shoulders, Claire and Lucille. Freaking let other people talk, man. We love you, but fucking hold back. The world is not standing on your shoulders, bro. We love you.
I think they let him monologue over there a little more than we do here. So
sure, because we call people out when they're being dicks, and most of the time.
Yeah, it's a whole different environment over there. So I have to really kind of gauge and feel the room out, man.
Nah, it's all good. I mean, especially when you move from one room to another and you get like.
Well, I'm comfortable here. I mean, even if I can't speak, like every now and then, like I find that in and I say something. Like today with Gregory, he was making some awesome points with that dude from Australia.
Yeah.
And the only time I ever interjected was to provide like another way of saying what he was saying. Like I wasn't coming in and trying to divert the whole thing. Just like
I love
clarifying.
Gregory. He's so peaceful. He never gets it.
He's so amazing, man. He is what's up. Like, all the things he was spitting out today was facts. Facts. I just have a layman's terms way of saying things where other people have a wide vocabulary.
We're partners with the Tartaria chat, but just a different style.
I think Jen understands that a lot because Jen goes back and forth. And Smurf too. I think we all understand it.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Yeah, we understand that.
I know the mic. What's up?
Oh, you just know the vibe of the Cosmology Tartaria server.
Oh yeah,
versus here.
Yeah,
it's
definitely
entertaining.
The irritating vibe. Hey, bro, we all know that. Yeah, we know.
Well, I find myself listening over there more than I speak. But one time, Jen and me were over there. And
they entice you to come. It's just like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm.
Well, they were trying to say that each pressure gradient needed a container, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, that's so right.
Silly. I was like, what?
I mean, we're still partners with them.
There's like not just a pressure gradient, but a density gradient too. Like it's seeking equilibrium, and it's never finding rest because it's dynamic. It's always being
dynamic in flux. Exactly. Beautiful.
Yes,
that's right.
And it's being used while it's always being used, and entropy takes place because of the high pressures and low pressures, and that's why we get wind and all of the storms and all the crazy stuff that's going on in the sky is because of all the things that we know and observe here on the ground.
That's correct. All under that container. Without it, you ain't going to have it.
You ain't gonna have a pressure gradient at all.
Yeah, if you haven't got a container. I mean, these guys are just dumb, man.
But the pressure goes with the density. The reason why there's different pressures is because there's different densities. It's hand in hand. It's just ridiculous that they said you need a container for each pressure gradient. Like, no, because they mix and mingle in their dynamics.
Yeah.
It was so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Who was saying that? Sorry. Who said that? Sorry.
I don't know.
Some of the individuals in the cosmology server. Yeah, these are globers, you know.
He had a Batman symbol, but he's not our Batman guy. He had like a silver Batman symbol.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I thought you said that Targaryen was saying that.
Yeah, I have a great memory, so I can remember things like that.
No,
let me ask you guys something. What was I felt like I was getting responses? Or was it just my microphone fucking up recently? Were you guys hearing me when I was talking for like last?
Not now, no. Not recently, no.
Fuck!
Good thing, because we were talking.
Dude, I was talking to you guys with my microphone not
hear a single thing.
Son of a
bitch! We couldn't hear you at all. It was quite pleasant, actually.
I love you.
Fuck you back, bitch! I think I'm going through a redundancy fucking spiral with y'all assholes and me assholes. I'm like going through a spiral redundancy infinite universe.
That's space-time curved on.
I thought you were, have you ever been, hold on, check this. Have you ever been in a position where your microphone was fucking up and you were talking to people and you thought they were responding to you and you responded to them and you felt like you were involved in the conversation when other people were responding? Don't act like you fucking haven't had this happen to you before. What? You have, if you've been doing this long enough, you've had it happen.
Is Helio still talking? Or
yeah, of course you have.
Oh, mother. All right, I'll mute. I'm gonna go smoke. No, I was just sitting here, just like all that shit that you and Kim and fucking talking to the other guy and shit. I was talking the whole time, but I didn't realize you guys couldn't fucking hear me. But anyway,
that's what I do. Is that?
Yeah, I do that too. So Smurf knows what I'm talking about. Other people have done it before. Yeah, it's just like you don't realize that nobody can hear you while you're talking, but you feel like you're involved in the conversation. Don't even fucking act like you don't do it sometimes. All right.
1 second. There's so it's you and Smurf. Is there like a common denominator between you two at this time of the night?
I wake up and I smoke some weed and then I'm still awake. Yeah.
I guess Jen left. He's gone. I didn't see him go.
Probably shouldn't be that honest. I mean, I'm in a state where they legalized it, so I don't know. It's another complex place.
There ain't nothing wrong with what you're doing. I'm not saying that. I'm not judging.
That's why I just think it's funny. I don't know if I should be so open about it. Or they made it legal here. Thank God. It's the only thing that the blue team is right about.
Well, they ain't doing that here in Alabama. That's a no-no.
Well, that just makes whatever. It's all bullshit. You know the whole thing's all rigged.
It's all bullshit. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's what I was. I don't like to sound polarized. Just saying, all I do, man, is just sit back and am entertained by this place in a mad world. It's like a zombie. It's like a zombie film out. What happened outside?
I understand what you're saying. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Wait, well, okay. They're gonna start. The problem is they took these shots to sterilize to disrupt their regenerative cycle. So they're gonna start dying over the next few years, like a lot.
Well, pray for me, then, buddy. Pray for me, then.
Well, I'm just trying. I don't wish for that at all. I mean, I told everybody not to take the thing. Anyway, my point is,
nobody told me not to. I didn't want to, but I wasn't awake then, so it's just
I'm just saying it's like a zombie apocalypse. This is the prequel before it unfolds, dude.
Well, let's hope I don't meet that fate.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying that they disrupted the people. They tried to sterilize most of the Western world.
I agree with you.
And so, I don't know. I mean, if they're successful, if this thing's actually kill these people within 7 years, which is what some people say, Agenda 2030 or whatever, right?
Yeah, they've definitely got a depopulation thing going on for sure.
Sounds like a zombie apocalypse, dude.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you need to be more positive than that, especially considering people hearing this. There's probably a relatively small percentage, but there still would be a percentage of people who have taken the shot, and instead of going down the path of spreading more fear, or maybe give them a little bit different hope. Maybe tell them about all the different things they could do to detox their body and things like that. So
yeah, I feel like I'm good. I feel like I'm good, but it wasn't. It was what woke me up. So I'm not trying to be supporting that whole thing because I absolutely don't.
Well,
but I hope that anybody that's in my position would have, hope.
I'll tell you, to address what he's saying is that I'm just a Smurf, and that if somebody hears what I'm saying, I kind of feel for them, and I could share all my research about everything I know about it. Yeah, I've done.
Well, if you were hoping for anybody,
yeah.
Well, if you were hoping for anybody to have the rude awakening from it, you got it.
Well,
I am your example.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. That's my answer. Is I'm just completely honest with you.
No, yeah, it's not a shot at you. I'm just trying to point out that if you're gonna
neither for me either. Not either. I agree with you, Smurf. I agree. I agree with you.
I tried.
Not in disagreement.
Yeah. It's like a zombie apocalypse, man. But now I'm just joking around. Sorry. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing here. Is I don't know how to explain this. You gotta keep your morale up. Like, this is a crazy place where I don't know.
I got you. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy, man. I didn't know that this shit was all going on. I'm just over here in La-Ti-Da having a nice, blessed life, and then all the shit hits the fan, and I, had a pretty rude awakening. That's what happened to me.
I'm just saying, saying that people here can see through the bullshit. Then that's what I'm doing here. Part of my language.
That's right, and that's why I'm here too. I didn't. I was a very well versed flat earther and researcher before I joined the server.
My heart goes to all these people that have all their problems and stuff, man. Seriously, but I'd be straight up. I fear it's like honest with you. I think it's a zombie scenario, potential zombie scenario could happen. Is the plan. I mean, think about it, dude. Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, yeah. I can see what you're saying, especially with the predictive programming they do in TV and media and movies and stuff like that.
Oh, Helio, you could have just said something, man. I'm super stoned, man. Sorry about that. I mean, how's that? What I was just trying to say is I'm here because the truth, and that's what I'm doing here.
I am too. I am here for the truth. All the same. All the same.
How did you hear about Flat Earth first, Kim?
Well, after my stupid thing that I did, I just had some issues, and it was like I was having somebody like reach into my chest and squeezing my heart. And I went. I went to the. That's fine. I went to the doctor about it. They treated me like I had leprosy because of it was still kind of a thing where you had to be treated outside if you had any kind of crazy symptom or anything like that. And I went to the hospital. But listen, I went to the hospital also with I don't know. I thought I was having like a heart attack or something. I don't know. And it may have been more of a panic attack, but it didn't feel right. Something was wrong. They did an EKG on me. They sent me on my way saying that I was just having a panic attack. So I was like, whatever. But I was starting to look into all of this stuff because it didn't seem right that I was being treated that way. And buddy, I know how to research. I was always really good at writing papers in school. So researching was not tough for me. So I discovered a lot of truth when it came to the cocoa and all of that just came into view, and I'm like, what the actual hell is going on right now? And I didn't stop. I was like, I need to start searching for the truth.
Trying to figure
because what is going on right now is not the truth, and none of it. It's like none of it's the truth. So I deep dive searched all the things, then was blessed with the faith, man. I didn't go searching for God. I wasn't searching for that. And I didn't hear it from anybody. It wasn't like a part of my research. And then one day it just happened, and it was not like a spoken. I don't want to say like I heard a voice or anything, but it was something that I realized all of a sudden that the Creator existed. And I kept searching for truth because I felt like that was the key. And I kept doing it, and I found Flat Earth. And I was like, well, that makes sense. This is like a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Yeah, it just makes sense.
Was this last year?
It's a year and some change now, yes.
Oh, okay.
The reason why I had to do the whole Coco Poke, my husband had bought me tickets for me and him, and some friends were going with us. And he had to get the Coco Pokes for his work, or he was going to get fired. And he's a breadwinner, so.
Well, they say half of them are blanks, dude.
You know what? He didn't seem to have any kind of like problems.
Oh, there's the documents released that half of them are blank or saline. So it's like an experiment.
Yeah, I don't think I got the blanks. So
no, it's an
experiment. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Have you looked into any kind of detoxing methods and things like that?
Yeah. But I don't need to. I've always lived a pretty healthy life myself. So it's not like I'm really worried about it, especially now that I know
They claim
my face,
say it
and
wears off. There's these scientific studies also. They say 6 to 9 months graphene.
I never got any like boosters or anything like
That's why
that.
they want the boosters. I was saying that's why.
I never got any of that. I had to do the initial ones.
Have you noticed in Parallel's pregnancy that it's a 9-month thing that graphene? They say now. I don't know what layers of exoteric there is, but it's all. You see, the CEO of Pfizer is a veterinary.
Well, I can tell you this.
So it's all about sterilization and all parallels the reproductive cycle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can tell you this. My menstrual cycle was very well affected.
Yeah, that's
few months.
That's the desired effect. Now other things are possibly databased as an experiment. We don't know to what but that's the desired effect is to sterilize people.
I don't know if it did because my husband already got.
The specifics of how it works is that I believe it's just temporary. He's a veterinarian. It works exactly how.
Well, my husband has a vasectomy, so I won't even be able to know.
Has the exact same thing they put in the vaccine for the humans. They put it in horses, and you can read about. It's the exact same stuff they put in the COVID vaccine, dude.
Be careful what you say. We got to kind of censor ourselves.
I'm really stoned, but it's true. He's the CEO of. The dude is a veterinarian.
I know what you're saying.
He's a veterinarian.
I've already researched the crap out of it.
Why their articles say stuff like, okay, you need a booster, and they say it may wear off after 9 months and all that. The pattern, I see there's like a pattern to it, and it's got to do with the they got the same thing for horses,
Well, I like I said, I've researched the absolute crap out of it. Was terrified for a few months about it being the mark of the beast. Okay, so I've been through it. Okay, I've been through it all. Nobody can make me feel worse than I already have about it.
I don't think it's any of that. I think it's just what I was just talking about, and nothing much beyond that. I think they're just trying to sterilize people, and it's temporary effect, yeah. But it causes issues because that you need that regenerative cycle to have optimal well-being.
I understand. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I mean, it seems like
my point is to know exactly what it is. I believe is probably exactly what they give the horses. The Pfizer, if you look it up, it's the same stuff.
I gotcha.
Now, what they may have, if they put whatever else they may have added to, who knows? But you revealed it. I mean, what it did to you is exactly what they. That's exactly what they wanted it to do.
I can verify.
Well, what do you think is going to happen when all the other women realize what's happening?
A lot of them have. There's
happening?
A lot of injured folks from it. Like they have like cerebral palsy like symptoms. It's it's terrible, man.
I saw the Pfizer head lobby.
You got to be careful with what you're saying, buddy.
Yeah, I saw it in a video. You could see it was all like, what do you call that stuff? They remind me the symbolism was like Egyptian, like Hermes Trismegistus sort of stuff, alchemy.
Yeah.
On the Pfizer's lobby. In the waiting area, in the entrance to Pfizer's headquarters, you can see it's all over the walls and stuff. All this is a hermetic symbolism, alchemical symbolism.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's really messed up what they've done, and
well, I think they just try to sterilize the population. That's what Bill Gates said.
Well, here's my positive outlook.
Good job with the population, with the vaccine. What?
Here's my positive outlook. I would not know the truth had it not happened. So there we go. That's all I can say. I would have never thought truth.
What's great is you're above the ground,
Yeah.
And that's great. So I was just trying to make sense of all this stuff.
Man, I'm a whole different
I
person.
think it's
I
all
never
about
thought.
the Bill Gates said what it's all about. It's about
Yeah.
the population.
Yep.
But you're still above the ground. I really think now. I don't. Who knows what else they may have done with. I just think that's what it's about. Is that they put horse sterilizer in and that's what I think. I mean, it wears off. Look, you can read about it online. He's a veterinarian. See what I did? See how that makes sense?
Yeah, I got what you're saying. There's a lot of factors in that.
I'm really stoned. I'm sure it makes sense. That's why I tried to share it with you.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just I've already dived down deep into that research, and I had to stop. I was driving myself insane. So I just kind of.
I'm trying to simplify a complex thing, and I hope that it benefits you with this knowledge. And I know it sounds like a zombie, like Helio is taking off. It sounds like a zombie film, It could be. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, it could be.
I come here because it's like a zombie film, which is why I'm here.
It does. It seemed like it too.
I try to laugh at inappropriate times. Like it's a zombie film. Like you get desensitized to it,
Yeah, that's what they want too. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I love this place though. The people here are great.
I agree.
I feel like I get a bit desensitized that.
It's all right. I'm sure you know how to draw it back in. It happens.
Well, I'm kind of upset that it seems like they got my whole family with the shots, and I tried to warned them a lot not to do that. But
it really sucks when people make a mistake and they can't own up to making the mistake.
Oh, I don't really care if I'm just worried about them.
Right, but it's better if they own up to it.
I don't know.
Maybe there's something that can be. I don't know. I don't know.
I just tried to help them,
The flat Earth is what really seemed to.
Oh! When you realize the Earth is flat, it's like a key that unlocks everything.
That's a skeleton key, is what I call it.
You said that earlier, yeah. Yeah, I like the way you phrase that because it's the umbrella conspiracy. That it's like the Russian doll. They fit it all under the flat Earth.
Right.
All like the global pandemic. Anytime you hear global, it's fake. It's a psyop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Global, whatever.
I agree
it's
with
like
that.
then it's the same 33 crew. They're in on it. They own it. They own it. If it's global, the 33 crew owns it. I just made that up, but basically, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, because 6 more people died. That's 33. 6 more people died. That's 33. Every single state said that on repeat. Man,
you're right. It's like it rhymes. It always rhymes 33. Or they do that.
Every single one of them. For I don't know how long. 6 more people died. That makes 33 total. 6 more people died. That's 33.
The real number, the real grid or pattern worth knowing, I think, is the astrology or the stars. But they try to get us lost in their these math magicians try to get us lost in these layers of dimensions of numbers and things. But I was saying the stars, I think, is where we really should learn the stars is more valuable than.
Well, they do tell a story, and it coincides with biblical stories or whatever you want to go with. If you're looking into it, it coincides with something, and whatever makes sense to you is what makes sense to you. So, it's just what it is.
It was funny, man. Hey, I think it's hilarious to talk with you that how open you are that you took the shot. You're actually the only person I've been able to talk with that seems to be self-aware that they may have made a bad choice. You're the only person this over the last few years that I've spoken with. I've tried to warn everybody not to take the shot. You actually took it?
Yes.
Dude, I tried to tell everyone not to take it, but you're someone that took it and regrets taking it. Isn't it strange?
It's strange.
Isn't it? Okay, I find it strange that everybody who took it, they don't talk like you do though. I mean, they don't seem to have any regret. You know what I'm saying? They still seem to. Overheard at a restaurant.
This is going to face the implications of their
Recently,
mistake.
a woman was saying that she got her shots and was encouraging it to another. What'd you say?
I think it's just because they don't want to face the implications of making that bad choice and what it might mean.
I mean, you said it earlier. These women, they must notice across the land. I mean, that's the whole point. That was the whole the hype. The whole point with the rollout was to big wave. They wanted to do a big wave of disrupting the cycle. What do you call that? Sterilize. They did that. So the women must. I'm sorry, I'm stoned. The women must have noticed. Okay.
Yeah.
And so that must be happening right now. No, I mean across the land, though. I mean, like multitudes of women, like probably tens of millions of American women, that must be confused recently. And that's seems to be the whole plot, the whole point, wasn't it?
Well, they sure are coming out with people falling over dying, and it's being associated with that, whether directly or indirectly.
Well, I just find it interesting that you're someone I can talk to that's self-aware. I feel like I'm in a zombie film.
I didn't take it self-aware. It made me seek the truth, though. I wouldn't be here had I not. I think
really
I'd
respect
that.
I mean, I respect that. I took a lot of shots in the army, like in the 2000s.
Yeah, they definitely did that too. They do that to the army a lot.
I believe strongly that they put parasites because I took anti-parasite, and I can't think of any other in my mind. I can't think of how else I could have got them, but I could feel them crawling under my skin. I ate this diet summation. I know it sounds bizarre. Anyway, it's like one of those weird stories. Like, hey, I ate something, but let me tell you, I think the military gave me something. And so then let me tell you, I was surfing on 4chan, and I seriously ate this stuff, and I had a serious experience where I felt the presence of. I can't explain it, but all I can explain it. I felt like God approved of what I've done when I killed these parasites. That I believe the military injected them into me, right? But I ate this diatomaceous earth, and I could feel them like dying under my skin. But it's like a zombie. I'm here. It's like a zombie film. But I felt like God was approved. Like the area got real light, and also I ate this other antiparasitical that turned my vision purple. And because it killed the floaters in my eye. And anyway,
oh, well, that was abrupt.
The entire fuck, Smurf. I can't believe how many fucking times you muted that motherfucker.
Oh, I thought he muted himself.
No, I muted that motherfucker.
Abruptly.
That's some bullshit. And I was just coming in. I mean, to ask you, Kim, about. So you took the jibbity jab.
Yeah, the initial one.
Did you do it for work, or was it just?
It was my husband. No. I wasn't scared. I didn't want to.
I know you weren't, but
no, I was. I I had to. My husband got me birthday tickets to a show that I had to be, or I was trying to come up with any excuse that I could give at the door.
So was it
But we had friends
one time, or did you get like another one with boosters?
No. I didn't do boosters or anything. No.
Did you get the test with the shit up your nose?
I had to for work for one time.
For work, yeah. Fortunately for me, I didn't.
But I was dead asleep. I didn't know about all this. I was just like fucking mad that this shit was going on, and supposedly that something was going on with our government being behind it. And I don't know.
No.
If I wouldn't have done it,
nobody blames you.
I wouldn't be here.
This isn't blame. I was just curious. Since you guys were talking about it, I'm up in here. And I'm in a fortunate situation. I didn't have to do it for work. I didn't have to do anything.
I'm glad.
The first day that it came out on the news, I knew it was bullshit.
Well, that's because you knew about flat Earth.
I knew. Well, I just knew that it was bullshit. The whole thing. So there's a pandemic. Where is it? I can't fucking see it. Where's this fucking pandemic? People aren't falling down in the streets. They're not fucking dying everywhere.
We were being propagandized. Okay.
All I saw was fucking nurses dancing in empty emergency rooms. All I saw.
I remember when that swine flu happened, and I didn't have I didn't give shits about it,
Yeah.
I never did anything.
Force the vaccine, or just like, we gotta make this vaccine happen for this pandemic.
They were doing that in schools. They were giving kids this in schools. It was available at the schools. I never did it though. But I didn't have to.
I mean, yeah, they're forcing us on a truck. It's not about the shot. The shot could be a placebo. Nobody knows.
I believe that what happened for my husband, but I don't think that I got the placebo. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that. I know I didn't.
Yeah, well, who fucking knows? But anyway.
Well, my cycle.
As far as the mind control about the fake pandemic goes, that fucking definitely worked.
I didn't give a shit about any of that. It was mainly because I was going to be the only one for my birthday.
No, I know you didn't. I'm talking about everybody else did. They thought there was a pandemic when they had no evidence for it. Just like the flat Earth.
I was so stupid.
Like the flat Earth is right in front of your face, and it was like, what? Like we're here on here talking all like, where's this globe? And nobody has any evidence for the globe. We can't find anybody that can give us physical proof that the Earth is a globe. We've been doing this for years now.
I wish I would have known about it.
Show us this goddamn pandemic in America. Show us the pandemic where people are dying from the
People died from ventilators. People died from ventilators from the initial.
People die on. People don't die from ventilators. They die on ventilators, but they don't die from ventilators.
They blew out their lungs because they did not need to be intubated.
I agree with that, but where's the?
Isn't it odd that they
hold on? Where's the pandemic, Kim? Where's the pandemic?
It was only fear. It was not. I
didn't see people friggin' coughing their lungs up in the streets. And as a matter of fact, the emergency rooms in the hospitals were empty. They fucking put Facebook and Instagram videos out there where the nurses are dancing around in empty fucking emergency rooms. Where's the fucking pandemic?
What a shit show they caused, man. People fell for it from all walks of life.
and they call us assholes for something they never experienced, just like nobody experiences the fucking globe. There's no such thing as the globe.
Here's
There's no
the one
such
thing
thing
that I
as a
want to
stupid
say.
pandemic that they
Here's the
fucking
one thing
made
I
up.
want to say. If there was really a pandemic, half the people you know, maybe even more, would be
You'd
dead.
be fucking traumatized. You'd be like, oh my God, half of my family died during the pandemic. But in America, how many people... You know what happened in 21, 22, 2020 and 2021? You know how many people died from the flu? 0! Buddy! Where at the in 2019, you know how many died from the flu? Freaking 48,000, 50,000, however fucking many. In 2021 or 2020 and 2021, you know how many people died from the flu? 0.
What?
So COVID-19 cured the fucking flu.
Yep, exactly.
You know what the leading cause of death in America is?
Obesity.
Statistically? Nah.
No, obesity. Hold on. Obesity can't cause a goddamn thing. It's a result of something. Go ahead.
Diabetes.
Yeah, so you're technically right. It's like obesity causes like heart failure or whatever. Like
no, obesity can't cause a goddamn thing. Refresh your phrasing.
My England is off today.
Your England is off today.
So my point is, official statistics will say it's heart disease.
You become obese because
you're a fat shit.
No, not because you're a fat shit. You don't become obese just because you're a fat shit. You're about to say that obesity is going to be the cause of something.
Hang on.
You become obese because you have a bad diet. I mean,
yeah.
Just give me what what you were going to say.
Okay, my point was, statistically, the leading cause is heart disease. So technically, Kim was, right. She was in the right direction. But there's a statistic that they don't tell you, and that's abortions. Kills more people.
So abortion kills more people than obesity. You know what? Yeah. You might be right because there's like
let me finish my point.
Million abortions a year.
Yeah. So my point is, if you're gonna call something endemic or pandemic, it would be people killing
that are promiscuous,
people killing babies inside themselves. That would be the
people that fuck other people and they don't use rubbers or what.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely
the abortion rate is completely out of control.
It's the leading cause of death.
To be honest, I think it's gone down the past few years. Maybe it's due to the pandemic.
No, it's due to, from what I can understand, teenagers just wanting to play video games and jacking off at night rather than hooking up with each other.
You know what? If they're not going to kill babies, then fucking more power to them.
No, but technically they're killing more babies by not getting people to produce as many babies anyway. So the net effect is probably stronger.
I don't know. We'll see. We'd have no choice at this point to figure out what the fuck's going on here.
Hey, you can unmute Smurf if you want.
No, he can't. Unless I unmute that motherfucker.
I can't. That's right. You're right.
Yeah. Do you want to talk to him again?
Well, I was having an all right.
Do you think he calmed down? Because
he was calm.
No. Well, he was calm, but he was spouting complete bullshit nonsense. That's why I muted him. All right, Smurf, you can come back in. I need to go to sleep because I have to work.
I do too. I've got to go to sleep, guys.
All right, so I'm gonna leave him muted because I'm not gonna let him fucking spout nonsense while I'm fucking going to bed.
Poor Smurf.
I love you, Smurf, bro. You already know.
I love you, Smurf.
I've known that motherfucker for 4 years. I know that motherfucker, but I'm not gonna fucking unmute him and let him fucking spout nonsense on here while I'm sleeping. No, ain't gonna happen.
What's the time over there, Kim?
Over where? In Alabama?
Where you are, yeah.
Tone? Or like the weather? Or like the...
No, sorry, what's the time? Sorry.
Oh, time. Oh, gosh, it's 3:19.
Oh, shit. Man, you guys go to bed late.
Well, I kind of have this...
Yeah,
where
I have to be up in like 2 hours, you know.
I was a bartender at a brewery for a while, and it's kind of new for me not to be that. And I've just been staying at home, taking care of the family, cooking dinner and all the things, and homeschooling my son.
Oh, you homeschool?
All right.
Oh, I'm homeschooling, absolutely.
I'm going to give Smurf another chance. Smurf,
how old's your son?
4 years old.
Oh, so it's like homeschool, sort of preschool at the moment.
Right, but he's got like, man, he's so brilliant. And he can learn whatever. He's learning how to add to. He's learning addition, so teaching him how to add to. And he's already grasping that one. That's pretty awesome. He knows how to add one to any number.
You know what? The best thing that he can learn about is triangles.
Well, I can't teach him that yet.
No, you can do it. You can do it. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
I will. I'll get him into there, but right now
you can teach a freaking 5-year-old that A squared plus B squared equals C squared. They're all straight lines. Boom.
Profit. Where does profit fit in there?
Profit.
Yes.
The profit is that you can teach your children very simple concepts very easily. That's what I would say.
Are you going to keep homeschooling once he's of age to go to school?
Yes. Yes. Because they're starting them off really young when they're very impressionable. If I can teach him logic, and maybe I'll consider, but I don't like the idea of school because it's like you're sending your kids to to be imprisoned with a bunch of other children their age, and they're all just like, it's like a prison, and they're being taught how to learn.
That's the truth.
Regurgitate.
If you look at a prison made in the 1800s or an asylum, it's
ring a bell.
Architecture. And if you look at a public education building today, it's
the same.
Like jail. It looks like a jail.
They ring a bell when they're supposed to, do something else.
They put them in a metal box like the school bus. Imagine putting your child in a big metal bus.
Yeah, it's yellow. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. The bus go round and round, all through the town.
So I had to do it because I'm poor, but I don't want to do that.
No, Kim, no. To be honest, I think everyone that we're talking to here, we're all poor.
I'm still poor.
As that goes, poor in, we're not poor in spirit, though.
Now, why did the government go to such extent and resources to try to lead us to believe everything the opposite of reality?
Because they want to brainwash you.
As a matter of fact, if you're homeschooling your child now, I mean, you're actually very fortunate. You don't have to put them on the wheels on the bus go round and round.
Isn't that
round?
The government will actually come and pick up your kids, put them in a metal box, and take them to a building that is the ugliest building, the last place you'd want to live next to. And so it's the most.
Hey, I'll tell you what, the town I live in, Smurf, they take the kids to this, has a huge owl on the top of the fucking school at the elementary school. It has a huge fucking depiction of an owl.
Anyway.
So it's not my kids. I don't have any kids here. I'm too old to have those kids. But in the town I live, the elementary school has a fucking owl.
It's a zoo.
On the top of the fucking school.
It symbolizes what it is what I was trying to describe as a zoo. Is what they
Well, it's not the zoo. That's mystery religion.
Dude,
if you really,
it's like they've got the kids. They just offload them like cattle, like it's a zoo. A daycare. I really think it's a zoo.
How do you say that about my children? Why would you say that about
everything
me?
They train them. They reward them to train them the opposite of reality. Oh, it's so diabolical.
I know it is, smart, bro.
Hey,
but choice, I don't have a choice now. I mean, I'm a father, but I mean, my son's freaking 20.
I don't know. I don't only want to.
You know, I mean, he's making his own choices now, but
I don't only want to teach my son the truth. I want to teach him how to be able to discern for the truth logically.
I think I've been trying to figure out how this all started and how it began. I think that the Jesuits created universities everywhere.
Hold on, Smurf. I got you something. Hold on.
I was talking about though they train the children. Everything is the opposite of reality now.
Nah, I think it's more. It's sooner than that. You're talking ages ago, are you?
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know.
I'm gonna say.
Hey Smurf, check out the live stream voice text. It's not just one group.
Oh yeah,
that's right, Kim. But that's not what they teach in school.
That's a good one. That's a great find.
That's one of them. Yeah, that's a really good one.
To answer your question, Smith, you know when it started? When you needed more than one wage to live like a good lifestyle. Women in the
stop. Yeah, once you figure the good life, stop. Is that what you said?
They can erase history at any point.
Stop singing another. Once you figure it out, boom, just roll on.
One of their moves to delete history. It's one of their moves. Like you just look at the Illuminati card game. Like
once you start caring, then you
basically
you're missing.
I think I can summarize it like by saying the Vatican invented science.
I don't know.
No, I mean, isn't it meant to be? I don't know. Did they invent science?
Hey, why don't you look at Timothy, 1 Timothy 6:20.
How about you just read it so we don't have to look it up?
No, the reason,
hold on.
No, I want to hear it because probably pretty profound, dude. I think most of the New Testament is.
I know it's
awesome.
Like, oh, Timothy.
6:20. You said.
Here's,
I could have.
I'll be real quick. Hold on.
Started reading it. You want me to look it up, Kim?
Got it. Hold on. Right here. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and babbled, which some professing have erred concerning the faith. Grace be with thee. Amen.
Can you test your microphone and make sure that we can hear you?
Did you hear me?
I heard you.
You're breaking up a bit.
You were breaking up a bit. Can you read it again?
There's a bit of divine intervention going on.
Yes. Hold on. I got it.
The devil didn't want us to hear this.
Can you hear me? My husband's speaking in the background. I'm trying to go somewhere where you can just hear me. All right. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called, which some professing have erred concerning the faith. Grace be with thee. Amen.
Yeah.
Did that have the word science in it?
It sure
Yes.
Can you explain what that meant? I'm confused.
Knowledge. Knowledge is what they like.
Well, I mean, just checking one verse. I mean, you're gonna have to go. Have you ever read that book?
Yes, because I was so very.
Oh, you have. I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever read that book?
No.
Okay. Have you ever read any book of the New Testament?
I've read through parts of it.
Hey, I can read you the concordant literal version because it translates it to knowledge. Hold on, let me find it.
I just say it's fascinating.
Let me look for it.
It's smart, man. If you get a chance and you're just kind of bored, break open the New Testament and start from the beginning.
What
Start
passage
reading.
was it again? Sorry.
1 Timothy 6:20. O Timothy, that which committed to you, guard, turning aside from the profane prattlings and antipathies of falsely named knowledge, which some are professing, as to the faith they swerve. Grace be with you. Amen. Here's another one that I opened up to like immediately before I went to that, which I loved. Yet now Christ has been roused from among. This is 1 Corinthians 20. Yet now Christ has been roused from among the dead, the first fruit of those who are reposing, dying. That's what reposing means. For since, in fact, through a man came death, through a man also comes the resurrection of the dead. For even as in Adam all are dying, thus also in Christ shall all be vivified or made alive, is what vivified means. Yet each in his own class. The first fruit, Christ. Thereupon those who are Christ in his presence. Thereafter the consummation, whenever he may be giving up the kingdom to his God and Father. Whenever he should be nullifying all sovereignty and all authority and power, for he must be reigning until he should be placing all his enemies under his feet. The last enemy being abolished, death. For he subjects all under his feet. Now, whenever he may be saying that all is subject, it is evident that it is outside of him who subjects all to him. Now, whenever all may be subjected to him, then the Son himself also shall be subjected to him, who subjects all to him, that God may be all in all. Boom. I love that.
Yeah, which
1 Corinthians, I started at 1 Corinthians 20.
Yeah.
That was very
I
beautiful.
understand that. I'm
it's so
wondering,
beautiful.
hold on, before anyone else responds, which version was that?
A concordant literal version. I can read the King James. I've got it right here too.
No.
Okay, you can. Yeah, you can.
I already won. You think I haven't already?
No, I know you have. I'm just saying that I love.
That's why I was just wondering. I haven't heard that portion. I mean, that read like that, but yeah, sure. I mean, it's essentially the same meaning, So I mean, it doesn't as far
It's
as
just translated straight from the Greek. Concordant literal kind of translates
like
with the Greek.
If you guys haven't read, just look through portions of the New Testament, read them, and I promise it will touch your heart. Doesn't matter if you believe in Jesus, whatever way, this or that. This every single portion, doesn't matter which version you read, it will touch your heart. It will touch your spirit. And you don't have to believe one way or the other. It's just like, oh, you Christians are this, or the Christians do that. Bro, just read it. There's no reason to be scared of it. Are you scared to read the New Testament? I think they are. Don't you think there are, Kim? They're scared to read it.
Yeah, I really like John 1:1.
Dude, I love it all. I mean,
I do too.
All the Paul's apostles and all the apostle and friggin' dude. But I think all these guys that are just like, oh, well, that's just some Jesus shit. No, read it. Don't be scared. Read it. How freaking hard is it? I challenge you. Read it.
Kim, which version used the word science? Which version of the Bible used the word science?
King James.
Oh, King James. Oh, okay.
But knowledge and science are like synonymous.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, science is the study. It's study.
It's acquiring knowledge. It is because
I've never read that version.
But you find out something empirical through science. If it's not knowledge, it's not science. So I love how they interchange the words. That's why it's so good to read different versions, because it really is something that you should study. It's hard to study and it's time consuming, and I am nowhere near that far. I mean,
the New Testament. If you're going to read the New Testament, it starts with the Gospels, right? John, Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Yeah.
And they're excellent. And the book of Acts too. I mean, but you have to understand holistically what was happening. I mean, that's the story, whatever. But Paul's epistles, maybe people should just read some of those before they start reading the Gospels.
Really? What is that?
Well, Paul's letters are really there's something else, man. It's like they go beyond Revelation. It's like they do. They objectively do. But
Paul was actually against Christ in the beginning, and he was He was a Pharisee. He was also half Jew and half Greek, right? So he So I mean, when he figured this shit out, he's in the book. That's why I'm saying the book of Acts after the Gospels, or if you want to read it in in timeline, whatever. But
well, what I read to you was
he changed his
1 Corinthians
after he saw the stoning
15.
And was stoned.
1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 20 is what I read.
Yeah.
So 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 20. But please read more. Read before that, and then read after that. Please.
Read
don't just read what I told you.
Galatians, book of Romans. I mean, just read it. Just read them. I mean, it's just read them and be objective. And read them.
it was very nice or pleasant.
Can you guys give me one? Besides Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, can you give me one book to read tonight, and I'll promise you I'll read it, because I gotta be
Romans. I always recommend Romans.
Because I gotta be. I haven't read the New Testament as much as I should.
Maybe you could persuade her to read it.
I'm gonna read Romans.
I'm pretty sure she's read all of them like I have.
She's good at.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna read something, I would recommend Romans. Go ahead, Kim.
Romans, I know. Please, yeah, read Romans. Read Romans, or like I just did for you, just read all of 1 Corinthians, because that will cover really what I just read. The little excerpt.
Yeah,
it does go into a lot of things about women.
Don't think know. Oh well, Paul wrote this. Don't even think about what you think about all this, religion, all this kind of stuff.
Just don't get stuck on stuff that's weird.
Words and see how it affects you.
Oh, I've read a lot. I'll be honest, I read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and then I was like, I'm pretty content. I'm not going to give much weight to the rest of it. It sounds really slack, but that's just how I was mentality-wise. So that's why I'm asking you.
See, you're missing, as far as the New Testament goes from the whole story, that's... See, when with Paul's description after the crucifixion, it's a totally different mindset and a totally different story. So if that's all you read was the Gospels, then which are fantastic, by the way, you have to understand what the message really was when you read the epistles of Paul. So
you're saying that you kind of need to read that to understand, and
no, you actually need to read the whole fucking Bible.
Well, here's the thing. The thing. These what I was reading to you goes beyond Revelation. It talks about the consummation, and it talks about because the Great White Throne and all of that. It talks about what happens after that. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Death being abolished means that no more death, and that means that. Okay, I'm not going to go and speculate into what I think that means, but death means that anything that was dead, dying, and died is
death
not
of you.
Those
death
things.
Of you, and you become reborn as you.
Yeah, but can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So, like, I put a lot of weight into those first 4 books, and the message that I got from Jesus. That's why I stopped reading it, because I didn't want it to contradict itself. I was pretty content with what I had read, and I was happy with that, and it gave me a lot of faith and a message that was important to me, and that's why I didn't really want to look into it too much further, because if it wasn't written in red text anymore, I was like, well, these are just people talking after the fact.
No, I mean,
well, it was
that may be something for you. If you don't think that once Jesus died and you can't hear what he's saying anymore, that's sort of
okay.
In my opinion,
okay. Paul's view. Okay,
but if you stop at the Gospels and don't read the Book of Acts and then move on to Paul's epistles, you're missing a lot.
Okay,
but that's up to you if you want to do that. It's all.
Can I say one thing? The gospel with the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they all are so beautiful. Don't get me wrong, I love them. They show the life of Christ, what he taught, how to live, what you should do to be like him. And then Paul's letters show you what his death accomplished. Because his death was a whole other thing also, along with what he did when he lived. and it doesn't take away from it. It adds to it. It's like
yeah, at the very least, read the Book of Acts before you make a decision.
Oh yeah, with Peter and Paul
and all that. Yeah.
Okay, so Acts then Romans, right?
Yes.
Which is the order anyway.
Yes. Yeah, because if you just stop at the Gospels, then you really don't get the whole thing.
It just shows you that his death was not in vain. It's not something that you can just be like, you can't look on it in like anger or something, which a lot of people do, and they use that and they weaponize it to judge other people. And you can see that in Christianity today. It is really bad in Christianity because hell is not even a thing if you research the Bible. It's not what you think it is. So it's really good to research it. The doctrines of demons and stuff like that have been infiltrated the Bible through translations, man.
Well, I mean, yes. You don't even have to be a Christian to understand the principles. I mean, just like you were saying, if it's
that's
like,
true.
Gospel,
there's so many things.
Gospels are great, and yes, you can live by those principles, but in Christianity, you don't have to be scared of like moving forward through the Book of Acts. I mean, it could be a story, could be like it has nothing to do.
If I can say one thing,
once you start reading it, I mean, it's just like, oh, well, that's me.
Good news is not bad news.
Yeah, that's right.
Is not bad news.
Amen.
So if you're being taught bad news as good news, you should be like wondering why it's bad news.
Well, it's just like a lot of people say, "Oh, flat earthers are all Christians." No, we ain't. But just read it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with reading the Book of Acts. It's really good. And then understanding, comparing it to what happened in the Gospels and what happened with Paul, and then read the epistles. It's awesome.
All right, you've inspired me to read a little bit more. I've finished my driving. I'm home now. It's 9:00, so I'm going to jump off, and I'll talk to you both later.
Right.
Hey, good to hear from you. Good to talk to you. Thank you. Good stuff, man. I know we're not supposed to do that on here.
No, but I mean, it's freaking almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Honestly, I'm not sorry.
But I mean, it's just how can you read the Gospels and not just continue with Acts? Go into the epistles?
No, it's okay. I understand that because a lot of people like to focus on
it's
life.
But also, I mean, when you're reading some of that, you're like, oh, what's this Jewish tradition?
No,
you have to understand some of that too.
Words and what he said. But that's the thing. They focus on his life. But when it comes to Paul's letters, it shows you what his death accomplished. Which, of course, look, I don't know. The Creator has the plans at hand because the creation is subject to the Creator. You can't dictate how everything's going to happen because it's not your will, it's his will.
That's why I recommend Book of Romans. Once you start reading it, you can't stop, and it's like it
I agree.
Once you start at verse 1, you can't stop reading. It points right at you.
Hey, I think I'm falling asleep, but I want to say I love you both. It's good talking with y'all. And
love you.
Hey, Smurf.
Yeah.
Once you wake up, open up Romans chapter 1. Start reading it.
Read it. Yeah. Hey, you might want to turn on the bot, Helio, because I'm going to go to sleep too.
Yeah, me too. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Turn on the bot so there's not dead air.
All right, what do you have a video to recommend?
Unless other people are trying to talk.
Yeah, if you could put the bot on, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
Anyone have a good recommendation for something to listen to?
It's always a pleasure to be here, though. Yeah.
Yeah, same. Yeah, recommendation.
Helio, what about Miggy debate?
Which a Miggy debate? Let me see if I can find one.
I listened to QE and Rumpus the other day, and that was pretty awesome because I got to see Huey.
Where was that?
It was on his website, or not his website, his channel, his YouTube channel.
Kiwi's
under, Kiwi's got that debate with Rumpus that he did, and he destroyed him. And mentioned too. I was like, he's like,
hold on, I couldn't imagine Quantum Eraser inviting Rumpus on his channel. But
no, it wasn't that. It was the other way around. I think Jim Panda is the one who, I don't know. No, it was Saturn. Saturn moderated for them, but they all ganged up on him. They asked him what his beliefs were, and he told them, it took him a minute because he didn't want to talk about beliefs. He was trying to be empirical, and then they drug out of him.
Do you know
what he believed.
What channel?
And he was like, the Bible.
Do you know what channel it was on?
I can just go find it and share it with you.
Thank you. If you could, really quick, that would be very helpful. Because I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't hear it.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I left myself unmuted, so if my husband makes a big noise, I'm sorry.
I mean, you said you were listening to Quantum Eraser and
the other day I did. I listened to this debate with
and it was on whose channel?
On Kiwi's channel. It's hold on, let me.
Are you sure it was on Quantum Eraser's channel?
Yeah, because I asked him for it, and he was like, "It's on here."
All right, well, let me look it up. Hold on.
I've got it right here. Here you go.
All right, cool. Let me link. All right, cool. Oh, this is from friggin'.
I listened to the whole thing, man.
7 years ago. All right, cool. I'm gonna play this one. We'll play it out.
Sorry, Jimmy. If you wanted something else, I mean, maybe he can cue that up too, or not play this one. But I was like, dang, Kiwi was being nice. He was saying, "Sir." Sir.
Dude, it's the same fucking argument. It's the same arguments over and over. It's the same thing.
I know, but it was just destroyed Rumpus, and they didn't accept the destroying. They just wanted to act like they were so much smarter than him, and they were umming and stuttering, and he was just straight on it. He knew what he was talking about.
Somebody want me to play something else?
That's up to Jimmy because I'm leaving. I'm
working all day, so just anything in the background's good. Any debate, I think we'll see.
Well, I love Volumes. Good night.
Yeah, me too.
Have a good night.
I'm out. All right, I'm going to play this Rumpus and Quantum Eraser debate.
Thanks, Ian.
And I'm crashing out myself.
Yeah, hey Rumpus, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. I don't know what it is about my computer. It seems to be after a certain amount of time, my sound system stops working, and then it gets all clicky, and then I have to pull the the jack in and out, and then it sort of sorts itself out. But then, unfortunately, in doing that, it seems to, then the Google Hangout things, I lose the sound on the Google Hangouts.
You on a laptop?
No, it's a proper full size desktop. But it
full size desktop.
But for some reason, it's the sound. I don't know. After a period of more than a few hours working, the sound system obviously is very clever and does some. Do
you have too many tabs open?
I do have a lot of tabs open. Yes, that's true. But I'm surprised it affects my sound system. It seems to regularly go down. It's most annoying.
Yeah, I had a buddy that I was talking to one time, and on numerous occasions he had too many tabs open, and I don't know if it was too many tabs or compromised. One of the tabs were compromised, and it would screw up the sound system bad.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I do have quite a lot of tabs open. I think I've probably got about 150 open at the moment. So, in about 5 windows. So yeah, that can.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be your problem.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we've got to agree on a moderator if Pure doesn't turn up. Is there anybody? Let's have a look who's in the side chat who might be interested.
Yeah, I've never done this before, so I don't know how this works. So
well, we just have to pick well, Fed is saying here that we should agree on. Oh, Gem Panda, yeah, he's fine, isn't he? He's very fair.
I don't know these people.
Yeah, Gem. I mean, he's not a flat earther, but he's a very reasonable. He's not a militant flat earther, if you want something like that. If you might. He's a very well-disposed character. I've never seen him. I don't think I've even seen him get angry or anything. Or really, he occasionally gets slightly annoyed, but fundamentally he's calmer than most. So it's all dependent on you, John. I don't know if you can see the group chat. He's Flat Earth is asking if you would accept him as a moderator.
Gem Panda.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Whatever you think is best, that's fine.
I'll put it like this: he's one of the least combative spherical earthers you can get.
Okay.
He's got a picture of a red panda. I don't know if you probably recognise him. He's
I think I had a couple interactions with him. I don't think he likes me all that much.
Yeah, well, you don't exactly ingratiate yourself with people, will you, do you? So I think that wouldn't. Unfortunately, that's not a criteria. I'm afraid you're going to be able to apply. I suspect.
I'm gonna try and curb that a little bit.
That would be very useful, yes, because I would say that was the most problematic thing about you.
Well, people take it the wrong way that I'm arrogant.
No, it's not the. So them only being a bit arrogant. It's just the interruptiness that people in mid-sentence.
Well, everyone interrupts each other.
Yeah, you're about the worst person. I think I can't think of anybody who's worse than you.
Funny, I was thinking the same thing about you.
No, I think that would be unfair. If you go and review the debate we had before, you'll see that actually I often hold back. I'd let people. I'd send Lex, for instance.
Yeah, well, this is all subjective anyway. But
go and review some of the meetings. Like, for instance, the one yesterday. When you were getting a lot of hack, when you were getting a lot of jip, and you compare my behaviour with Spurs and others who I didn't disagree with, I still let them finish what they were saying. Occasionally I'd interject, but I don't object to the odd interjection. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with a snappy, occasional 2-second point. No, I don't agree with that or something. But it's when you actually stop someone in their tracks and stop them in their flow when they're trying to say something.
Yeah, well, some people get a little bit droning on and long-winded. So
that does happen. Agreed. But the trick is to say you're getting a bit drony and long-winded rather than persistently interrupt them. John, are you going to agree to Gem Panda?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, well, you should be on the case. I assume this is Gem Panda, the panda that I'm thinking of. I can't.
Is there some type of structure that we're going on here?
I must admit, I haven't prepared a structure. I was just going to go on the fact that whatever you say is wrong, and then I'll be able to tackle that. So there should be enough material.
Well, listen, I got 7 points that you made yesterday that I want to focus on.
Okay, well that's 7. That sounds like a long. That's easily. That should be enough material to get us going, I think.
I don't think we'll get done because we get bogged down. But I'm not going to be pessimistic about it. Let me just go with the 7. A couple are real easy, so it shouldn't be any problem.
Yeah.
Maybe we were just miscommunicating too. That could be a definite player. So I haven't ruled that out.
Well, no, I fundamentally disagree with most of what you say, so I don't think it's a case of miscommunication. Okay. There's been a couple of occasions when there might be, but I'd say about 90% of what you said I've understood and disagreed with.
Okay.
So I don't think there should be. So So where is? I presumed they had Gem Panda was kicking around in the chat or something, but he's clearly not. We seem to have some constructive comments in the side chat.
I'm not looking at the live feed.
Yeah, so it's not worth it at the moment.
No, I when I'm in Hangouts, I usually never do.
No, neither do I normally. But, given the, I was just assuming that seems to be just one sort of abusive character, just abusing Fed. But,
yeah, you get a lot of those. That's why I don't usually go in there.
It's not usually constructive, no.
No, I know it's not.
There's sometimes Negator's in there, and then he also says something intelligent.
Yeah, me and Nega had some run-ins. Of course, he's military, and I'm retired military, so we have some, common ground. Well, a little bit anyway.
Right. Yes. You do sound vaguely, military-like. Negator. Yeah, Negator's got a definitely a military sort of restrained, disciplined sort of air about him. I think you'd rely on him if you had to do something needed to be done. I'd definitely be happy to send in Negator to do it for me.
I don't know all these people that well. I just go by what they tell me.
Yeah, just the way he behaves. I just think I'm just going. Yeah, it hasn't. I don't know anything about him other than what he says. Right. So I don't actually know. I don't know him at all well. But just the way he behaves, carries himself, gives me confidence.
I'm a newbie. I'm the newbie on the scene. So Flat Earth has just been something that's come up within, I think, right around May 20th. So I'm pretty new to this.
Yes, you see, unfortunately, that's half your problem. Is you charge in, and you just scattergun arguments.
Well, I have a lot of information.
Yeah, but you see, I think you ought to try listening a bit more and talking a bit less. I think.
I've been doing this for about 10 years with university professors, sir. So I have files upon files of information on various subjects.
The trouble is, you make many basic errors. I don't know what in your education.
I'm not making any errors. I support everything I say.
Well, for instance, you said that a train was a closed system, and
it is.
Oh my God. Okay, well that's one thing. Well, that's one thing we can go into.
Yeah, the only way you're getting out of it is the ventilation system. So let's close off the ventilation system and put people on there with oxygen masks.
Yeah, okay, well that's not. But that's not the situation we were describing, was it?
Yeah, it wouldn't materially change your point.
No, it wouldn't. But the point was, you declared a train was a closed system.
It is. No, it's not. Only artificially. It's only artificial, sir. It's only artificially open because of the ventilation system.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the reason is. I mean, this is why you see. I'm very confident. This is the sort of thing you say that's so obviously wrong that.
Yeah, but it's not obviously wrong. It has no material
you say it is a closed system. Sorry, it isn't. But it would be if we did X, Y, Z.
Sir, no, it's just X, and it's just air molecules, sir. It has no material impact on your body whatsoever.
Well, vacuum sealing a train would be an enormously tricky task.
Just close the ventilation systems and put people on there with oxygen masks.
You'd have to see. You'd have to weld all the doors together. You wouldn't allow the articulation between the carriages.
We're quibbling. That's quibbling.
No, it's not.
That's nonsense.
It's not. This is the.
It is because your point.
This is the lack of rigor you've got in your argument.
No, your point was
a closed system.
Sir,
is very definite.
Sir, your point was that people in a train won't feel acceleration. Because somebody asked, I don't think it was you.
That's right.
I think
That's
somebody
correct.
else
yes.
brought the subject up.
That's right. I brought up the train.
I think it was.
But someone else was talking about how they could feel whether you were moving or not. Yes, there was someone else. And I always bring up the train example as a counter to that. But then you unnecessarily called it a closed system.
It isn't, sir. Sir, geez, oh man, it's only air molecules.
That makes it a non-closed system. It's not as though you can't be half a closed. You can't be half a closed system. You are either a closed system or you're not.
Yeah, I understand that. So close off the ventilation system conceptually now. Close off the ventilation system, because this is all concept anyway. Close off the ventilation system, and there goes your open system.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it doesn't affect the argument that the actual main issue.
Yes, it does affect the argument, because now you have a problem.
Okay,
right?
Okay.
Well, I don't want to go.
Yeah, we're going. Perhaps we're going to this when we've got Jeremy in the.
Yeah, I was going to put this one down too, and I decided not to, because we're not going to get anywhere with that one.
Well, it's very simple. This close. I mean,
yeah, I know. Okay, let's disagree to disagree.
I'm sure I could make a 13-year-old understand. I mean, the point was you decide to raise it as a closed
system.
So
you don't even know what a hypothesis is. You can't even graduate 5th grade general science, for crying out loud.
I'm afraid.
So don't give me your condescending sleight of hand backslights.
Well, I'm afraid I'm
going to show it too.
Right.
Yeah. Right off the bat. So let's get on with it.
Yeah. Well, we're having problems getting Gem Panda apparently, as well as. Well,
when he comes in, you call me.
As well as Pure.
So I don't waste my time, because I was going to bring up some biochemistry to blow up your evolution fairy tale.
Okay.
Do you have a background in biochemistry, sir?
I know something about it. Yes.
So you're prepared for that? Because if you're, I don't think you are. So if you're not, I'm not going to bring it up.
No, you bring it up. No, you bring it up. No, you bring it up.
All right.
Definitely.
All right.
I think people. I think people here are watching this would want you to go full throttle on all your best shots at me, and I'm more than happy. Even in areas I'm not an expert, I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, but that's not what I was giving you a chance, because if you don't have any history or background in biochemistry, it'd be like me teaching a 3-month-old trig, and I don't want to waste our time.
Well, okay. Well, you can. Okay. Well, once you've made me look ridiculous with your.
I'm not. That's what I don't want to do.
No, I want you to.
No, I don't, because it has no point.
Well, it does, because then you could establish some sort of credibility in this debate at the moment.
No, I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. Well, you might want to convince the people. I'm sure the audience would love you to demonstrate how much you know on the subject and how much therefore you can make a point, because it is it's a very important point. If you can demonstrate, if you have an argument to invalidate evolution, people are going to want to hear it, and I will invalidate your invalidation with my moderate knowledge of.
Oh, you're finished. You're finished. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sure that's people will love to hear that.
Sure.
So yes, you should. That's a subject matter, obviously, that not directly with flat Earth days, but people who believe in such things as flat Earth also tend to have a misunderstanding of evolution and chemistry, physics. Well, you've demonstrated on numerous occasions your lack of understanding of chemistry, physics, and biology.
Right. My evaluations are friggin' pristine. I don't think my bosses thought what you thought, brother. You're ready for the whirlwind.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, because I'm tired of your backslights, sir.
My backslight. You
don't even know me.
Well, I know you're not terribly bright, I'm afraid.
Yeah, right. Right. We're going to see that here in a few minutes, brother.
Yep. Oh, dear. Where's this paper, chap? Where's paper all bloody honestly?
From a friggin' guy that thinks friggin' ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals. You're calling me not bright.
Sorry, what can offer instruction manuals?
Say again?
So, you said something about...
Yeah, it's tantamount to ink, paper, and glue molecules authoring technical instruction manuals. You know, the information in DNA.
So, I'm still not understanding this sentence. You're saying ink, paper, and...
glue molecules authoring technical instruction manuals. It's the same thing as friggin' ribose, nucleobases, and friggin' activated phosphates writing code. And you're telling me I'm not bright.
Yes, that is what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
that's all right. We'll get to that here in a few minutes. We got a couple other issues to go for first.
Jolly good. Yeah, I'm happy to go with your favoured approach. Honestly, why a paper and? Oh right, okay. Paper Explanator will be a mod if you can't get anybody else. He said in 10 minutes.
Who is it?
Paper Explanator. He's got the Saturn avatar.
Oh, I don't know him.
I think okay. He's a nice guy. I'm afraid he's another global earther, but he's one of the again, he's one of the more moderate ones, definitely.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to shoot you guys. Listen, I was a globe guy for years. I never even thought about it. I don't have anything against you in that. I'm just dealing with empirical evidence. That's all I'm dealing with.
Oh, that's fine. That's all right.
I don't have any personal vendetta for anyone that, because if somebody would have said this to me, before May 20th, and like I did to them, I laughed at them. And that was on me.
Yes, well, you see, that demonstrates, unfortunately, the poor foundations that you've.
That's right. That's right. You're right. I did have poor foundations with it, and then after I said to myself, "Well, wait a second. Let me check into this," because it wasn't brought up all that much in the forums that I was in. I just happened by this accidentally.
Yes, it's not brought much up. It's not much brought up because it's not true. Neither are pixies existing or anything either like that. Or
so your defense is nuh-uh.
Well, yes. Given that it's almost as bad as arguing that 1 + 1 is equal to 3. It's not. Almost that bad.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, we're going to have you present your scientific evidence, sir. Of course, you don't know what science is, so that's a big problem.
Well, I mean, you seem to have read up a little bit on the philosophy of science, but unfortunately,
I've read up on it, huh?
Well, no, a little bit. Just you've seemed to have read a couple of Wikipedia articles on the
Wikipedia. That's what you do. You're a wiki Google scientist. If it all of a sudden go down, you wouldn't be on here.
No, I mean I've got a background in physics.
None of my sources are wiki Google, sir.
Well, okay, then they're not actually. I'm saying that they're not actually as good. If you had actually read the Wikipedia articles, you wouldn't be making the basic mistakes you're making.
Yeah, the wiki Google. Yeah, that's right. You're a wiki Google scientist. Did you see the Harvard synopsis on using wiki Google as a reference? Have you ever seen that?
I have seen an evaluation of it and compared it to other encyclopedias, and they claim in the evaluation that it's almost as accurate as the.
Harvard said it's a friggin' train wreck, and you better not use it in academic circles. I got that documented. You want to see that?
Well, that would be that's a neutral sort of subject. Yeah, that'd be if you could share that. I'm sure people would be interested.
Hold on a second. Yeah, it's going to be kind of long in this chat. Do you want me to post it in the chat?
Well, can't you?
I can share my screen.
Yeah, show your screen. That would be the easiest way. I think some other people could see it as well. It'd be silly just to hide it from everybody. Right.
There you go.
Yeah, if you're going to do academic research and present it as fact, yes, I mean you wouldn't use it to present as fact. You wouldn't cite it.
This is the big league, sir. We're not playing bets between friends here. This is the real deal. You're in the big leagues now.
Well, not with you, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, as I say, about 90% of the completely anything. There are so many basic things you get wrong.
Yeah, we're going to see.
Yes.
And your generalized, sweeping, baseless assertion fallacies are nonsense. You don't support anything.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you do. We're going to see.
But I'm complete. You can understand that Harvard doesn't want people citing
Yeah, for a good reason, because it's compromised. They just told you that.
Yeah, so I mean, no one's suggesting that Wikipedia is something that you would cite in a scientific paper. But I think
recommended it as a source.
Oh yes, I recommend it as an encyclopedia. Absolutely, I do.
As a
but not as something you reference in a scientific paper. Obviously not.
Of course, because it's compromised.
Yeah, but the studies that have shown that
studies don't post the studies that have shown it.
Okay, right. I'll go the validity. Okay, I'll go and have a look at the validity of studies on the validity of Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I can't remember where I read it. There's an article in White Wikipedia on how reliable it is.
Yeah, that's good.
Here we go. How accurate is Wikipedia? This is Live Science.
That's
here we. Which?
Well, I'm not going to punk Live Science out. Sometimes they have some good people on there. I'm sorry, some knowledgeable people. I'm going to punk them out.
Here we go. In 2005, the peer-reviewed journal Nature asked scientists to compare Wikipedia's scientific articles to those in Encyclopedia Britannica, the most scholarly of encyclopedias, according to its own wiki page. The comparison resulted in a tie. Both references contained 4 serious errors among the 42 articles that are analysed by experts. There we go.
Oh, that's pretty impressive. Somebody better call Harvard then and tell them that they're full of crap.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think. I think Harvard are prepared to accept that it's whatever the quality. They realise that that it's obviously open to abuse. That it is just because it is a wiki medium. That obviously it can be problematic. So they just suggest you don't.
Well, there are some scientific references in there, but I'm talking about the stuff that isn't referenced.
Well, no, you're talking about you're describing it as a whole.
I was talking now. What I'm saying here is
okay. You're qualifying your previous statement now, are you? Right.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying here is some things are cited in there, but the majority isn't. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying the majority of articles on Wikipedia pages don't have citations. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. That's correct.
Okay. Give me a subject on some scientific subject, and I'll go to a page of Wikipedia, and we'll find out.
Go look at
give me just random subject on science. What would you like? Biochemistry. You come on, buy some biochemistry subject.
Yeah, I don't.
That you're an expert. That you know something about.
Stereoisomerization.
Like stereoisomerization. Okay. Yeah.
I was just looking at something. Yesterday.
Here we go. Stereoisomers in Wikipedia. Look at that. And yeah, okay. It's only got one reference on that one.
Like I said, I'm just.
Oh, sorry, two references. Two references.
That's what I'm saying. How big's the page?
Not very big. I mean, it's two screenfuls.
No, I got Wiktionary.
I could share this.
No, I can go in here. I'm on a computer. Hold on.
Yeah, I know, but if other people see it, it's
got it. All right.
If the people can't see it, so here's the page on stereoisomerism, and I think it's not being presented, so they can't see it there. So there we go. So we tried something there. Okay, only had 2 citations, but that didn't. So that's not. Do you want to try another? Do you want to try again on another subject?
Yeah.
No, don't pick one. No. Okay. Give me. Don't go and look at one and then find. Just go on off the top of your head.
Well, I was looking in there the other day on a subject, and what was I looking at?
Yeah, no, we don't want to go when we want to go on something. We don't want to go on something where you found a problem. We want to represent
okay.
a sample.
You just want me to pop something up?
Yes. Come on, a subject you know about all this biochemistry stuff you're telling me. Come on, there must be something else you know about biochemistry.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, come on, tell me what. Give me a subject.
Well, we can go with the Krebs cycle.
All right, go with the Krebs cycle. All right, let's see how many citations are on that. There are 33.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah. So you're not doing very well, are you? Already?
What do you mean I'm not doing very well?
Well, you said the majority of articles in Wikipedia did not have citations.
Yeah, no. I said the content didn't have citation.
The content.
Just because there's 35 citations in the document, sir, doesn't mean everything's cited.
No, not necessarily everything. No, but okay.
Yeah,
well,
right.
so what's the? But there are citations in this document. I mean, it does reference.
There is. I understand that.
Okay.
I've been to Wikipedia before. Yes, I know that.
So I don't understand your complaint then.
I only use Wikipedia strictly for definitions. That's pretty much what I use it for, and even then, I'm a little bit suspect. And the reasons why? Well, Harvard just told you why.
Well, yes, but not. They're more as a principle rather than, as I said, this study showed that it was similar to the.
Well, anyone could add anything to it, sir.
That's the problem. Yes, I mean, I can understand. That Harvard doesn't want people to use it, and I would agree with them. I would say that's not such a good idea, but to use it.
Yeah. Okay. What are these? Do we have the? Somebody, you said 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yes. Flat Earth Debates is in the side chat trying to get Paper Explainator to be the moderator.
What time is it right now? See,
it's now 50 minutes late. Yeah, so Pure and has been a bit poor, hasn't he?
I did have some plans. Let's try to make it quick. It ain't gonna go quick though. I know how this is.
Yeah, it's going to be. Given the fact that I'm going to have to dissect, eviscerate you on everything you say, so it might take some time.
Good luck with that.
Well, I haven't had a problem so far.
Yeah, you've had big problems.
I don't think I recall you
one.
making a single valid point in an area.
I don't recall you making one. See, there you go again.
That's because you're not qualified to have an opinion.
Baseless assertions.
But it's a fact. It is.
It's a fact. How's it a fact?
Well, it is. It is. If we were to review it, we would find that's the case.
Support what you say.
I do. I'm okay. I'm happy to.
Support your Ipsy Dixit aren't support, sir.
Well, okay. Well, we'll see if we can do that.
They're fallacies. They're called generalized, sweeping, baseless assertions. Go ahead and look that up.
It's objective analysis from my point of view, I'm afraid.
Oh, your objective analysis, right?
Here we go. Paper is here. Well, I'm matching against the scientific consensus, which is definitely something worth
scientific consensus. Yeah, that's a friggin' married bachelor.
Well, I mean, I suspect. Have you been to university?
Yes, I have. Duh.
Is that just walking through the door?
Yeah,
to study something there.
I'll tell you what, sir. I'm getting tired of your backhanded slights. How do you
they're not backhanded. They're pretty upfront.
Know? Well, you haven't, sir. You can't graduate 5th grade general science in the United States.
Because you say so many obviously wrong things.
Yeah, obviously wrong. Can you support that? So many.
Well, I must admit, I can't think of anything. Well, I mean, the closed system thing is an obvious example.
Yeah, the closed system. Yeah,
you said a closed train was a closed system, and even though we spent 5 minutes looking through the definition of a closed system, you still didn't seem to understand. And then you would use arguments like, "Oh, well, what happened if it was built one way?" And then you use the argument just inside your hangout saying, "Oh, but they have to do that to allow them to breathe."
Sure. Well, at least I don't believe ink, paper, and glue molecules offer technical instruction.
And the fact that you presented that as an argument suggests that you just don't know how to argue logically. You can't deploy reason.
There
we had a definition of premise. Closed system equals no exchange of matter. In a train, there is an exchange of matter. Yet you said a train was a closed system.
Here we go with your train wreck closed system, right?
It's an example that comes to mind.
Just air molecules. That's going to really affect the friggin' velocity, boy.
But that's not the issue. See, again, you're deflecting. You see, you're getting off the concept. We were talking about what's the definition of a closed system, and you can't use the logic.
Yeah, I can't understand it. I know.
No, you seemingly can't. Because you can't understand.
Married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist.
You see, you have problems sticking to the point and focusing on the issue, and
we're going to see here in a minute.
So papers are kicking around. Yeah. So I mean, come on, where's paper got to? Yeah, I agree with Mark. Let's get this show on the road. I think we want to make. I want to be made to look silly about some piece of biochemistry that disproves evolution.
Oh, it's gonna be the whole thing. It's not biochemistry.
Okay, no, yeah, but you've threatened me with biochemistry, which is not my expert subject, but I'm more than happy to engage on that.
I didn't threaten you with it, sir. I said,
okay,
do you have any background in
you're
it?
right.
If
You're
you
right.
don't, I won't bring it up.
You're absolutely right. Actually, I'll take that back. You didn't threaten me with it. You just asked me quite generously. Actually, I must admit that's the most generous thing I think I've ever seen you do in a hangout, was to offer not to go into a subject you felt I wasn't an expert in. So I appreciate that's the first commendable act I think I've ever seen you make on a hangout. So that gives you plus points there. But no, I'm more than happy for you to go for that.
Who cares what you think? I don't care what you think.
You're taking scores off now. Right. Yeah, but then again, I suppose I don't care either. So we're probably equal there. Oh, come on, Pape. Where is Pape?
From you. I got some train wreck statements from you from yesterday. We're going to hit these hard.
Excellent. Oh, come on, Paper. You don't have to come from Saturn to get here, surely. Deary me. Oh, there he is. He's waiting for a link. He's not been given a link. For God's sake, send it to his YouTube account or his G Plus account on your email. Yes, something. Yes, check the spam folder. Right. So, well, someone's failing to communicate with someone. Flat Earth Debate, send it via YouTube, send it via his G+, send it to his email, send it to everything.
All right, here we go.
Oh, he's turned up, has he? Hey, it's Paper. Yay. Someone suggested send a drone.
Hi guys.
Hey Paper. God, honestly.
Well, I offered. I said I couldn't do it for 10 minutes. I needed it to the shop, and that's exactly what I did. And I came back, and I've just literally 10 seconds ago got the link, so I've come in as quick as I could.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm sure you did, Paper. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute. Hold on 1 second.
I don't know what the hell was Flat Earth doing then? Or was perhaps an email system was going down?
They were waiting for Pure or someone, and then they were trying to get Gem Panda.
Yeah.
And could get in touch, and I said I would do it if they wanted me to. I mean,
yeah, that's the one. Thanks, Paper.
So you guys going to do the talking?
Yeah, it's right. You just have to. Yeah, I think yes, that's right. You're just going to have to keep John under control, I think.
Well, both of you.
Yeah.
I've got to be impartial.
Yeah, that's good. That's what
you know my position, but I will remain impartial.
Yeah, Paper. I think you've demonstrated an ability to be impartial when required.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, so what format are we going to go? Are we going to go sort of 5 minutes each way, then a rebuttal, or do you want 10 minutes each way, then a rebuttal? How do you want to do it?
No, we agreed that we were going to go on the things that were said yesterday in the hangout.
Okay.
Perhaps if it gets troublesome, perhaps we go for sort of 2 minutes each or something, swapping. So I think we'd keep. I think it'd be bad if we just had 5. I don't know. I suppose it depends if we haven't quite got a prepared sort of statement.
We'll sort of suck it and see then, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's have John try and stick to one issue at a time, then, shall we? And we'll just repeat the process. Is that okay?
Oh, that's good.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Sticking to the thing. Like I said, I got them separated. So.
Okay. So obviously. Give John 2 minutes to say whatever he wants to say, and Rumpus, I'm sure you're going to be desperate to jump in within the first 5 seconds, but try and keep obviously completely quiet for a full 2 minutes. Let him make his point, and you'll have your 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Paper.
Okay, I'm going to set a little timer for a couple of minutes to make your point. Obviously, 2 minutes isn't a long time, John, so it's got to be fairly concise. But 2 minutes, over to you. Go.
Yes, Paper said yesterday that scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. I'm sorry, not Paper, but Rumpus.
Rumpus.
So scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. Can I share my screen, please?
Yeah, I'll present you. I haven't got mods by the looks of it at the moment. Let me just stop your clock.
Okay, appreciate it.
It would appear. Doesn't look, I haven't been given mods yet.
Paper's not. I mean, sorry, flat Earth debate's not.
Right. Okay, I've got mods now. Okay, so I'm going to present to everybody. There you go, John. Right, your time. I'll reset
it.
I'll reset it. Yeah.
All right,
go again.
All right, like I said, Rumpus said yesterday that scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. See, this is the scientific method right here. And what's the first step? Observe a phenomenon. And the reason why this was made up, the scientific method, it was to rid the world of myths, consensus, votes, majority, and opinions, and loudest voices. The subjective, in other words, by establishing a method that solely focuses on the empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. The objective. So another problem is he doesn't understand what a scientific theory is as opposed to a colloquial theory. A colloquial theory is abject speculation. Scientific theories explain the how and the why, the mechanisms and the process, like germs theory. Scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses. They're the result of this. They're not part of it. And as you can see here, I got 3 sources that tell you what a scientific theory is. It summarizes hypotheses or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. All of them say the same thing. Observe a phenomenon. The scientific method has 4 steps. Step number 1, observation and description of a phenomenon or a group of phenomena. That's from physics lab at the University of Rochester. In the scientific method, the first step is an observation. The first process in the scientific method involves observation of a phenomenon. A hypothesis is a tentative explanation for an observed phenomenon. You make a set of observations, then hypothesize an explanation which accounts for all the observations. No phenomena is a phenomena unless it is an observed phenomenon. Niels Bohr, as quoted in Science of Ultimate Reality.
That's your 2 minutes, John.
There you go.
Okay, now, let me just, I just want to get, is this flat Earth against globe Earth? Is this right?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't, okay, I just want to, you talked about the scientific method, but you didn't actually bring any evidence of the flat Earth there, so it doesn't really...
Yeah, well, this is the baseline. You have to, if you're going to provide scientific evidence, you have to know what science is.
So, do you want your time extending and then let Rumpus have the extra time as well? So you want to finish your point, or do you?
No, I think I finished. Now that was I think I finished my first point.
Okay, Rumpus, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to sort of rebut that in a couple of minutes?
Well, there's no rebuttal. I mean, there's no dispute about what a theory is. Okay. I've made exactly the same arguments he's just made there to many people over many years. We all know that a scientific theory, I've had to explain to other people who get confused about the colloquial definition, that a theory, the scientific theory is in the general relativity theory or special theory of relativity, is the result of observations, hypotheses, testing things, and then when they become accepted by the peer review, they then become a theory. It's the highest, it's the pinnacle of the scientific process. It's the highest status that something can have. Something like a law, for instance, is an observation of what is basically an observation. So the law of gravity, that we see things, dropping to the ground, whatever, and the laws revolve around the data that you have. The theory is one level above, where you try and explain that law that you've acquired. So, as per usual, John spent, 2 minutes just wasting everybody's time. The only thing I did say, that you could start off with a theory. I did, and that was in the colloquial sense, I must admit, because it is very easy to flip between the two. But John, you see, this demonstrates, I'm afraid, that John seems to have a sort of Wikipedia idea about science. He's learned a few things, and then he hasn't got the flexibility because he doesn't understand it. And he seems much more interested in the philosophy of science and actually doing science. which is what people do if they can't do science. They do the philosophy of science, and I'm afraid John is an example of that. I did say that someone could have a theory without having, but that's usually because there's something like the universe. You say, well, I observe the universe. Everyone's already could start from that point. And if you take, I was taking that as as an accepted context. So you could then without having something like I suppose even Einstein, although he didn't have any references, he was talking about observations. You could come up with a theory of the way, for instance, the way the universe has come about by just simply saying I can see reality. Now you could argue that is an observation, that the phenomenon is the observation.
Okay, and 2 minutes gone.
Okay, go to 10 more seconds.
Yeah, 10 more seconds.
And then you could then say that if you're prepared to say reality is an observation, then there are lots of theory in the colloquial sense of theory. You could just come up with to explain how the universe came about. So okay. he's got half a point.
Okay, stop you there. Okay, John, you there?
Yeah, I muted myself, sorry.
Yeah. Do you want to continue for another couple of minutes and further your point, or do you want to move on to something else?
I've got other points. I just want to know how he knows where I got and when I got my information from. And number two, the point was he said scientific theories can be the first step in the scientific method. That's what I was refuting. So it's wrong. He's refuted.
Okay. Rumpus going to respond to that.
Yeah, and as I said, it's very easy to flip between the colloquial sense and that, because I obviously was not referring there. There's a theory in the scientific sense, but it is just very easy to slip into the colloquial sense of a theory. And I've repeatedly said many times that scientific theory in the scientific sense is obviously the result that John spent 2 minutes talking about that we all know. But I was saying that you could have a theory in the sense of a colloquial sense, as in a hypothesis about if you're armed with nothing more than the observation that you exist, but taken that as a sort of understood premise, a context. And I thought that didn't really include that, therefore, as an observation, really. As a more general case, I exist, therefore you can then have a hypothesis about existence. And I would argue that reality isn't really much of an observation in the sense of, I observed the thing he stated as an observation. So I think from some very metaphysics is that
okay. John, do you want to move on to a point which actually more directly, rather than discussing what the theory is? I mean, there are two definitions to a theory. I don't know if you're aware of that, but anyway.
No, there's not. There's only one definition to a theory.
No, if you look at a dictionary, you'll find there are several.
Scientific theory. I just posted them for you. There they are, right there.
Yeah, scientific theory. Yes, there's a scientific theory. But if you look up in a dictionary and in conversation, people say I have a theory about something when they're using the colloquial sense.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about a scientific theory.
Yeah, but I mentioned that when I slipped into using the colloquial sense in the discussion that you're talking about.
Okay, guys, shall we let John move on to a more
scientific? How about instead of the philosophy of science, how about doing some science?
No, we're going to do some right now. You have to know what science is first before you can do it.
How long do you want to make your next point, John, to get your
2 minutes.
point across? Two minutes, okay? Right, go.
Okay, he said that there's no independent variables in scientific hypotheses yesterday. So, construct a hypothesis. A scientific hypothesis is your experiment statement. It expresses the proposed cause and effect relationship, the phenomenon that was observed in step one. It's a classic if this, then that motif. The independent variable is the proposed cause that you will test to produce the effect. The dependent variable, your prediction, you observed in step one. You must have a viable independent variable, i.e. you must isolate the cause. So forming testable hypotheses from California State University of Berkeley. The key word is testable. That is, you will perform a test on how two variables might be related. This is when you were doing a real experiment. You were testing variables. Formalized hypotheses, let's go down here, contain two variables. One is the independent, the other is the dependent. Notice there are two parts to formalized hypotheses. The if portion contains the testable proposed relationship, and the then portion is the prediction or your dependent variable of expected results from an experiment. An acceptable hypothesis contains both aspects, not just the prediction portion. Here at Chemistry About, the independent variable and the dependent variable are examined in any experiment using the scientific method. The independent variable is a condition that you change in the experiment. It is a variable that you control. The dependent variable is your outcome. The null hypothesis from sciencenotes.org. The zero difference or no difference hypothesis predicts that changing one variable, the independent variable, will have no effect on the variable being measured, dependent variable. So how on earth can you have a null hypothesis and have no independent variable? Is this clear?
Okay, that's your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Right, well, again, he's just using a subset. I mean, again, he's not interested in talking about science. He's just talking about the philosophy of science. So, for instance, something like the Foucault pendulum, I don't have an, although he denied that you do have an independent variable in the sense of where you set up your Foucault pendulum in terms of latitude. But that's, you can still have a perfectly reasonable experiment by setting up a Foucault pendulum somewhere in a latitude, and then there you go, and then saying, without being able to change the latitude, saying, I'm going to make a prediction, given that I understand that there's a rotating Earth, that the pendulum will swing in such a way, and then you match that prediction against. So the null hypothesis would be there would be no, for instance, the Foucault pendulum would not change its orientation with respect to the Earth. And then you can say, right, but I believe there's a spinning Earth, and therefore I predict that there will be a change in the swing of the pendulum. I haven't had to change any independent variables there, and that's still a perfectly reasonable scientific thing. That I'm sure that I don't know whether there was a paper. I think the papers were the first scientific journals in 1694. I think the Foucault pendulum was 1850. Oh God. Anyway, so I'm quite sure that if someone wants to could perfectly acceptably claim that it's a scientific experiment to set up a Foucault pendulum and then say make the prediction and not being able to change any independent variables whatsoever, but make a prediction about what's going to happen and still have a null hypothesis. And then when, of course, you do get the deflection, you say that confirms my prediction, that confirms we're on a spinning Earth, and that did not require an independent variable. So the fact, this is just not quite, it's not gibberish, I'd agree, but there obviously is a subset of experiments where you have in the lab where you obviously try and modify the environment, this independent variable thing. But because, unfortunately, John's got such a limited understanding of what's going on, he just picked up these odd key little elements he's interested in, and he can't focus on the bigger picture.
Can we keep the personal attacks out of this and just deal with the subject material? Thank you.
Okay. So there's no independent variable, and yet you can still have an experiment. Case solved.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I just showed
perfectly
you.
2 minutes there. Okay,
I
so
just showed you the direct opposite of that, sir. Cited from here to the cows come home.
And
What's your independent variable with your Foucault pendulum?
Exactly, there isn't one.
And what is the dependent variable?
There isn't. Well, there is a.
Well, then it's not an experiment. I just showed you.
Well, I've just demonstrated that it is.
You didn't demonstrate it. It's nonsensical. What are you manipulating, sir? And what is your prediction?
You don't seem to listen to half the things they're told. I don't know whether this is a problem you're processing information or you just don't listen. I just demonstrated the null hypothesis. Would there be no deflection of the pendulum?
You don't have a hypothesis first to do enough.
Yes, the hypothesis is that it would change the orientation of the swing of the pendulum with respect to the Earth. That's the hypothesis.
What are you manipulating?
Hold on. You're not manipulating anything. That's
then you don't have an experiment.
Yes, I know. That's what you're claiming, and you're wrong.
You don't have an experiment.
You didn't listen. You didn't listen to what I said about the null hypothesis. I explained there was a null hypothesis. You said, "What's the prediction?" You didn't listen to what I said. You didn't listen to the fact that I explained there was a prediction, so you didn't hear that or understand it either. That you would expect a deflection. Well, the evidence is in the Hangout.
What does this say? The independent variable is the core of the experiment.
Can I just finish my sentence? You asked me where was the prediction, what was the null hypothesis, and in the previous statement, in the 2 minutes I had, I explained exactly those words.
That's not the argument. Foucault pendulum wasn't the argument. You said there are no independent variables in scientific hypotheses, sir.
I did never have ever said
that. Yes, you did.
No,
yes, you did. You said it yesterday.
Not.
I wrote it down.
No. I said
go back and read it.
I said it doesn't have to be.
Go ahead and read it. Yes, there does. It does have to be.
No, I just
that's the definition of a scientific hypothesis.
I've just given you an example where you don't need one.
I just read it. That's right there.
Yes, and I'm disputing that as valid.
You're disputing that with what? Nuh-uh.
I've given you an example, the Foucault pendulum.
That's not an example that you conjured. I asked you what the independent variable was with your Foucault pendulum that you just.
And I've now answered that 3 times, and I'll do it again.
And what are you manipulating? What is the cause, and what is the effect?
I've said, and I'll say it for the 3rd or 4th time now. You could have an independent variable changing the latitude of your Foucault pendulum, but I'm not suggesting
you control.
Hold on. I didn't get my rest of my sentence out. I'm not suggesting you need to do that.
Go ahead.
Right, I think we're getting into an argument about sort of semantics and definitions.
No, it's not semantics and definitions. No, it's not.
If I could just finish. So you do actually have an independent variable, the Foucault pendulum, but I'm saying you do not need to exercise that option because obviously. Because something like a pendulum, you might not. Well, you can still get. Hold on. I'm being interrupted here.
No, I just want to make sure. I want to clarify. Your independent variable.
How about clarifying? I was going to do one sentence, and you can ask me for clarification.
Let me finish, John.
Okay.
Right. So with a Foucault pendulum, you can still do science, even if you don't change the latitude, which is effectively your independent variable. But I'm saying you don't need to exercise that option to conduct an experiment, to make a prediction, to have a null hypothesis. You didn't listen to any of that because you then asked me what those were again, because I don't think you seem to be able to take on board information and you're just demonstrating it again.
How does he know I didn't listen to it?
Because you asked me the question. You said, what's the null hypothesis? What's the prediction? Even though I told you that.
No, I didn't say the null. I didn't say the null.
You did.
I asked you what the independent
you asked me for the null and the prediction.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask you for the null. I asked you what your independent variable was, and you said the Foucault pendulum. So the cause is the Foucault pendulum, and your prediction is what?
Oh my God! I'm gonna have to say
it's nonsensical buffoonery is what it is. Go ahead.
This is the problem. You see, this is why I know you've never had to exercise your brain properly because you can't take on board information.
We're done with that one.
And I'm going to say it again. You have a null hypothesis.
Right, I'll stop you both. Right, John. Okay. Are you saying, just for clarity, are you saying that the Foucault pendulum is not a valid experiment to prove something?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Right. That's your opinion. Okay. I think
that's my fact. I just showed you why.
I see. Okay. Can you say why then? Can you just elaborate on why?
Yes, because it's not a viable independent variable. Your independent variable is the cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So the Foucault pendulum is the cause of what?
Now the Foucault pendulum is an apparatus designed to demonstrate a phenomena.
I'm not debating you, sir.
Yeah. I know. That's what I'm saying. I think the physical thing, the Foucault pendulum, is a physical thing. It's not a variable.
That's right. That's what I was saying. So it's not a viable independent variable. You got it right.
Okay. Right. I think we better move on to another point.
I just want to say a couple of things there.
Let's move on.
Oh, John, I've got to say, because he's being such an idiot.
Rumpus.
Can we stop the name calling, please?
I've got to pull you up on that, Rumpus. You do tend to say, he doesn't understand it because he's an idiot and things like that. We don't need that, Rumpus.
It's very difficult to resist.
I know, but you're not going to achieve a thing.
Yeah, because he has no other recourse. He can't support his.
Okay, well, let me just do this once more time. I'm going to explain to him.
We're not going to listen to one more time. You already explained.
No, we are, because that's what I want to say. There is an independent variable, as I've now said about.
What is it?
Right. I was about to say, but you interrupted me.
Oh, yeah. What is it? It was the Foucault pendulum before.
Moderator, I'm in the middle of a sentence here explaining exactly the thing he's asking.
John, let him have 30 seconds, and then we're going to move on.
Right. There is an independent variable, the Foucault pendulum, and I'll say it for the 5th time, and that is the latitude that you decide to mount the pendulum on. Okay. Right, hold on, I haven't finished. That's not 30 seconds. And I'm saying, but you don't need to actually have an independent variable to be able to make a prediction about what's going to happen and have a null hypothesis. And therefore, it is science and it is an experiment, even if I choose not to exercise the independent variable. Thank you.
Right.
And I just showed you that an independent variable is absolutely necessary in a scientific hypothesis.
Well, you've got some quotes set, I'm sure.
I just showed you.
Yeah, you've just showed some quotes. And I've just demonstrated by an example how you don't need that.
They're cited references, sir.
Right, I'm going to stop you both. Right, we're not, this particular one is going to just go on forever because there's a disputing terms here. Okay, so let's move on to your next point of your 2 of 7, John. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. He said yesterday or I said that time is not physical. It has no physical attributes.
Rumpus.
Sorry.
It's a concept. That's what I said. Physical matter. I got the definition for you right here. Matter, any substance which has mass and occupies space. All physical objects are composed of matter, right? So number one, what is the chemical formula of time if it is physical, because that's your position? And number two, what phase does time exist in? A solid, liquid, gas, or plasma? Or does it depend on the time of day? Go ahead.
I never expressed an opinion about time in the Hangout. Yes, you've got me confused with someone else.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yeah, because I explained Einstein, how I clobbered Einstein's theory, and you said that's baloney.
Are you giving up? Are you relinquishing the rest of your 2 minutes, John?
Yes.
Okay, right. Rumpus, 2 minutes.
Yes, I don't have an issue. I've never said time is physical. Never. Yes, I don't know what John. Unfortunately, because he can't apparently import information, he's got it wrong again. I never said that. I don't know what. I'm not quite sure what I think time is. It's something I've thought about it, but I've not made any claims at all about what it actually is. I'd probably say it's not physical. We did have a debate yesterday involving, but I kept well clear of that debate yesterday. So the concept of time, again, this is all, again, philosophy of science, not actual science. He's not interested in talking about science. If I
just got it. Yeah, sure.
I'll try and put a time. If I had to be forced to say time, I haven't formed an opinion about what it actually is. I would probably say, though, it's not physical. So this whole point is irrelevant. One thing I would like to say is all physical objects composed of matter, he says, in the form of atoms. Well, not everything is physical and composed of matter is form of atoms. So he's wrong about that, of course, because there isn't anything about science.
All physical. Please keep your comments to yourself. All physical objects are composed of matter. Period. End of story.
Yeah, but you said in the form of atoms. Concept. There are lots of things that aren't atoms that are matter. Muons, mesons, tau, tau particles, mu mesons.
Okay, you said yesterday that time is not physical. You can go back and review what you said in the Hangout. No problem. Let's move on. You said...
I didn't. You're confused, as per usual.
No, I'm not confused. It's in the Hangout. I wrote it down when you said it.
Well...
Whoa. Stop. Rumpus, you've still got 10 seconds if you want them.
Oh, right. So he's got that completely wrong. So his statement there about what matter is completely wrong. And anybody who knew anything about the subject wouldn't... You see, this is the problem. He's suffering from Dunning-Kruger, and he's writing these things down that he doesn't know anything about. And he's got the confidence of ignorance.
Okay. Hey, what's up with these personal attacks?
Yeah, keep telling you, Rumpus. It's not getting any... That doesn't achieve anything.
That's all right. He's just showing his hand. It's called a tell. He has no recourse.
Okay.
But that's all right. Let's go.
Okay. Do you want to move on to a third point, or do you want another 2 minutes on this subject, John?
Yeah, it won't take 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
You said yesterday, Rumpus, there's no problems with Einsteinian relativity and quantum mechanics together. Right?
I said exactly the opposite.
No,
Jesus
you said it yesterday.
Christ.
No, you did. That's all right. We can go back and review it because I wrote these down.
This guy is an absolute moron.
Yeah. Here we go again, moderator.
Yeah, Rumpus.
Sorry.
It's.
But when someone's saying something's completely wrong for the second time, it's just
tell him he's wrong. Then don't call him a moron.
Right.
Right, carry on, John.
Okay. Now he said he didn't say it, whereas I wrote it down yesterday when he said it. So we have a problem. Anyone could go back and review yesterday's Hangout and see what he said. So.
Okay, so what's your issue with...
well, okay, okay. I mean, I may have expressed that... When I said there's not a... Okay, I mean, I might not... Okay, perhaps I'll withdraw slightly. What he's building up to is, as I explained to him, that physics and the physics debate, the biggest subject is the problem about the incompatibility of general relativity and quantum mechanics. And I went on about this at length yesterday. Now, so when I say... I may... that phrase... So I went on at length how there is this incompatibility between the two. So for him to quote me as that somehow representative of what I'm saying is absolutely outrageous. It's the biggest subject in physics, the fact that we do not have a model of physics which brings together the quantum mechanics with general relativity. This is what string theory was all about. Supersymmetry was all about. You can go to any program, any book about physics on the sort of general subject, or even watching a program about it. They go on. Brian Cox, I don't know if you get that in America. goes on about it all the time. This incompatibility between general relativity and quantum mechanics. They don't match. We can't get them to. And this is what M theory and string theory is all about. I went to this at length yesterday.
Those aren't theories,
trying to bring these things together so that
Those
we
aren't
do have a
scientific
unified.
theories,
This is what the theory of everything is all about. It tries to bring together Einstein, the general theory of relativity, and quantum mechanics. I mean, I went on about this at length, and for him to then suggest here that there's no problem with bringing them together when this is the biggest subject in physics, it's just ridiculous.
Sir, that's what you said yesterday. And string theory and M theory aren't scientific theories, sir.
Oh my God.
Okay, so as a result of that, John, do you want to make a point about it?
Yeah, but we can move on. I already made my point there. We can go on to the next one.
Okay, right. I'll start you 2 minutes. Make your next point.
Okay, he said materialism and realism is true. And what materialism and realism is, the doctrine that the world is, there's a world of matter existing independent of perception and consciousness. But, as we see here from Bernard de Espagnac, the doctrine that the world is made up of objects whose existence is independent of human consciousness turns out to be in conflict, again, with quantum mechanics and with facts established by experiment. So that refutes that. Here's another one. Quantum theory thus denies the physical real world independent of its observation. That's at Rosenblum and Kuttner in The Quantum Enigma. Professor Henry Stapp, he gave a United Nations briefing. He said, "You often hear that the observer was brought into physics by quantum mechanics, but it was not a passive observer. Quantum mechanics brought the human being into science not only as an observer, a passive observer, but as an agent." And that is the key point. In order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equations of quantum mechanics, into the dynamics at the outset. The atoms or elementary particles themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities or possibilities rather than one of things or facts. That's Werner Heisenberg. There's the citation. The path taken by a photon is not an element of reality. We are not allowed to talk about the photon passing through this or that slit. Neither are we allowed to say the photon passes through both slits. All this kind of language is not applicable. That's Professor Anton Zellinger. And the coup de grace from Zhao Song Ma. Quantum erasure with a causally disconnected choice from Pinas. No naive realistic picture, that's red, realism or materialism, is compatible with our results, because whether a quantum could be seen as showing particle or wave-like behavior would depend on a causally disconnected choice. It is therefore suggestive to abandon such pictures altogether.
Okay, right, John. That's fine. Now, I haven't heard the shape of the Earth being mentioned at any point yet.
Right. I'm happy to go through those quotes.
Sure.
If you could show them on screen.
Sure, they are on screen.
Yes, I thought you were about to make the window small.
You go ahead for a couple of minutes then, Rumpus.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to get onto the flat Earth, because that presumably is what Flat Earth Debates is interested in. But yes, I mean John's basic claim is that that humans are required. Now, it is perfectly compatible to say that human consciousness is an agent in the experiment, but what is not correct to say, it's a necessary part for. Now, I think there was some time in order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equation. So down there, just in the third quote, in order to make quantum mechanics work, you've got to bring the human agent into the equations of quantum mechanics, into the dynamics. Right? I don't believe that would be accepted. I think that's just wrong. Now, the reason, of course, that John is interested, he believes that the quantum mechanics can only work with an observer, a human consciousness or some sort of consciousness. Now, this came back through, I think it's about the 1960s, where you may have heard that there has to be an observer. And in the 1960s, there was a suggestion, I can't remember, by someone called Winger. I've got that somewhere. Hold on, just give me a couple moments. Winger, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, German. And he suggested that you needed a consciousness to collapse the wave function, which of course is something we possibly could talk about. The Schrödinger wave equation, which is this wave equation that basically gives particles the instructions about where to go. So something like the double slit experiment that you hopefully people are familiar with, in this way you have two slits very close to one another and you shine light through them, you get an interference pattern, like just as if you did it on
15
water.
seconds.
Oh god, this is quite complicated. Yes, you see, it's just where was I? And this chap in 1960 claimed that you needed a consciousness, an observer, a conscious observer, not just a detector, not just a piece of kit. Oh God! Can I just finish off my sentence?
John, is it all right if Rumpus carries on for another 30 seconds? Yep, go ahead.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Because it's a huge subject that's been brought up here. And so this chap, because he thought that because the whole point about the Schrödinger wave equation is that you have a superposition of possibilities, and he thought, well, that your consciousness does not have a superposition of possibilities. You see just one result, and because of that, he felt that was where the superposition of the Schrödinger wave equation stopped at your consciousness. But he's actually retracted from this now in his later life. I don't know whether he's dead now or whatever, but he's certainly in his later life. He's now said no, he's recanted that position, that you do not need consciousness, because people like Roger Penrose, who people should well know from Black Hole, is associated with Stephen Hawking, pointed out to him that in fact your consciousness can in fact cope with superposition. So the reason this consciousness came, as I was saying, is because the idea was that your brain, your consciousness, was a classical thing where you couldn't have superposition, and therefore everything up to the point, because the detector could have subject to superpositions, and a kit you might store stuff on might have superpositions, all the way up to consciousness where they said, oh, this is classical, your perception is a classical perception, you can only have it one way or the other, therefore that's the point where the Schrödinger wave equation must be resolved one way or the other. And he just came with this as a sort of arbitrary philosophical idea, and it was accepted by many people, and that's why you'll see this idea of a big eye looking at the universe to make it work, and this is the point that John's very keen on.
Okay.
But just one last sentence. But he recanted on this, and Roger Penrose pointed out that the brain is just like just a collection of atoms, and therefore can in fact work in a superposition state, and therefore this whole idea of a conscious observer being required to make quantum mechanics work, I'm afraid, has been kicked in the bin. So on this chap that he's got a quote from there, I'm afraid I think there'll be lots of physicists who would disagree with that.
Okay, that's enough, right? I mean, you've been going on for a while now.
Thank you, John, for letting me finish that. But you
haven't supported anything of what you said, so let me take it to the woodshed right now. Can you see this?
Well, I could give you a quote from Wigner if you like. I
don't need quotes from Wigner. This is an actual experiment. The presence of path information anywhere in the universe is sufficient to prohibit any possibility of interference. It is irrelevant whether a future observer might decide to acquire it. The mere possibility enough. You see this?
Yes, and this observer doesn't have to be conscious. The observer doesn't have to be conscious. It could be just a piece of
path information. Who is able to know the path information?
You don't need to know. No one needs to know anything. No one needs to know anything. It can be just a piece of. It can be a piece of measuring
right here.
It could be a piece of measuring kit. It could be a piece of measuring.
You're refuted in this experiment right here.
When he talks about future observer, that could easily be a piece of mechanical kit.
No, it can't. You're talking about decoherence. That's all right. I'm going to deal with that here in a minute.
That's what I'm talking about, decoherence, yes.
Yeah, you are. We talked about that yesterday. That's okay. We're going to get to that here in a minute.
So the nothing you've just said there in any way contradicts what I've just.
Sure, it just did directly.
No, it doesn't, because I've just pointed out an observer can be a piece of kit.
Yeah, it did. Yes, it did.
No, it didn't, because you got to an observer can be a piece of mechanical kit. It doesn't need to be conscious.
No, it can't. Well, who made the mechanical kit?
It's irrelevant.
Okay, we're going to see that right here in the delayed choice.
What about the previous 3.5 billion years when humans weren't around? What do you think?
3.5 billion years.
The universe managed to exist in that time.
Scientifically validate that, please. That's a claim. You have to support it.
Okay, right. If you want me to, do you want me to spend a couple of seconds on that?
No, I don't. We could get to that at the end.
Well, you just asked me to support. Now you're saying you don't want me to. Make up your mind.
Yeah, we can support it at the end. I'll mark it down.
Okay, so you don't want me to support it then?
Yeah, I will.
Well, make up your mind. Tell me what it is you want me to do.
I want you to support it. We'll do it.
You do want me to support it? Jesus Christ!
At the end.
Oh, at the end, not now. Jesus.
That's right. I write it down.
Right, guys. Can we please possibly move on to something that actually remotely represents the discussion on whether the Earth is flat or spherical?
No, this is material to the discussion.
Okay, so
this is material to the discussion, sir.
At what point are we going to move on to flat Earth?
He said, I'm not done yet.
Right. But I mean, I say we can go on for hours and hours and talk about,
No, we agreed to, but he agreed to this before we started this hangout that this is how we were going to structure this.
No, the structure is the time each of you get and the way you rebut things. But the conversation, I mean, we could talk about line dancing.
No, we're not talking about line dancing. This is science.
Talk about flat Earth.
He made claims yesterday, and we discussed these as the subject for our discussion today before you got in here, and he agreed to them.
I did agree to take your 7 points. I mean, it would be nice. I didn't agree to you being able to completely set the agenda, but I was happy to go through your 7 points.
Now you're.
Well,
do any of the 7 points relate to the shape of the Earth, John, or not?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not done yet, sir.
Yeah,
I have 2 more points.
Okay.
They're going real quick.
And then we can move on to flat Earth.
Possibly.
Well, I thought that was the idea of the debate. I'm sorry.
Sure, it'll be real. Yeah, we can move on. Listen, can I finish my points, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Give you another 2 minutes.
He said yesterday, as we were discussing the delayed choice quantum eraser, this experiment right here, which I'm going to take his decoherence nonsense to the woodshed here in 1 second. He said, I haven't reviewed this experiment, but if you're saying it shows retrocausality, you are sadly mistaken. So let me get this straight. You haven't reviewed this at all, but you're willing to come to a hard conclusion about the experiment, about the results of the experiment. So,
yes.
I mean, how did you get did you use like tea leaves or, like a crystal ball or something to figure that one out? It's probably the same method you use to arrive at your worldview.
Right.
So I'm going to show you how it does affect causality, if you don't mind.
This could take some time.
And to your point, let's just talk about decoherence for a second. You said any detector will cause wave function collapse. But as we can see here, you see these D2 and D1 detectors downstream from the double slit? It's going through half-silvered mirrors and bouncing off full silvered mirrors. I mean, these are actual physical things that it's coming in contact with. However, guess what we're getting? Interference patterns at R1 and R2, sir. What's going on? I thought you said it would collapse it. I'm
afraid I haven't had time to fully review this experiment again, I'm afraid.
Well, you already came to the conclusion that it doesn't.
Because the conclusion that you came to was that retro causality is clearly...
Okay, I'm going to show you that right now.
Well, hold on. I'm just saying the reason I rejected it. I did reject it. I say, but that's because on a grounds of authority. There are people that I trust, and just the academic institutions and the positions they hold. I have confidence in their answer, and therefore, although I don't have.
That's appealing to consensus. You don't have.
I'm appealing to not just it's not just consensus of people I met in the pub. This is the consensus, the scientific consensus.
No, it's not. And consensus doesn't have anything to do with empirical science, sir. Consensus is subjective. Empirical is objective.
Yeah, but there are people who I trust to have a good opinion. This is an experiment. I know, and they're capable of evaluating the merits of this experiment better than I am at the moment.
I just evaluated it for you yesterday.
Yes, but you can't evaluate
retrocausality.
You can't even remember what happened yesterday. I wouldn't trust your evaluation of whether your trousers
I'm going to show it to you right now, and then you can either comply with it or do another Ipsy-Dixit fallacy. Because you said so. It's a nuh-uh. So listen, photon is generated here for an argon pump laser. There's no detectors here at the double slit. All the detectors are downstream. The entangled photons are split. One photon, the signal photon, is sent to D0. All position measurements are measured here. The idler is either going on the red path or the blue path. Now, this signal photon arrives at this detector 8 nanoseconds before any of these detectors get hit. That is, you see my cursor right here?
Yeah.
And right here?
Yeah.
That is, D0 is hit before any of the idler photons hit BSA, the half-silvered mirror, or BSB. It has no idea. Every single time that we take measurements
or hits at D3 and D4, this shows wave function collapse. Every time we take measurements here at D1 and D2, these show interference, but they're shown at 8 nanoseconds before they even reach these detectors. This is what you're getting.
Yes,
from the unknown path, and as you can see, the difference between D3 or D4 and D3 and D1 and D2 are we know the path information to these detectors. As you can see, the only way it can hit D4 is if the photon came out of A. The only way it can hit D3 is if it only came out of the blue path, right?
I think this is going to be an unproductive thing. I mean, you've missed out a couple of important things, like the crystal. That's the key thing about where we got these two lines.
Yeah, the BBO crystal. Yeah, so
yes,
those are entangled photons.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of information you're missing out on this, and I haven't.
Okay, you know what? Do you want to go through the whole thing then? I got a write up with it.
Well, I have not done it enough. So
here we go. Do you want me to start off?
Well, I think if you're going to explain it in the level of detail that I'm then going to form an opinion, it's going to take us an hour. So I don't think this is a productive way to spend our time here.
You're quibbling over how you got the entangled photons. I got it right here.
So right.
What does that have to do with the experimental setup or the results? They're entangled photons.
Okay, right, but okay, well, it's just the way you're explaining it is not. I don't think you're very good at explaining it because I don't think you understand.
Oh, there's another opinion again. But you said yesterday that you knew that it.
No, I didn't say that.
Before even reviewing it.
No, I'm expressing an opinion about it based on my confidence in the scientific.
But you never reviewed the experiment. How can you make a hard conclusion when you never even looked at it?
I gave my belief.
I want to quickly interrupt. What does this experiment show, John?
It's the retrocausality is the object of the exercise he's trying to demonstrate.
It shows retrocausality. Here's the results of the experiment.
I mean,
the existence of the experimental conclusions. The existence of the Witch path information alone causes wave function collapse. So, and then here's his appeal just before to decoherence. The physical interaction with the measuring device does not cause wave function collapse. I just showed you that.
Well, I'm not. You haven't. I have not understood.
I just showed you. Here you go.
No.
Here's the interference pattern.
Right, but I would need to review this in some detail to form an opinion, and I can't do it now. And it's going to take us an hour to go through this for me to understand to the point.
Now he asked me the question. So number 3, QM phenomena transcend time and space, and we have another.
There are scientists that are familiar with this experiment who do not agree with the conclusions you're offering.
It's not a case of agree or disagree. It's empirical.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's an experiment.
That's the point. There are scientists who empirically say it's not.
And sir, well, they say that, but they can't support it by experiment. And I have it repeated right here by orders of magnitude that time and space, this last one right here, transcend time and space.
Well, you've written something down there, yes, so what?
Zhao Sung Ma, but this is quantum erasure with a causally disconnected choice from PNAS. They took this experiment a step further. Instead of 8 nanoseconds, they did it 5 orders of magnitude further on the time end. That's 450 microseconds. And then on the space end, it took it to exponential magnitudes with 2 experiments, one at 55 meters, one at 144 kilometers space separated. So, time and space are utterly meaningless in quantum mechanics.
They did this experiment with a separation of 144 kilometers.
Yes, they did on the Canary Islands. Here, I'll put this in the side chat. You can review it at your leisure.
Okay, well, I really don't think we'll get very far. I think this is such a detailed thing, and I haven't researched it sufficiently for me able to. What I do know is that if retrocausality had been shown, it would be huge news in the scientific community. And I appreciate it does have some problems, but I think other people have said there are problems with this analysis.
There's no problem.
Well, there is.
I think that.
No, how do you? There's problems with it, but you don't know.
Well, I'm not familiar with them.
But John, I think, and Rumpus, I think this whilst it's very interesting, I think it's going vastly over the majority of the audience's head by a country mile. It's very, very deep.
Okay, let's get into gravity then. We'll move on. I just wanted to make a point.
Let's discuss gravity. That's something that I think most people are familiar with, gravity, because we're all walking around. So, okay, I'll give you, what, do you want 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, John?
2 minutes should be fine.
Go ahead. You start now.
All right. So they say the gravity is the answer. That's all I hear is gravity this and gravity that. Well, they have to identify which one they're talking about, because you got two types of gravity: Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian. Newtonian gravity is a force. On the other hand, Einsteinian gravity is not a force. So my first question to him is: gravity a scientific theory or is it a scientific law?
Well,
gravity.
Hang on, Rumpus. John, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
For right now.
Okay, we'll stop that. Rumpus, 2 minutes. Go.
Right, definitely gravity as we perceive it in the real world is definitely a force, but what actually causes gravity as a force to exist is not actually through it's obviously to do with the bending of space-time from Einstein's general theory of relativity. So it manifests itself as a force in our reality, but it actually is not derived. It is not sourced from being a force. It is a manifestation in our reality. So it is a problematic thing. So he's right to identify that it is slightly problematic in terms of how to think about it. But this is an understood model, and I can't give you an exact explanation of how that works. But the bending of space makes things basically try and travel in straight lines, but the bending of space by mass causes these straight lines to be bent into non-straight lines, and so they then move, or they don't follow straight lines of movement. They actually get bent by, because when things are when you drop an apple, it is actually being attracted to the center of the earth, and effectively its path's being bent by inertia and Newton's first law that things won't move unless they're given a force, or they won't change if they're already in movement. They won't change that. They are being effectively bent by the mass of the earth, and that manifests itself as a physical force in our world. Because of course we can't see space-time. It's not something we can actually see or interact with directly. We can only do it through the real world, and so it's this mathematical construction of the general Einsteinian space-time thing. I mean, that manifests itself in the physical world as a force. So I think they are compatible, and I think I'd like to be able to give you a really good explanation, but that's I think that's as good as I can give, and I think that's probably as good an explanation. You're asking me to explain quite a complicated thing here.
Actually, 2 minutes, thank you.
Okay. It's not that complicated. I asked you what is gravity.
Johnny, you want another 2 minutes? Or
Yes.
Okay, go.
I asked him, well, not 2 minutes. I'm not going to need that. I asked him a simple question.
It's simple to construct, difficult to answer.
This is a simple question. Which one is it? It can't be both. One is a force and one's not a force, sir. Which one is it?
Well,
Einstein or Newtonian?
Well, as I said, we've got this concept of space-time that was invented by Einstein.
I just want a yes, just scientific theory or a scientific law on which one? I don't need a story.
Well, gravity is a law. But Einstein, but the general theory of relativity is a theory.
You can't have. So which one is it?
Well, one causes the other. The bending of space causes gravity to exist and have a force. So it's like a sort of second. There's two stages removed here. One stage removed.
Okay. From Musser George, how Einstein revealed the universe's strange non-locality, just in November 2015. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality, we're going to get to that, from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance, as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force, i.e., Newtonian gravity gives rise to gravitational attraction. Now, which one is it?
Well, I would agree with that statement. That's that quote you've just given. That it was. Okay. He did. I mean, Newton believed he didn't understand the mechanism for gravity. He just went for the action at a distance. You know, there's no medium. Whereas obviously the general theory of relativity talks about the bending of space-time, and then that was the cause of gravity. And so he says, he was trying to break Einstein's action at a distance, and then of course Einstein was then shown to be wrong, because you've accepted what you said with your quantum Deloitte choice experiment you were going on about in the last discussion thing we had, where you seem to be happy with non-locality, the fact that you have action at a distance, entangled photons which interact with one another.
This isn't the same non-locality, sir.
No, but he's trying to break the non-locality. Yes, I mean he's trying.
No, it's not the same non-locality.
Yeah, it's not the same. But Isaac Newton was saying that there's an action at a distance, spooky action at a distance.
No, he didn't say that.
No, Isaac Newton did. He did. He assumed
that about quantum mechanics.
No, Isaac Newton assumed it was instant, and what they're saying here is that Einstein then wanted to determine that in fact gravity propagated at the speed of light. Newton assumed it was instant, and because Einstein then said it was ripples in the space time, and so he removed the what do we call it here, the non-locality.
No,
he made it local. He made it have a medium. So I would agree.
This has nothing to do with non-locality and quantum. Newton has nothing to do with non-locality and quantum mechanics.
Well, he was, because he was assuming there's
no, he didn't.
Well,
quantum mechanics wasn't.
Well, let me finish my sentence. Isaac Newton assumed there was an instant action at a distance, which is very similar to the quantum mechanical non-locality.
It has nothing to do with it, sir. Well, Newton had no idea about quantum mechanics and what.
No, I'm not suggesting he did, but I'm saying they both have in them at a fundamental level non-locality.
Yeah, non-local. So Einstein has. Let's go back to the original question. Just one. Pick one. Well, Newton's law or Einstein's theory. You can't have both.
Well, the gravity that we see in the physical world is indeed a force, but how it's derived is derived one stage removed by the general theory of relativity, which is all about the bending of space-time, and there's a medium and there's a propagation speed.
These are married bachelors, sir. Do you understand the law of non-contradiction?
I certainly do.
Okay, you know the two things that are contradictory can't exist or be responsible for the same thing at the same time.
Well, I mean, whether something's a law or a theory is something that people decide in committee rooms because out of consensus. I mean, we've stopped calling things laws these days in science. No one invents laws.
You don't know what a scientific law is. That's the problem. What is a scientific law?
It's a collection of observations that have been verified about physical observations.
It's a description
of
our reality. It's usually mathematical. A scientific
you're right.
Explanation of the cause and effect. They're two different. They're opposites.
Well, certainly things like Newton's. I mean, the thing is, there's been an argument about whether or not you can use the word law to describe things like Newton's law of motion, because that is there's a mathematical representation. Normally, a law is described as a set of observations, and I'm not sure that includes why it happened. I suppose you could argue that it could include the maths for what the observations that we make that we make and observe, and how and so you can say that, for instance, when one thing falls to the ground, we observe that it always takes s is equal to ut plus a half t squared to get from one state to another. So I
they're
think
just descriptions. They're only math can only describe. It can't explain anything. Scientific theories give explanation of cause and effect. You can't do a cause and effect with a law. It's like the second law of thermodynamics. Heat always flows from hot to cold, right? How or why is that possible? Well, we'll never know, because
we do. We know exactly why that happens. We know exactly why that happens.
No. The mechanism as to how and the why.
Yes, we know exactly every part of that.
No, it's a scientific law, sir. What's the cause of that?
Right, the cause of that is the most common state is the one that's adopted by a system. So, for instance, if you imagine a set of coins all set to heads, tails up or something. Let's say you had 10 coins, all tails up, and then you decided to, in a box, and then you decide to jiggle that box. What do you think the chances are of them all, at any stage in the future, coming down all tails? It's really tiny because because what the entropy means is the system will adopt the most common, the state with the most number of states, and that is when you've nearly got a 50-50 distribution. Even the chances of it ever going back is almost like the universe type time before you'll ever get your coins back in or even possibly 10 you might have a chance, but it doesn't take very many before it becomes the age of the universe for them, and that's simply due to the probabilities. There are many more combinations of 50-50 coins than there are with all on one side, because there's only one set of coins. Each coin would have to be in one particular state.
So what is
tails up? And the cause is probability. The cause is the number of different states. It's simple. It's simple. It's simple like predicting dice. It's no more complicated.
Just tell me
than
what
that.
the cause is.
Well, I've explained the cause is probability. The number of states.
No, probability doesn't cause anything. It's not. It doesn't have. Probability doesn't cause
it's
anything.
no different to working out the probability of getting rolling a particular number on a dice thing. It's no different to that at all.
That's not a cause. Probability is not a cause. It has no.
Well, I can. Well, I can tell you what the probability of your dice throwing will be, and I can say that it's the probability of 1 in 6.
That's not the cause of it.
Well, okay, the cause is the shape of the dice. But we understand, once you've got the laws of physics in place, then you can say that we understand, things like molecules bouncing around in a gas or coins tossing. With the coins tossing one, you can very clearly identify that they could be in one or two states, and if the cause is you can jiggle them around, if you like, you can predict what the behavior of that system will be as a matter of probability.
Okay, here we go. A scientific law versus scientific theory. You didn't answer my question, by the way.
I did talk about law.
Look above at the definitions under law and theory. These definitions clearly differentiate the two words. A law describes what nature does. It's
by observations. I said observations, but it describes
a theory
good enough.
Explains the how and the why nature works.
Absolutely.
Like I just said.
No one would dispute this.
So give me the cause of heat flowing from hot to cold. I asked you that. You went off on dice.
I told you about the probability state is that the probability of a state with the two objects having the same temperature is more likely than the probability of not, and that is the cause.
Probability is the cause, right? So you're saying probability causes heat to flow from hot to cold.
Well, the actual mechanism is through the oscillation of the atoms, but the probability is the thing that determines what the result will be, and that it also explains why you will end up with the two things at the same temperature and mixing well rather than not mixing. It's just a matter of dice throwing. You can do it it's no different to calculating the chance of having a dice throw. It's a bit more complicated, obviously, but you can do it just with simple probability. Entropy is all about the system going into the most.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm getting some shit now off FED. We've got to move on to the shape of the Earth. End of story.
End of story.
We're not going to discuss philosophical arguments about physics.
They aren't philosophical arguments.
Well, okay. We've got to move on to the shape of the Earth. I need you to bring a point across, John, now, which which is going to prove your hypothesis that the Earth is a flat plane, and then we're going to give Rumpus a chance to rebut that.
Okay, and now you're going to understand the reason why I just went over all that on hypotheses. And theories.
Fair enough. Okay.
Now you're going to understand it because I'm going to tell you. Let me shut my screen because I'm screen sharing, right?
You are screen sharing.
Let me turn it off.
Okay. Do you want 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes? How long do you want? Your first point.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Right. Well, I'm going to give you a maximum of 2 minutes, and if you want to say when you finish, then you say so.
Yes, because either a spinning ball spherical Earth or a flat Earth is outside the scientific method by definition. I just explained it to you. You need a viable independent variable for your hypothesis. There is none. There is no cause and effect. And I'm going to show you this here in a few minutes. So I want you to provide me scientific evidence. By what I'm saying is I want you to follow the scientific method, observe a phenomenon, construct a hypothesis, and then test. Give me an experiment that validates the spinning ball Earth. Go.
Okay. I would set up a focal pendulum somewhere on a reasonable latitude.
We already went over the focal.
Sorry?
We already went over the focal. There's no
and I'm about to.
Pick another one.
So I'm good. So with a focal pendulum, I'll set it up somewhere, and with the physics that we know, basic rotational mechanics, I can say what I expect that pendulum to do if we're on a spinning Earth. And what do I do if we do that? You set up the focal pendulum, and you see that it does in fact agree with the prediction made for a spinning Earth. On a flat Earth, it wouldn't happen. The null hypothesis that the procedure that John said would be keen on would be that it doesn't change its angle of inclination with respect to the Earth as time goes on. The spinning Earth says that it will. It changes its inclination, therefore, on a spinning Earth. Similarly, the Doppler effect, we can actually measure that we know, for instance, that due to the spinning Earth at the equator, it's going 1,000 miles an hour. That has some consequences. For instance, the centripetal force that's required there means that you weigh slightly 0.3% less than you do at the poles. You can measure that. Similarly, with the Doppler effect, given the fact that you're going 1,000 miles an hour on the equator one way and then the other, you can actually see the Doppler effect affecting your observations. Looks things like the cosmic wave microwave background radiation when you make observations about that on Earth. Similarly, you can see Doppler. Similarly, you can see Doppler effects on that. Obviously, we also have pictures of the Earth from NASA. We can actually see the damn thing. We also see things like stellar aberrations due to the orbit of the Earth around. I don't know if he's also disputing the orbit of the Earth. You can also see things like something called stellar aberration, which you can see the stars moving up and down depending on our speed of our orbit. When we're going towards a star and a certain speed, it's a one inclination, and when we come around 6 months later, when we observe the same star due to Doppler effects, it's lower in the sky. Let's have another one. That's four complete invalidations, and obviously we've got satellites and pictures and things.
Okay, John, would you like to rebut any or all of those claims?
Yes, he didn't answer my question, sir. I asked him, using the scientific method, to go ahead and observe a phenomenon, construct a hypothesis, and then test it. He didn't do any of it. He talked about the cosmic microwave background fairy tale.
I summarised it. I didn't want to go through. I mean, if you want me to go through stage by stage, which is the hypothesis,
that's scientific evidence, sir.
Yes, but I don't need to go through the whole process.
Okay, this is
the problem. This is the problem. You can't take on board information and arguments in a concise manner. And so when I talk about things like it's implicit. It's implicit in my statement that you have a theory about how much Doppler effect you're going to be for the rotation. Then you're going to see, and then see what constitutes a Doppler shift.
John, okay, you're stating that any of the scientific observations and experiments that Rumps has mentioned don't fit with the scientific method. Okay, let's turn it around. I want you to give us an example. What is a valid experiment for anything?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I share my screen, please?
I believe you are still. Are you not still sharing?
No, I turned it off.
Well, you are presenting as far as I'm concerned. So if you actually go to your own thing and share yourself, you will be sharing.
Okay.
Because you are still on there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Here's something I would just for an example, and I'll get to the actual experiment, but just conceptually. Let's say back in the day, those sailors used to take those long journeys, right, and used to come back with scurvy. So. Mm-hmm. My example here is observe a phenomenon. So sailors appear crippled, they have bleeding gums, and have poor wound healing after long sea journeys, right? The plausible explanations for this, and these are just a few. Prolonged exposure to seawater? Possible.
I thought we were talking about the flat Earth here.
Yeah, we're going to get there. This is conceptual. He just asked me a question.
Let him carry on.
He just asked me a question, sir. I'm telling him. So it could be a number of possible problems: inhalation of aerosol sea coal droppings, prolonged exposure to swabbing the deck cleaning solutions, prolonged rolling and pitching, poor air quality caused by smoke and candles, mold, mildew. We just don't know. What about what we don't know? So we're looking for the cause of the effect, the cause of scurvy. So what do? Those are just a few plausible explanations. Do we poll a bevy of current scientists and roll with what most think it is, then call it science?
This is deflection.
Or do we test every possible cause, independent variable, and validate the effect, the dependent variable? Prediction, science. So let's try to find one I got one right here, what you asked for an actual step-by-step.
While you're doing that, can I just mention things?
No, I'm here.
The fact the sun doesn't change size, which it would on a flat Earth.
Right here.
And on a spinning Earth, it's far away.
Hang on, let him finish. Then you bring that up.
This is all irrelevant.
So back to, it's conceptually relevant, sir. He asked me for an example of an actual experiment or going through the scientific method.
I mean, you've had more than 2 minutes of this as well.
I'm sorry, yeah. He asked me, what do you want me to do?
Keep it to 2 minutes.
We'll give you plenty
I
of
already
time.
gave you most of my time here.
I asked him to give us an example, Rumpus.
Yeah. And I bet you regret that now.
Well, you know, that's tough shit, isn't it? Let him finish the point now for the sake of it.
So construct a hypothesis back with our vitamin C issue. Here is a testable hypothesis. If vitamin C intake is crucial to collagen integrity in humans, then eliminating vitamin C in humans will cause scurvy. This is a valid scientific hypothesis and a testable statement. What are you manipulating, i.e. the independent variable in this experiment? Answer, vitamin C intake.
Surely, moderator, there's a limit on how long you can go on before I'm allowed to have another go.
What are you measuring or predicting? The dependent variable. Answer, scurvy. Do you see the independent and dependent variable connection here?
Yeah. And my independent variable, the spinning of the Earth, was to say here, well, I can't actually change the rate that the Earth is spinning, but I could certainly make predictions about how much Doppler effect there's going to be, what the focal pendulum be, and I can change the latitude of that and see that the deflection of the pendulum is dependent on that. I can also say that the sun doesn't change in size, which you would have to on a flat Earth model.
No, but you can't manipulate that.
We can also see the sun drops over the horizon.
But you can't manipulate that. That's a just so
yes, that's why the old definition of an experiment or gaining scientific knowledge.
There it is, right here for you. Look at these.
Bollocks. These are experiments. You can conduct experiments.
One at a time. One at a time, guys.
Jesus Christ.
Look how much this is say on independent variables. You have to know this to pass 5th grade general science, sir.
Yes, the trouble is you've found this little issue and you're focusing on it because you don't have the understand.
It's a hypothesis.
The bigger understanding of the issues and how to conduct an argument.
Can you have science without a scientific hypothesis, sir?
No, you would need a scientific hypothesis. You need that bit.
You need a hypothesis. Part of that scientific hypothesis is the independent and dependent variable.
And sometimes you don't, so you can still...
you just contradicted yourself.
No, you can still learn about the world around you without having an independent variable.
You can't test
the rotation of the Earth. But I mean, even with a focal pendulum, you have got an independent variable because you can change the latitude. If you really insist on having an independent variable, you can change the latitude.
Okay, let's see if it makes sense. The latitude is the cause. Your prediction is what?
No, the cause is the rotation of the Earth.
You just said the latitude was. The cause is your independent variable.
That's the independent variable. Listen to what I'm saying.
That's the cause.
The cause is the rotation of the Earth.
Listen, an independent variable is the presumed cause. How difficult is this?
Well, okay,
and the dependent variable is the presumed effect. This is real easy.
Well, it affects. You've got a definition.
The latitude. So what is it? First you said the latitude. Right. Second you said the focal pendulum.
The independent variable is the latitude. The spinning of the Earth is the cause.
What? The latitude causes what?
The latitude changes the effect of the spinning of the Earth on your pendulum.
The latitude changes the spinning of the Earth. That is preposterous. It's absurd.
It changes the effect of the spinning of the Earth, I think.
It's preposterous. It's not a cause and effect.
It is. Because
no, it's not. The latitude doesn't cause anything.
The latitude is your variable.
It's not a variable. It's not a cause.
What do you mean it's not a variable? I can change the position of my pendulum with its latitude.
Oh my goodness!
And that is the independent variable that I've got.
Okay, right. Again, with this independent variable thing is just...
I know he's obsessed with it. He's learned about it.
On and on.
He can't get off
We're just going to argue about it forever. What we need you to do, what I've been asked by Flat Earth Debates, John, we need you, to provide concrete evidence that the Earth
I just
flat.
Told you, sir.
No. What you've done is you've tried to say that the evidence for a globe Earth is flawed.
That's correct.
What you haven't done is provide evidence for a flat Earth.
Okay, sir.
You've said that the experiments that try to demonstrate. Let me finish. You've tried to demonstrate that the experiments that show the Earth being a globe are invalid. What we need you to do is give us evidence that the Earth is flat.
An argument would do. Argument or evidence.
Sir, didn't I preface this by saying that either the flat Earth or the spinning ball Earth, in conjunction with the scientific method, is married bachelors? Didn't I just say that when I prefaced my discussion?
So married bachelors is your argument for a flat Earth.
Okay, and another thing, let me finish this up. This is my last point. He said that before I can't invalidate. Wait a second, stop laughing. I can't. His point was that I have to propose a replacement. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, give an alternative viewpoint.
It's not that he can just invalidate the globe. I accept he doesn't have that burden necessarily. Okay. He has to justify why the globe Earth doesn't work, and he hasn't done that at all.
Okay. My last point answering his question. Your appeal here, sir, the one that's just asked me that question, is tantamount to a judge refusing to allow a defendant to present a case for his innocence until such time as the defendant has found a suitable replacement for the crime. I can still invalidate your model without providing another model.
I would accept that. Yes, it's a reasonable request, but he's right to say that he doesn't have to do this. Obviously, we think he should do, but he can try and invalidate my position, and that's all he can try and do.
Okay.
It's a bit shallow to not
I invalidated it because it's not validated to begin with. That's the whole problem.
What I'm trying to get at, John.
You haven't provided any contradiction in any way of the logic of the evidence I provided is wrong.
You didn't provide any scientific evidence. You don't have any.
Okay. Now, John, I think Rumpus.
Just ignore the Foucault pendulum. It's incredible.
Yeah, okay.
No, I don't ignore it. It's not a viable hypothesis. I just showed you.
Okay.
John, go ahead and moan.
It's reasonable to assume. Okay, what you've so far said is that you don't believe the Earth is a ball.
What I so far said was that you cannot place either a flat Earth or a spinning ball Earth into the scientific method. It's nonsensical, and it's a non sequitur fallacy.
Okay, so you're saying you can't possibly prove that the Earth is flat either?
You can't, not with the scientific method, you can't.
Okay, so do you believe the Earth is flat?
I believe this is not about a believe forum. This is about scientific evidence forum.
I just asked a question. It's a yes or no answer. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Yes
it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's a question.
Yeah, it is.
No, I'm asking you a question from one human being to another. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
I told you. This is a scientific discussion.
No, if I said to you, do you like honey? You could say yes or no. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yes. Did you understand my position on scientific evidence?
I didn't ask if you believed the Earth was a globe. I asked if you believed the Earth was flat. You could say yes, no, or I don't know.
You keep on saying believe, though. You understand my position with the scientific evidence.
Yeah, but in your belief system, in your mind, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I take what the Bible says it is.
And what do you interpret the Bible says?
It says it's flat and non-spinning and domed.
Okay, so the answer to my question is yes, you believe the Earth is flat.
My belief, but that wasn't the subject of the debate.
That's your belief. Okay. Can you, based on the fact that you've got a belief, something must have led you to that belief. So can you provide evidence?
Yeah, for the Bible, that would be a long.
No, we're talking about science. We're talking about verifiable empirical. We're talking about empirical evidence. You're very keen on empirical evidence, John. We want empirical evidence.
You just asked me what my beliefs were, sir.
Yes, but now we're asking for your basis for your beliefs.
I just told you. The Bible, God.
Right, so you don't have any empirical or scientific basis for your beliefs?
Yes, I do. For God,
let's hear them. Let's hear them then, please.
Sure, no problem.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead,
okay, here we go.
Okay.
Scientific law. This is mine. I made this up. I constructed it.
So this is your belief.
What's so funny about it?
Well, we thought we took about flat Earth, but now you're doing it for God, are you?
You just asked me to do it.
Rumpus, let him give his explanation.
He has been talking for the last 10 minutes while I've barely been talking at all.
Okay, yeah. What we're trying to get to is some.
No, it's okay, Paper. Go ahead, Paper.
We're trying to get some proof that some evidence that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm giving you. I said my belief is from the Bible. You asked me.
We want to know whether
God
you have any empirical evidence to support them, or any scientific evidence or arguments.
Just told you from the beginning that the flat Earth or the spinning ball Earth is outside scientific methods purview. I just told you that how many times?
You did mention that once before. I wanted to make sure that's what your position is.
That's my position.
Guys, I think a point that needs to be made here is that we're starting to invoke religion and the Bible here.
No, this isn't religion. Christianity is not a religion, sir.
Well, obviously you're taking your beliefs from your belief in the Bible is.
Well, Christianity. See the tenet. The quintessential tenet of religion is belief without evidence. My position is that your materialism religion, which I just beat over the head during this discussion with quantum mechanics, is a religion. It's you who are religious, not me.
I see.
We base our positions on argument and evidence, and you haven't provided any argument or evidence for your position.
Not evidence.
It's empirical evidence. Yes, and I've offered you an empirical evidence. I can show you a focal pendulum. I can show you a focal pendulum.
We already did the focal pendulum.
Yes, and we've established that it is empirical evidence. Just because you didn't understand,
I just showed you.
No, no. Yeah, I don't understand how you could not understand this.
Because you can't formulate a scientific hypothesis, sir.
We can. The hypothesis is that the pendulum would behave in a particular way. That's the hypothesis.
Okay.
And when it behaves in a particular way... Hold on. You've spent the last 10 minutes talking. How about me having a go? I can show you a focal pendulum, and I can say that the spinning Earth predicts it will behave one way, and a flat Earth predicts it will behave another way. And it goes with the spinning Earth thing. Similarly, we can show the Doppler effect, which is occurs with a spinning Earth. I can also show you star movement that occurs with a spinning Earth. And none of those things would happen on a flat Earth. Therefore, because we have evidence that those things happen, the postulation that there's a null hypothesis saying this won't happen, and then there's a hypothesis saying, well, we do expect to see this phenomenon. In each case, we see the phenomenon that is compatible with the spinning Earth and is incompatible with the flat Earth. And similarly, those pictures I can show you of Chicago, those are not possible to happen on a flat Earth. They're only compatible with a spherical Earth. So therefore, it's case closed. You have no evidence. You have no argument whatsoever, and all the evidence and argument is on my side. It's case closed.
Okay, 1 second, sir. Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've already showed that he can't formulate an actual scientific hypothesis to empirically validate any of his claims whatsoever. I've already showed that. He keeps on talking about predictions, right? A prediction. What's the difference between a Nostradamus prediction and a scientific prediction?
Okay, John, can you provide something, for instance, an experiment which follows the scientific method that proves that the Earth is flat?
Well, he said
I already told you, sir.
You can't do that. He said you can't do that.
I already told you. I premised my last point by saying either a flat Earth or a spinning ball, spherical Earth, is outside the purview of the scientific method.
Okay,
he's a nutter. In other words, he's saying he's a nutter.
Do you agree it's one or the other, though? Do you agree it's either a spinning ball or it is a flat motion?
Yes, I do. Yes.
It's one or the other.
Yes, I do agree with that.
So do you accept that there's many more experiments that have been done that show the spinning ball Earth rather than the flat Earth?
No, I'm saying, sir, that you can't see, the hypothesis is your experiment statement. If you can't form a viable scientific hypothesis, you don't have a viable experiment.
Okay. At what point do you think there will be a viable scientific hypothesis?
There won't be.
Of the flat Earth. There won't be. It purely comes down to belief in the Bible.
John,
the paper. Sorry, he's conceptually decided that there's no way you can do an experiment.
No, it's not conceptually; it's empirically.
Okay, empirically you can't do it. Whatever. So he believes it's impossible to prove one way or the other.
He brought up another point about his.
This is incredible.
Skyline.
I mean, even the flat earthers are calling John. Even the flat earthers are calling you a nutter. I mean, this is getting ridiculous.
I don't care what they call me. I don't care about what people think, sir. I deal with empirical.
Well, we'll gather that you're a nutter.
Empirical evidence, sir. And you brought up refraction. Can you list the effects of refraction for us, sir, with that skyline? list all the effects of atmospheric refraction from the ground. Go ahead. You can use Wiki. I know you're on.
Okay. Well, I've actually got a little video here. Actually, it shows you the.
No, I don't need a video. Just
I can show you.
List
by
the
observation.
Effects. List the effects.
Well, I can show you the effects.
John, a video is perfectly valid. I mean, you're showing text on the screen and things that you've taken quotes from other people. Rumpus wants to show a video.
I just asked him the simple question.
Why is that invalid? Why is that invalid?
Effects. It'll take 15 seconds.
No. Well, I can show you. I can show you the effects. You're asking me to show you the effects of refraction, and I can do that. That's what you asked me, and I can demonstrate it on that. And you even on that picture, you asked me specifically refraction effects on that picture. And if I can just go here, I won't play the video. I won't play the
atmospheric refraction effects.
Hold on. I'm just going to show you the refraction effects. I'm actually going to show you them.
Why should you? You could just tell me.
Oh, I can do better to show you. It's even more solid. And rather than you complain that when I say things, it's just opinion.
I'm not going to complain.
This isn't just opinion.
John, you are familiar with visual aids, surely?
Yeah, I am familiar with visual aids. I didn't ask him for that.
Yeah, but Rumpus is going to give that for the benefit of the audience as well.
Right. Here is a video taken by Joshua Nowicki of the Chicago skyline from Stevensville, 90 kilometers away. And here, this is taken from over 200 feet high. He's on the tallest dune in Stevensville. And he took this as a time-lapse picture of Chicago over the period of a day, I think. And you can see, I'm not going to play it because I know that Fed doesn't like me playing, so I'll just take bits of it. So this is the first, and what I would suggest you do at home, people, is to try. Can you see my pointer? Can you see my pointer? Paper.
Yeah, I can.
Right, there's the top of there's the Willis Tower. I suggest you put a window or something on your screen, or your finger, or something like that, on that point there, just to that step of the Willis Tower. And so here we go. I'm now going to.
I've seen 3 hours of this the other night.
No, this is a bit different. I'm showing you this. This is going to show you how it changes. Well, can I continue? Right. So if you put a pointer, your finger, or something there, and because my pointer will move, I have to move my pointer, but also it'll disappear if I just hold it there. But if you then move along here, you should see. Unfortunately, I'm going to play it a little bit. And if I hold my pointer there, you should see that it's going up there. You should see, unfortunately, the pointer disappears. If you put a screen, you can see that the antenna is growing and growing, and now it's coming down because the day is getting colder. And it'll now, and you see it's moving up now by about 10%. Oh God! The trouble is, and now it's shrinking because the day is getting colder, and you see it go below the pointer. Oh, come on! As the days get into the evening. And I suggest you look at that video yourself at your own leisure, and you will see there that is refraction occurring due to the heating of the layers in the sun. Just as the day warms up, you get these layers of less dense air. Because you remember that's 90 kilometers, and you're looking there through quite a small strip of warm air, and that changes obviously in temperature as the day goes on, and you can see the physical effects of that. So there is refraction happening in front of your face and changing the appearance of the Chicago skyline. Thank you.
Okay. I asked a question. I said, please list all the effects of atmospheric refraction near the ground. And you didn't answer the question. So
I demonstrated them. Let me
answer it for you.
I've shown you them.
Atmospheric refraction on the ground produces mirages of distant objects. They can shimmer or ripple. They can be elevated or lowered. They can be stretched or shortened. Now, what I want you to validate scientifically for me, please. Those are all independent variables.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So can you validate what's happening in that picture for me? Scientifically, please.
Yes, because in the lab, we know that light is refracted. We've done experiments in the lab.
We're not talking about in the lab.
Yeah, but hold on. I can demonstrate the print. Well, you want to conduct an experiment, and we can do things like change the time of day, and that's compatible with what we see in the lab, where we can see that we can get refractions in medium. We can change the temperatures and do this experiment in the lab.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
Can I finish? Oh. So in the lab, you can demonstrate that a change in density of air causes it to refract, and then we can do see here that we're getting exactly the effects which we know are due to heat things. Now, we could put temperature, we could put thermometers and things in there, and there are ways of detecting air temperature that then are compatible with our lab experiments, and therefore we can say it's the same effect.
What's the alternative explanation, John, is what we're trying to get to? What's the alternative? If you've got a valid
there you go again with the alternative.
No, but if you're saying that is invalid and the explanation given is invalid, can you come up with an alternate explanation which is valid?
I just told you about your philosophy with alternate explanations. I gave you the different effects of refraction. I want you to isolate what effect that is happening in that picture for me, please, scientifically. Thanks.
Well, I think Rumpus just said it's refraction of light.
But refraction has different effects. Do you want me to state them over again?
We saw the different effects. It shrank and did all sorts of things. It
could be elevated or lowered, right?
No, it did that. It did that.
Right? So which one is it?
It did both, depending on the temperature inversion. Whether it's an inverted or whether... Yes,
so it doesn't say anything. You can't validate what it's doing. You can only observe. Observations are not tests.
Okay. So we've made an observation that what appears is the building getting higher and lower, etc. What is the alternative explanation, John? Is what we're trying to get to.
Your key statement is it appears. Observations are not tests. The independent variable.
Observations are not tests.
So what is causing that observation?
Oh my God! Yeah, I know the science. We shouldn't let the scientific method get in the way of your friggin' fairy tales.
What John seems to be doing here is saying that everything is invalid. You can't prove anything. No observation.
Not everything.
Counts.
I said the flat Earth.
Yeah. Versus... No. You've basically said every observation. You said an observation is not a test, whereas I would argue an observation is a test. You can make an experiment, and then you make an observation of what happened.
Okay.
And there's an observation. So your basic whole argument you've been having here is nothing counts.
Here's
no evidence, no argument. It doesn't work. So you haven't presented a case for opposite, which I understand. Like I'm prepared to accept.
You haven't presented anything either.
But all you're saying is everything, all the evidence I presented argument doesn't count because nothing counts ever.
Next to zero, by the way. You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
You said that no evidence or argument can count for the round or the spherical or the flat. You said
nothing. You can't put it empirically.
Well, I mean, there you are. He's not prepared to accept any experiment, any evidence, or any argument. That's his position. No matter what.
Any argument. It's just argument with these two.
He's not prepared to accept any argument or any evidence. He stated that.
I don't need to accept it.
What we're saying is, John,
there we go.
John. Right, I'm going to start muting people shortly. Right, John, what we're saying is those observations were made. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, you can look at something, sure.
Effect. Now, what science tries to do is explain those effects. Now,
science doesn't explain.
I'm going to mute you very shortly if you don't let me finish.
John, you are the moderator.
Go ahead. Science says, go ahead.
John, you are the moderator, not actually really supposed to be participating in the debate.
Listen, no, I'm not trying to. I'm saying he seems to be avoiding the question.
Oh, yes, I agree.
I'm just trying to point out that Rumpus has said that observations were made, which is valid. We agree that the observations were made, and science has offered an explanation. And you're saying that that's invalid. What we're trying to get at, John, is what is your alternative?
Science can't offer an explanation, sir. It's not an entity. It doesn't have vocal cords, so it's a reification fallacy, for one.
Okay.
Right? Because science is the scientific method. You got to the first step of the scientific method. You made observation of a phenomenon. What's the next step?
Is to try and deduce what that is causing that effect.
Construct a hypothesis. Go.
Correct. Okay. Correct.
Right. So the problem is that John doesn't believe the science can have anything to say on this subject, and I suspect it's because of his religious beliefs.
Science doesn't say anything.
So he's trying to exclude us having a scientific discussion about this issue, which I'm afraid is somewhat. Well, I would argue it's the fact they're coming into a debate where he's prepared to say he's saying that basically science can't comment on this. I think is a bit ridiculous.
Science can't comment on anything. It doesn't have vocal cords, sir.
So what you're saying is we should all, whenever we observe a phenomenon, we should not bother trying to explain it. Is that
no?
What
you should say, John? You should start trying to test it scientifically, please.
And how would you go about testing? How would you go about testing the effect of the Willis Tower growing and lowering in height? How would you go about that?
You can't. That's what my whole point, sir. You can't put it in.
You can't do it. You give up.
No, you don't have a viable independent variable that you're manipulating.
So what you're saying is we give up on the subject.
I don't think you can give up. It's just not scientific evidence.
Okay, so can you propose a test that would probably explain why you see that? You know, you're standing at the shore with your 3-year-old child, and he says, "Daddy, why is that doing that?" Do you just say, "Well, there's no way of testing it. There's no way of answering that question"?
I can give him the possibility, sure.
What are the other alternative possibilities than the ones that Rumpus gave?
Well, it's just like my vitamin C example, sir. I gave you about 6 different ones.
Now, we're talking about the Willis Tower.
Yeah, I know. It's the same concept.
Yeah, but, you know, Rumpus has said, you know, that scientific experiments have created an idea of why this happens. You're saying that's invalid. What's the next step? We want to come up with an answer. Now, you've said that his explanation is invalid. So what's the next step? We need to then come up with a viable alternative.
It's not only invalid, it's not viable at all because you have different effects. I just gave you the different effects.
Okay, so can you come up with something that does explain it?
Like scientifically?
Whatever. Any explanation.
No, it's not whatever. We're talking about scientific evidence, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And he's laughing because he doesn't know what it is.
No. I'm asking you a question as an independent person. Why is that tower look higher at 3 o'clock in the afternoon than it did at 11 o'clock in the morning, Daddy?
Refraction.
Pardon?
Oh, refraction. Yes.
So
correct answer. Wow.
Sure. Refraction, definitely, but you can't. It can be elevated or lowered. Or stretched or shortened. Okay.
As I demonstrated, yes.
Due to different levels of refraction.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't prove anything.
We agree on that.
It could be anything. Yeah, it could be any of those. Or all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can eliminate some of them. We could check it on days when there isn't a temperature inversion. Say at night when we know there's a uniform temperature, for instance, we can measure the uniformity of temperature. If our prediction is that there has to be hold on, let me finish. Hold on, you speak about bloody hours here. We could say, in the lab, we believe that the density of the air is responsible for refraction. That is caused by a difference in temperature. So our scientific prediction would be that should be a variation in temperature in the atmosphere above the lake. There should be a variation there. We can go and test that and then establish and see if that then matches the lab results, and then say, so that would be our independent variable. We could go out on particular days of particular temperature and then see if we get the effects we do. And then also when it's going at night, we could see that the temperature goes down and then we get less refraction. So we've got a number of things we can play with to establish that if our predictions are then compatible with what we see. And then we have a null hypothesis, and then we have the observations that we can make, and then see if they're compatible with our predictions. In the case of the refraction thing, we say, well, when we expect to see large temperature variations in the atmosphere, we expect to get these refraction effects. That's what we see. We do not get the effect where the temperature variations are uniform and we get the refraction. And therefore, we have a result, and we can establish that the refraction is the cause of that effect.
But you can't superimpose a lab experiment onto the lake and say, okay, you have to know all the variables, sir, to isolate what the problem is.
Yes,
and what the cause is.
Agreed. You do have to minimize the number of variables, which you can do. Predict. So what you can do is you can...
Wait a second, I'm not done yet.
Yeah,
you can't predict. Your prediction is your dependent variable. What is your independent variable on your tester, sir?
The time of day that I choose to make the observation.
The time of day. So you're manipulating the cause is the time of day.
The core. You found a definition. You found a quote from someone that said that the independent variable is the cause. I dispute that. And because you're stuck in that quote. You're stuck in that quote. You can't be shifted.
Special mind powers. Where did I find it at?
So the independent variable I can have is the time of day that I choose to make the observation.
The cause variable is your cause.
The cause is the actual physical reality, the temperature.
The cause in an experiment is the independent variable.
No,
your prediction.
When you're natural phenomenon, you can change something, your independent variable. What you say, for instance, the voltage on something, but the system then responds.
That's the cause.
No, it's not.
Yeah, independent.
No, the system the system.
That's what our problem is. You don't understand the scientific method.
There are times
or a hypothesis, sir.
You don't seem to understand. There are two sorts of experiments. One in which you can inject something into the system to make the system change, and one where you make observations of the system.
Oh, observation! I got that. Hold on, observational studies, right? I got that. Hold on 1 second.
Right.
I had that for you here. Observational studies, right? There's different types of experiments. So let's go with observational studies. Because that's what you said, correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yes, but I mean the fact
observational studies are not experiments. By definition, observational studies lack the manipulation required for Baconian experiments. Natural experiments are a different type of quasi-experimental design. There is not a variable that is being manipulated by the experimenter. And what does quasi mean?
The change of temperature. I mean, sorry, the change of day. Well, nonetheless, but you're saying you can't draw any scientific conclusions from conducting.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
And you can.
I'm not really saying it. I'm showing.
And you can.
I'm showing it.
You've obviously read something in your Wikipedia months ago, and you've got fixed on this thing, and you seem to got stuck in this little rut, and that logic and argument, ever since it's not
my favorite color.
Well, that's
how do you know that?
Because of the way you're talking.
Oh, the way I'm talking.
You're not approaching this in a logical or scientific way.
I'm using the scientific method.
No, yes, you're not arguing in a logical or intelligent way.
This is the scientific method. It's a logical method. I just gave you a hypothesis.
But your conclusion is you can't draw any scientific conclusions.
Yes, I can. You don't have a viable independent
Okay, let's call it a quasi-experiment. Just for you, we'll indulge you. We'll call it as a quasi-experiment. I believe that can lead us to conclusions. You're saying it doesn't, and that's wrong.
Yeah, because quasi means not really.
No, it doesn't. It means that, remember, it's a modifier of experiment, the word experiment. Now, if you
there's not a variable. It doesn't have an independent variable. It's not a hypothesis.
I'm going to stop you both. I'm going to stop you both. We're going nowhere. We are in. No matter what you say, it's semantics. It's
not semantics. The scientific method is not semantics.
Basically, John, you're trying to say
we don't need your opinion. We don't need your opinion. You're a ball earther. We don't need your opinion.
I am here as a moderator, and I have to intervene when you're going.
Of course, but you're biased.
You're going.
You don't know what science is. Okay,
totally
you tell me.
Utterly off topic, and everyone agrees. Everyone in the chat agrees.
Consensus then.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when you've got 100 people who disagree with one person,
I don't care what they do. I'm not into consensus.
We know that you don't care, and everyone's wrong. You're right. Okay, that's fine. But we need to talk about that. You need to either accept that scientific experiments are valid. You know that there are scientific experiments conducted in all walks of life, and there have been for thousands and thousands.
Yes, I know that. That's a straw man.
And the scientific experiments prove things. That's how we advance as a species. Okay,
that's
so you've got to accept that scientific experiments are done.
I do accept that scientific experiments are done.
Okay, so let's move on to an example of a scientific experiment that proves that the Earth is a flat plate.
I just told you there isn't one. You can't formulate. Why don't you try it?
Yeah, paper.
Give me a scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean paper. He's adamant that you just simply can't do any science on the Earth.
And you can't because you can't do it.
Yeah,
that's why.
No such thing as a scientific experiment, then, John. You've misunderstood what
No, I said there is no such thing as a scientific experiment to validate. Listen closely now. Flat Earth versus a spinning ball. Hard stop.
Yeah. Okay, John, you're going to have to. Your paper. You're going to have to. He said this now about 10 times. You're going to have to accept that's his position. There's nothing. There's no scientific. There's no scientific way of determining to him that the Earth is flat or spherical. There's no observation. No observation.
Well, no, I think his position.
It's insane. It's a nutter position.
Well, I think.
There we go with the name calling again. Because that's all you got.
Stop. I think John. I think this is a fair point to make. Is that what you said is there is no valid experiment to prove that the Earth is a globe
or flat. That's what I said.
Or flat.
Now, to refute that,
do you think the Earth is flat?
Oh, here we go. Didn't we just go back over this before? You said, what do I believe?
You believe it's flat because you believe the Bible.
The Bible? Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, paper. He's saying he's not prepared to involve science in that debate. He's only going to go via his book. So he's not prepared to say that science can have any opinion. He's eliminating the possibility.
Science doesn't have an opinion. It's not alive.
And I suspect, and half reason he doesn't want science to have an opinion because he knows it would invalidate the flat Earth.
So he's trying. So you're reading my mind or something? Well, that's an appeal to motive.
Motivation. You don't want
science. That's an appeal to motive fallacy. That's an appeal to motive fallacy.
It's the only conclusion. No, I mean, not most flat earthers would not resort to the argument.
It's a fallacy.
It's very desperate.
I'm going to mute you both.
And then here's another fallacy. Argument to popularity.
I'm going to mute you both in 5 seconds. I'm going to tell you something now. We've got an argument here a debate here that is based on two entirely separate levels. One is based on religion. One is based on...
No, it's not. No, yes. Whose religion?
Your religion.
John. No, it's your religion and his religion. It's
believe
called
in
materialism.
Religion. No, you believe in the religion of the Bible. You believe in the word.
No, that's not religion. I already told you that.
No, it is a religion.
No, it's not. The basic tenet of a religion is belief without evidence. I can prove there is a creator.
Okay, can you prove the earth is flat?
I just told you that scientifically I can't.
Yeah, Paper, he's made this very, very clear that science cannot comment on the flatness or sphericalness of the Earth. He said this many times.
This entire debate is totally invalid.
Yes, indeed. He's not prepared to go in empirical argument or evidence.
Because there is none.
It's irrelevant.
Offer one when there isn't.
So it doesn't matter what arguments I make, what empirical evidence I offer him.
Yeah, you can show it. I just asked you to show empirical evidence. I want you to observe a phenomenon, construct a hypothesis. You know the scientific method. You know that?
So, and he's not prepared. He doesn't believe it. He thinks it's conceptually impossible to present.
Oh, he's done that already, right?
Scientific.
Well, he's given many examples of measurements
like what?
Been made.
The Foucault pendulum. I just destroyed all those. There is no independent variable.
No, you didn't destroy them, John. You gave your opinion, John. You didn't destroy them.
No, I showed you what an independent variable is and its function.
I mean, John, this is incredible.
How many times do I need to
John, on a flat Earth, the Foucault pendulum will behave one way. On a spherical Earth, it will behave another. That is evidence. I mean, for goodness sake.
Yes, that's the cause. The latitude is the cause of the Foucault pendulum. Yep, you said that.
I think a better debate would be someone like Rumpus against someone who is
interested in science,
like a pseudoscientist, like he is.
No. Someone who thinks the Earth is flat but isn't driven by religion. I think that would be a more valuable.
Yes, your religion. Well, what about your religion, materialism? Do you know that has been falsified?
By definition, science isn't a religion.
Materialism and realism, the basis of your religion, sir, has been falsified by quantum mechanics. It's called non-locality.
So you believe in quantum mechanics?
Quantum mechanics is a science.
Oh yeah, it's okay. So you believe in that?
I don't need to believe in it. It has thousands of experiments to validate it.
You spent the first 3/4 of an hour of this thing going on about quantum mechanics.
That's right.
So you believe in it?
I don't need to believe in it. It's science. Real science. You don't believe in it? It's real science.
Quantum mechanics is real science.
That's correct.
I see.
And why is it? Because of the experiments.
And Newtonian physics and observations and things that can be replicated in the lab is not real science.
Well, Newtonian mechanics was falsified by quantum mechanics, sir.
No, you watched one video and he.
There he goes again.
It's my turn to talk. 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 He showed.
No, it's not your turn.
It is my turn. You've been speaking far more than I have in the last half an hour. Far more. It's my turn to talk.
No, I gave you some of my time, sir.
No, you didn't. No, you've been speaking far more than I have. I've had.
Yeah, we're done with this debate.
Hold up.
We're done with this debate.
So he showed a video.
I believe we are done.
He showed his last point.
I believe we are done with this
Okay,
debate.
last point. He showed a video the other day.
You don't have a point.
The other day, where this chap said that Newtonian physics was in there, and all he was saying was that it was being superseded by quantum mechanics, but he wasn't disputing the Newtonian mechanics works, because of course the quantum mechanics situation approximates the Newtonian one at the macro scale.
It doesn't approximate it. Support.
So Newtonian mechanics does work, and this electron would not. Hold on, I would like a few seconds to speak. And this professor who was lecturing at the, I can't remember what it's now in a video, he was not going. If I had been able to approach him and I asked him, does Newtonian mechanics work or not? At the macro scale, he would have said yes. And it's been proved. I mean, the mere fact that we send things to Pluto, which rely on Newtonian mechanics, and any number of other things show that Newtonian mechanics works at the macro scale.
Begging the question, fallacy on steroids. So, Newtonian...
You're a nutter. You are a A1 bonkers.
Newtonian mechanics. Yeah, call me names, because that's all you got. So...
Just bonkers.
So, Professor Shanker, the professor of physics at Yale. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Same professor.
Yes,
First, I want to tell you what goes wrong. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics.
At the nanoscale, we know that quantum mechanics...
The double slit experiment is a problem. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. And yet, so that means, your syllogism is, all that means is that Newtonian mechanics is true, right?
It's a very good approximation.
I think we're done with this discussion because I've already proved my point.
John.
It's not an approximation.
No, it is an approximation. It's a very, 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 very good approximation.
Oh, very, very, very support it.
Yes, at the macroscopic level, it is a very good approximation.
Support it. Support your claim.
The fact that pendulums work exactly as predicted, and that ballistic work
you need an independent variable to predict something.
They work as predicted. I mean, that's why when you
so does Nostradamus predict stuff. I can predict the Super Bowl next year. Is that a scientific prediction?
When you fire a shell out of a cannon, John, it doesn't fly off behind.
Oh, here we go again. I dealt with this last time.
It follows a ballistic path, which is predicted by Newtonian mechanics. It works. It works in everyday life.
We've never found a situation where at the macro scale, Newtonian mechanics doesn't work. It's been shown again and again to be true.
Okay. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You don't have separate laws for big and small things.
Which approximates Newtonian laws.
The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, by big things I mean the things you see in daily life, here's the kicker, give the impression the world is Newtonian.
Because the mathematical equations reduce to the Newtonian physics.
Mathematics is not physics, sir.
The mathematics behind quantum mechanics reduces to the Newtonian approximations at the macro scale. It's very
mathematics is not physics, and you just destroyed your opinion. I think we're done here, sir.
This guy's a nutter on steroids, isn't he? He's absolutely.
That's all he can do is call me names, because that's all he's got
left. Things on the macroscopic scale, John, in everyday life, the big things that we see, can be explained perfectly with quantum mechanics. It's just that the mathematics and the things that the calculators involved by using quantum mechanics would take a universe lifetime in order to calculate.
Mathematics does not explain anything. It merely describes.
No, yes, but it makes predictions, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't predict anything. It doesn't have any.
You do, because you can plug in numbers. I can plug in numbers into the quantum mechanical equation, and then that gives me the results at the Newtonian scale.
Nothing in quantum mechanics mathematically is derived, Professor Shanker.
Right. Okay.
Because I know all your arguments. I know all of them.
You're just a nutter.
I know them 6 steps in advance before.
Right. I've muted you both because I need to just say something. Fed, I think this debate has. Oh.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Let me sing it.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Big jumping. Said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my Rocket Man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the
And what you would do is lose air.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions, you know, the fucking brown beating and the refuse to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit. Fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want all your other disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself. Okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas, no barcode, no party, no ID, no beers, your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears, no SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fats, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrinks, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drinks, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll judge you down. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to
bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk show, here's video game, here's Cola Light, here's Tin Morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back
last night I was out partying really hard, you know what I mean? So today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go online and like try to like, you know, talk to these like flat earthers, you know, because we're gonna have a party on Jupiter. Who's coming, man? Alright, hold on, I need to have a little dub of the energy drink. Yeah, hold on, I need one of them, yeah, like one of them Red Bulls or something, you know, just I wanna go to Jupiter. Gonna bring some alcohol. Gonna bring my gal Susie, 'cause she's gonna do it, oh yeah. I'm gonna go and have a big fun on Jupiter. Gonna put my flag in one of the moons on Jupiter. But hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Need a little bit of me energy drink and a little bit, bring a little bit of alcohol. Bring something for eating too, because I don't know, bring barbecue maybe. Bring barbecue, yeah, we've got the bottle, alright lads. Alright, we decided we all want to go to Jupiter to show these stupid flat earthers that you can't really, you know, you can't just say that the earth is flat, you know what I mean? Like, hold on, I need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need me energy drink. Long night last night now, partying with me girlfriend, you know. Now I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna tell these flat earthers, you know, you can't just criticise anything, you know. You can totally just go, just get a rocket. Just get a rocket. Let's get our own rocket. Right, fuck it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, shit, we just got together and just, you know, decided, you know, like, if we could do a meeting like at the UN or something, we could just decide that we was going to go to the moon, you know, and get we could launch pad party on the moon. Hold on, need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up. Some Red Bull or something. Yeah.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shit to heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, you know, I wasn't really fixed on what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flat earth, flat earth. world gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. No, them baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they're put there from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous. Parasites meticulous, watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes are hiss, NASA's pissed, drunken like a maiden's fist. Venom, Satan Pagans wisp, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in competence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press. Photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, incentives and belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on the globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time. Unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness stars absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines, messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind, and you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
Space, the boundary of human achievement, the new frontier.
It's just a cough.
Yeah, right. And the Earth is flat.
Treat your cough seriously with Robitussin CF Max. Nothing lasts longer and treats more symptoms for your cough, cold, and flu. Robitussin, because it's never just a cough.
In a few moments, you will have an experience which will seem completely real. It will be the result of your subconscious fears transformed to your conscious awareness. Warning, this tape must not be played by government personnel. It can be extremely harmful and result in severe trauma. You have 5 seconds to terminate this tape. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's good to see you. I must go. I know I will go.
Hold him. Now you listen to me, you hillbilly punk who thinks the world's still round. I'm here to tell you it's not. It's flat.
Lexi, tell us something interesting.
Okay, the Earth is flat, and a witch stole his pants.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
I know how we're different. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
I know it's flat. I walk on it.
Holy
Do you think the Earth is flat, Snoop? What do you
It's a flat world after all.
Mm-hmm.
Smoke weed every day.
Und jetzt der Verkehr. Vorsicht, liebe Autofahrer, auf der A3 Oberhausen Richtung Arnheim ist die linke Spur aufgrund eines Vorabsturzes gesperrt.
Broadcasting straight to you from a large spaceship, currently at war with mainstream science. Meanwhile, the Peanut Gallery is in shock and awe over the latest briefings from Washington, D.C. We have successfully shot down 4, count them 4, aerial objects, only one being confirmed as a Chinese spy satelloon. So with all out great technology on our end, we have no idea what the other 3 we shot down were. Yeah, he's calling BS on that. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Strange World, where the truth is often stranger than fiction. I'm your host, Mark Sargent, the creator of Flat Earth Clues, which propose that all of us are living inside a Truman Show enclosed structure, thousands of miles wide. Just Google Flat Earth Clues. If you can't find it, well, you're just not very good at the internet. Currently, this show is on Tuesday nights at 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern, and yes, Caroline, if it is not, look at date so you don't look like an idiot. It's Valentine's Day. 2023. You are. I don't care because I'm single. Oh God, I hate my life. Then you are listening to a rerun. Quote of the day goes exactly like this one thing: most of the public takes mainstream at face value. They are blind to the world around them. You are not. If you are listening to this show right now, then you are resistant to the lights, the colors, and the narrative. Who said that? I did. I came up with that. My co-host, she's lovely, she's sassy, and she's one of the biggest flat earth rock stars ever. It's Karen B. Hey, Karen, what's going on?
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
You know, your purplish shirt matches the purple light that's glancing off the top of your hair.
Oh.
Very nice.
My flat earth light.
Yes, I don't know if you did that deliberately. And what's your shirt say?
It says freemantv.com.
Nice. Who sent it to you?
Nope. Nobody sent it to me.
Oh,
Freeman gave it to me at my event. Freeman Fly. Shout out to Freeman Fly.
Well, shout out to Freeman Fly then. Hey, Karen, being the current queen of Flat Earth, it must be hard to find Flat Earth friends. That's not true in any way, by the way. Do you know an easy way to find cool people like yourself and solid info about our stationary, horizontal, level plane?
Why, yes. That would be the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
Sure enough, it's the perfect gift for friends, family, and complete strangers. Watch the featured video every day for 2 weeks and see what happens. It'll be the best $2.99 you've ever spent. I'm Dave Weiss, and I approve this message. Don't forget, you can also find this program on BitChute and Brighteon, Rockfin, and Rumble. He's still in Mexico. He can't touch me. YouTube is not the end of Flat Earth. It is just the beginning. Watch him call.
He might.
If he's not too drunk.
Yeah.
In Mexico. Must be rough. Shout out to Flat Earther Stefan Carpenter of the Deftones. Support the Flat Earth cause and get the coolest hoodies ever. Go to the strong.family, won't you? Pick up some merch. Meetups. There are 2 on my channel. I'm going to mention them real quick. There's one coming up this weekend. It's going to be in Minnesota at Mad Jack's Restaurant in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. If you, it's Saturday the 18th at 6 p.m. until whenever. If you guys want to go, email David M. Rife, that's M as in Mark, R-I-F-E, at gmail.com. Or you could just go to my channel and look it up. Also, if you hadn't noticed, there's going to be a meetup next month in Southern California, by the big LA team that usually cranks out, 100 people for a meetup.
Yes.
Do you know who's going to that one?
I know that's being put on by Renee. He emailed me. I have that up on my website as well.
And Renee got me plane tickets. And so
really?
I'm going to be flying down to the Southern California meetup. It's going to be on Sunset Beach. I will be announcing it every week until then. It's going to be March 18th. I'll be flying in on the 17th and leaving on the 19th. And he's going to be picking me, he or somebody's going to be picking me up at Orange County Airport. And I'm going to go.
Right on.
Yeah.
How fun.
It'd be a good time.
Yeah. Excellent.
So thank you to Renee a whole bunch for saying, he's been asking me, as you know, I try to be a man of my word. So when I said, I will try to go this next one. I swear I will make the effort. And he did. I said, here's the tickets. Here's what I need. He's like, yeah, totally. Let's do it. It's like, great. Good.
Awesome.
Yeah. The trailer for that, by the way, is on my channel. So by all means, check it out if you get the chance. You'll notice that I am on the thumbnail, just to remind people that yes, I get that question quite a bit. It's like, are you going to this meetup? Are you going to this? No, it's like, no, unless somebody flies me out to the meetup, generally I don't go to the meetups. If I'm going to go, you will know, because it's kind of going to be kind of a big deal because I got to do a whole thing to do it. All right, let's get to...
Well, there's one more meetup I want to talk about before we move on.
I don't think so.
There's a meetup in Spartanburg.
Oh, is there?
Carolina. Yes, with the South Carolina Flat Earth crew, which is my crew, and I will be at this meetup.
Well,
this one will be Flat Earth meetup at Drayton Mills Marketplace, and this one is what day is it, Sarah?
Obviously, the one I'm going to is much better organized than
I think it's this weekend too. No, it's March something. Sarah, what is the date? She'll have to send that to me. All right, never mind. I'll talk about it later.
Okay, no worries. When you find out, let us know. So Karen's doing a meetup. I'm doing a meetup. We're all doing meetups. Let's get to the headlines. And
March 12th. Thank you, Sarah.
March 12th?
Yes.
Oh, good. Week before mine. So nice. When you get back, you can tell me about yours, and then I fly out the next week, and I'll tell you about mine when I get back. Provided one of the planes doesn't have something weird happen to it, because there's been a lot of plane stuff, which we're not going to really be talking about tonight. So there's a map I want to pull up on the screen real fast. We'll get the obvious headlines out of the way first, but there's other things. There's so much stuff happening.
There's been a lot going on. I know that this show should be fun. I feel like the show's going to be fun because there's so much going on.
There is. So in 1 week's time, the first map, this is from Fox News. The title of this one was "Object Shot Down Over Lake Huron." In case you missed it or you wanted to keep track, we're keeping the score for you. So as you know, February 4th, there was the Chinese, supposedly the Chinese spy balloon was shot down over Karen's house. Then Friday, a second object was shot down over North Alaska. Saturday, a third object was shot down over the Yukon, which is the Canadian province that borders Alaska. Also Saturday, a radar anomaly was detected in Montana, the same sort of place where the Karen's balloon was shot down for where it was first located. And then Sunday, an object was shot down over Lake Huron, if I'm not mistaken. It was Sunday or Monday? Sunday or Monday. Nod for me, Peanut. Well, one of those days. So yeah, and here's the thing: as Peanut Gallery mentions in the quote, they're not saying what the other objects were. In fact, they're being real coy about it. They're almost leading the truthers down the path. You know where we're going to go, Karen.
Yes.
The truther community, as eventually, if you don't tell us what it is in a good enough time frame, eventually we are going to keep jumping and jumping and jumping until we finally, everyone's going to say aliens.
Mm-hmm.
That's where everyone's going, well, it's got to be aliens. That's the only reason they're not saying. To be fair, if you did shoot down something, and this is different, this isn't like shooting something next to Karen's house where there was lots of witnesses over Myrtle Beach just watching the whole thing happen, right? Planes flying by. There were no witnesses to any of these other things. So maybe you shot something down, maybe you didn't. Remember what I said last week? That the greatest thing for us, the benefit for the United States, because we tricked the Chinese into admitting this to the press, is that afterwards you can do anything you want, and as your backup, as your fallback, you can always blame the Chinese. You're not going to be blaming the Russians probably anytime soon, but again, leading the truther community down the path of aliens. Even Tucker got in on it a little bit, which is conflicting reports. Was there? Well, let's get into it a little bit. So the next, well, you know what? Before we even get into that one, oh god, let's pop up the second map. Let's not gloss over this, which is train incidents recently. Now, this map shows spaceships over Lake Huron and Alaska and over Karen's house, but there's also train incidents. There wasn't just one derailment recently. There were 4.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest, not even on this map. The biggest one is up in Ohio. And that one is getting a huge amount of attention recently because when train derailments happen all the time, right? Trains tip over all the time. But it is unusual when toxic chemicals are there that they decide to go in and deliberately set fire to them because the cleanup would be a nightmare. So rather than go after the chemicals manually, we're going to detonate them and let the tankers explode and evacuate the town around it. And
that's not what they said. They said that they cut holes in the tankers and drained out the chemicals and set it on fire to prevent the tankers from exploding and to prevent the shrapnel from tankers exploding going miles out.
You see, I'm hearing conflicting reports on this. I'm hearing that the fires were set. Well, again, that could be our community.
Either way, they did light it on fire on purpose.
There you go. There you go. They lit on fire, and the smoke plumes have been spectacular for photographers. I mean, it is creepy looking.
Yeah, it looks gross.
Yeah, it's not good. Also, if you believe in coincidences, there's a movie which a lot of people haven't seen. It's been on streaming. I happened to watch it called White Noise with a pretty decent cast. And if you look it up on Wikipedia, White Noise happens to be about a train derailment in Ohio that caught fire, and the cloud went over the town and the whole town had to evacuate. And it was about this Jewish family that had to run for their lives. And it was set as sort of a dark comedy. Again, it was a weird, I know the director, Academy Award nominee, but it was bizarre. But I just watched it fairly recently, and it was shot in Ohio. It wasn't like shot in a Hollywood studio. It was actually shot in Ohio. So it's like,
I read an article that said that some of the people that live in this town were extras in that movie.
Yeah.
Like it's the same town.
So it's like, okay, I don't know what to make of that, because why would you stage why would you do a rehearsal for the I suppose you could do a rehearsal for the town to evacuate them and then blow up a train later or set fire to a train later. But there have been a number of train derailments, 4 on this map alone, and I don't know what to make of it. Do I think it's a massive? Is it going to be a massive ecological issue? Yes. Is that ecological issue worth it to set up spy satellite stuff? And I don't. Do I think that they're doing spy satellite stuff and unidentified objects being shot down as a cover for that? No, because people are still paying attention to that, especially if you're in that area. You can't avoid it. It's this giant, huge black cloud of toxic smoke that's getting into the water and the ground and all this stuff. Do I think the two are related? Maybe. Part of this, I think, is for me, my opinion, is ninjas on the other side, because remember, we're messing with other countries, and don't think for a second that we're completely invulnerable to it. So why wouldn't they mess with us? And some of the easiest things to go after would be trains power plants. Haven't done anything with ships really yet. But anyway, let's get to the official headlines, shall we? All right. So the first one down on the list. This one's from Fox News. Yeah, some of this is going to be recap. U.S. military shoots down object flying in territorial waters over Alaska. Pentagon says, oh, look, we scramble another F-22. They must be really pushing the F-22 recently because that's what took off outside of your neck of the woods. That nobody's going to use F-16s anymore or A-10s or anything. No, F-22. That's what we're
got to use them for something. Isn't that the one they made and then nobody ever used it?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
And it was made obsolete by the F-35. Like they started making the F-35 for everything.
I'm not a big fan of the F-35, but that's another discussion for another time. Yeah, I'm just not. I'm old school. It's like what works. Just because it's newer doesn't mean it's better. So this one was supposedly at 40,000 feet, but they're not going to say what it was. They just say it was an object. Oh, Peanut says they used an F-16 on the last one. Oh, good. At least they're spreading it around a little bit. The object landed in frozen waters, and the fighter aircraft assigned to U.S. Northern Command took down the object within the last hour. That was, a story from a few days ago. All right, so moving on. Next one down. Next one down. This is from CNN Politics. U.S. officials disclose new details about the so-called Chinese balloons capabilities. Here's what we know. And they really don't get into it too much other than they say, oh, it had lots of surveillance things on it. And it had some American parts. The what?
It says it could monitor U.S. communications.
Yeah. And all right, the People's Republic of China used these blue. We knew that they used them for surveillance. High resolution imagery from U-2 flybys. By the way, it's nice that you admit that you're still using those from time to time. U-2s have been around for a long time. See, I like the old school stuff that works. Still waiting for the payload, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, they can, again, because the Chinese admitted what they did, they can stretch this out and make up any story they wanted on this. And this is going to continue. They are going to pin so much on the Chinese before this is over. Okay, next one down. Also for Fox News, love this one. China spokeswoman denies knowing about fleet of spy balloons, labels U.S. as the #1 in spying. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs claimed that a fleet of balloons on multiple continents is U.S. disinformation warfare. China says that the United States is lying, and that basically China's saying, why are you poking at us? You guys are the one that practically invented the entire modernized spy system. So what are you picking on us for? And it's like, well, because you're dumb enough to admit it. The first one. So now we can say, well, we'll get to that part. We can deny anything we want because you don't have anything on camera. You don't have fighters shooting our stuff down. Do we have stuff? Of course we have stuff. Where do you think the Chinese got the idea? It's not like the Chinese just invented these satelloons. They're knockoffs of ours. Next one down is and here's some economic blowback. Right, here's one of our allies. What do you think they're going to say? This is one of the things you can do. Australia to follow the United States and eliminate all Chinese-made cameras from government buildings. The United States and the UK each moved to ban Hikvision and Dahua cameras. Yep. Yeah, so they're gonna their little form of sanction. Now, are they gonna ban TikTok from the United States? TikTok, if you didn't know, is run by China. No, of course they're not gonna ban TikTok. It's too entrenched. The kids would lose their minds. There'd be middle schoolers that would just set fire to buildings if you tried to shut down TikTok. And seriously, TikTok is it. I mean, kids are like, Facebook, that's for old people. That's like VH1. Right? And YouTube, who uses YouTube anymore? Well, we do. All right, next one down. Next one is from Yahoo News. This is for Peanut Gallery. A top general said, this is for you too, Karen, the U.S. could use balloons in the Middle East where the U.S. military has seen suspected Chinese spy balloons. So our military, again, because what China said now, it's like, you know what? Hey, balloons, that's a pretty good idea. We should get in on that. We've never done that before. We
I
never.
know. There's like we've been launching thousands of balloons.
I know.
Daily.
Let's go back all the way. Let's review. Go all the way back to the first U-2 spy plane. Until we had one that the Russians, the Soviet Union, finally shot down over the Soviet Union, we didn't have any spy planes. They did not exist, right? And even then, we blamed it. It's like, oh no, it's a NASA research plane, right? Blamed it on NASA, which is hilarious in modern context, right? And then we was like, oh, okay, we have spy planes. The SR-71 went from inception to retirement. Nobody knew about it. We just showed off at the end when we retired it officially, even though we still use it from time to time, right? And I loved the press conference years ago when they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're retiring our SR-71 spy plane. It's like, the what now? Oh yeah, the spy plane over here. We're retired. It looks really, really cool. That's why we're showing it off. The Blackbird. It's really slick and black. It's kicks ass, right? Just screams America. And one of the first questions, like, hey, what are you going to replace it with? And the general goes, straight face. He goes, oh, nothing.
Yeah. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. It's like, we have nothing to replace it with. It's like, what? What are you talking? But again, the reporter was dumb to ask it. It's like, of course they've got bigger and better stuff. Or in this case, it's like they should have been straight and said, oh yeah, we're not even completely retiring it. Hell, we didn't even retire the U-2s. If it works, why not keep using it? U-2s can stay aloft. It's just a glorified glider with a big engine on the back. You could stay aloft forever. I think you die of hunger before that thing runs out of fuel. All right. Still got time for, I think, one more. Let's see here. Next one down. Oh yeah, this is the last one before we get to the lucky unlucky. Okay, let's talk about, yeah, this will be the one before we go to break. So this is from Popular Mechanics, so you know it's true.
Yeah. All right.
Conspiracy theorists believe a U.S. weather weapon caused the Turkey earthquakes. You see in the small print below that, it didn't.
Right.
Of course. But the fact that you would put that in huge 100-point font, and then below that, it's like it didn't. Conspiracy theorists are blaming the U.S. Air Force's high-frequency AARP, right, the HARP, for an increase in natural disasters, especially the recent Turkey and Syria earthquakes. The HARP program, which is based in Alaska, studies the properties and behavior of Earth's atmosphere. HARP can excite the atmosphere for scientific study. Okay, so when just for the record here, you guys, I can't speak for Karen, but when they say conspiracy theorists believe that the United States triggered an earthquake in Turkey, yeah, that would be me. I'm absolutely on board with that. Because Turkey is not on our good side. Turkey is the one that keeps screwing up. Turkey is best buddies. They are BFFs with the Soviet Union and now Russia. They have been for a long, long, long time, and they screw up everything for us all the time. As Peanut Gallery nods in agreement. Militarily, they screw us up all the time. So if we have a free shot, if we know there's an unstable tectonic plate and we can generate a frequency weapon and maybe jostle that thing loose a little bit, right? Just to tick them off. Oh yeah, you bet. You know why I say that? Because that's what I would do. If I was in a think tank and someone all of a sudden is like, can we do anything about Turkey? And it's like, I just make a couple phone calls and be like, it's like, yeah, what can you do over there? It's like, well, it'd be residential. It's like, yeah, hit it. Sorry. That's just the way it goes. So I am one of those guys that absolutely believes that. But the fact that you, again, as Karen says, if you have to write an article through Popular Mechanics saying how nutty that is, well,
you know what? I was saying this yesterday on my coffee talk show that I was kind of going against this whole theory at first because I was like, but they have earthquakes over there all the time. Like it's a known area for having severe earthquakes, right? And then I saw this article on Popular Mechanics and I was like, well, this makes me think that is what happened.
Yeah, I mean, again, you won't,
like, why are they writing articles about it then?
Yeah, if you can't really do it that well in stable areas, so God help California if someone on the other side ever decides to, trying to figure out which spot to hit in California, and that's straight out of Lex Luthor, Superman 1, by the way. All right, with that, let's go to our first break, and when we come back, we will go into lucky, unlucky, and then we will Also talk about Clown World, and there's a little space section. We got all sorts of fun stuff to talk about. So Karen, let's go to that fun break music, shall we?
All righty.
Okay.